Yo, it's gone, it's okay, I have a system. Yo, the prince wants to hurt me, it's okay, I have a system. Yo, the enemy country is invading, it's okay, I have a system. Yo, concubine is waiting for me in the bedroom, it's okay, I'll do it myself. You said that your subordinates are like clouds and counselors are like smoke? It's okay, my subordinates also have countless followers recruited by the system. You said you have a peerless killer? It's okay, come on, Byakuya, cut him. You said you have an invincible general under your team? It's okay, go on, Huatsubing, fuck him. You said you have a master of illusion? It's okay, come on, Itachi, fuck him. Now, Shinii is considering a very important thing. When the enchanting Daji, my king's saber, placed in front of him, does he summon all or all? This is a story about Qin Yi's rebirth in Tianyao continent, conquering the sky, conquering the land, conquering the sea and the air, and finally conquering everything. C1 Don't be afraid that you have a system. The word traversal is a word that is often mentioned in the 21st century. However, most of them only appear in fantasy and have nothing to do with reality. At least, Shinii would never have thought that such a fantastic thing would come to him. Moreover, he also transmigrated to become the 9th prince of the Unfallen dynasty. Born into a royal family, born noble, honor belongs to yourself. I have to say, this is a blessing. A college student whose graduation is equivalent to being unemployed, and who transmigrated into a prince of a dynasty, Shinii earned it no matter what. Even the identity of this 9th prince is not welcome at all. But it can also make Shinii a happy and prosperous life. If you are not welcome, you are not welcome. Shinii didn't care much about it. Wouldn't it be better to be a happy prince? However, Shinii intends to be happy, but others don't think so and try to deal with him. Shinii has just crossed into this world for less than a month. The highest imperial decree from the Bulyuo dynasty directly demoted Shinii to Yuanzhong City. Later, an edict was issued again to ban Shinii to the border. Bulyuo Wangzhao, I heard that the demoted Prince Shinii was not good at government affairs, and he ruled Yuanzhong City, and the thieves caused a disaster, so that the people in his territory complained. The solitary was so angry that he issued this edict, ordering the solitary 9th son, Shinii, to go to the border of the dynasty within half a month, and serve 3 years to serve as an example. This eldest prince is too impatient. I just arrived in Yuanzhong City, so I want to drive me away. To blatantly abuse Wang Zhao, it is true that the civil and military of the Manchu dynasty are all blind. In the simple and elegant study room, Shinii, dressed as a sun in a white robe, was playing with the edict in his hand and said with a smile that was not a smile. Looking closely, Shinii's eyes were filled with unwillingness and anger, as well as the biting killing intent. People in the royal capital all say that the 9th prince is incompetent, but who knows that he can't help himself? No power, and the mother family has no background. If you don't become a dummy prince, you can only be a ghost prince. Shinii sighed softly, and casually discarded the edict in his hand on the chopping board of the desk, staring down sleepily. For a while, the study room fell into silence. The breeze blew through the red window, making the leaves of the red window rustled. The evening wind is getting colder, but it is the people's heart that is colder. Eldest prince, can't you tolerate me as a waste prince? After a long while, Shinii opened his half-closed eyes and murmured in his mouth, Master, these people dare to insult you like this. When I kill them back to the capital, I will kill them one by one. Horan, a firm and powerful voice sounded beside Shinii. It turned out that there was a ruthless man with a face like a knife and axe standing beside Shinii. A black long-sleeved robe makes it perfectly integrated into the dark night, making it impossible for people to notice. If it wasn't for this person speaking, ordinary people wouldn't be able to find this person at all, just like the incarnation of the night. Shinii raised his head to look at this person, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help showing a slight smile. Although Shinii has no power, he has a system. It is a powerful subordinate who has been summoned by the system for him. Countless powerful subordinates from the fantasy world of the previous life are Shin'ii's confidants. It's because he lived happily and lived a wonderful life. This ruthless man is the powerhouse summoned by the system. Kochiki Byakuya from the world of death. Drifting knife light, like cherry blossoms all over the sky. This is Kochiki Byakuya, the former captain of the 13th Division of the Guardian, and now Shin'ii's greatest confidence lies. The former Deadwood Baizai lived for the decadent aristocratic system, and now he lives for Shinii. C2 What should I do if my subordinates are not strong? It's very urgent to wait online. Those who insult the young master are my enemies. I will do my best to cut the thorns for the young master. Byakuya's voice was sonorous and powerful, and his words were full of killing intent. It fell in Shin'ii's ears, but it made him very satisfied. This is his subordinate, who never has to worry about betrayal. Byakuya, I will definitely kill this prince, but not now. However, Chini shook his head and rejected Bai Zai's proposal. Our current opponent is not the eldest prince, but the Black Wind Thief. The Black Wind Pirates were the largest group of bandits around Yuanjiang City. At the same time, it is also the culprit who disturbed the stability of Yuanjiang City. I didn't want this reason, but the big prince attributed it to me. Chini knew that Bai Zai was eager to protect him, so he would say this, but their main opponent now is not the eldest prince. These bandits are really hateful, and they don't dare to confront their subordinates. Instead, he always took advantage of the absence of his subordinates to visit the villages around Yuanjiang City with cholera. If it weren't for the fact that the subordinates couldn't find their nest, they would have been wiped out in one fell swoop. Hearing this, Byakuya said in a resentful voice, obviously his anger towards the Haifeng pirates was still unabated. The bandits, fighting harassment is what they are best at. What's more, the Black Wind Pirates are the best among them, and naturally they won't confront us heathen. However, now it is time to take the opportunity to lead them out and destroy them in one fell swoop. Xinyi's eyes swept across the edict, and a slight smile appeared on his face. Young master is wise. Bai Zai complimented. Bai Zai, when you first came to this world, the top priority should be to restore your strength. You are the main force in destroying the Black Wind Pirates. After the conversation changed, Xinyi talked about Bai Zai's injury again. Thank you for your concern, master. I have probably gotten used to this body, and in 3 days, I will be able to get used to it completely. Bai Zai replied. Okay. Xinyi was instantly overjoyed. He knows Bai Zai's strength, and Bai Zai in his peak state is terrifyingly strong. And because Bai Zai came to this world, his body was reshaped, and his strength fell into a low period. During this period of time, he will try his hardest, unwilling to start an accident, and only wait for Bai Zai to recover his strength. Now that I heard that Bai Zai has 3 days to recover his strength, how can he not make Chini happy? However, after my subordinates came to this world, they could no longer hear Chinben Sakura's voice. Even calling his real name, he couldn't make him understand. Byakuya shook his head at this time and said, I can't solve it at the beginning. Can't I even solve it at the beginning? Chini frowned and asked Bai Zai. Yes, and my Ryatsu has also been suppressed to the point of an officer. Byakuya nodded slightly and replied. No wonder it's displayed like this on the system. Chini frowned and said in a low voice. Master, why is it displayed like this? Xinyi's words fell in Bai Zai's ears, but he couldn't understand. Nothing, you go down first, take a good rest, I will find a way to solve your problem. Chini let out a haha and changed the subject. Yes, young master. Seeing that Chini didn't say anything, Bai Zai didn't ask. Immediately, Bai Zai gave a respectful salute, and the next moment the whole person disappeared in place, like a ghost. Chini was not surprised, frowned, and whispered in his heart, System, display the operation interface. Ding! With a soft sound, a square transparent color-like curtain appeared in front of Chini. This was the system's setting according to Chini's habits, and it was also the most acceptable method of operation for Chini. And the light curtain of this system is invisible to others, only he is visible. C3 Don't be afraid of the killing point, you deserve it. On that day, when the system light curtain first appeared, he thought he had hallucinations. It was not until Bai Zai's appearance that made him believe all this. After Chini called out the system operation interface, he looked at the operation interface with ease. Host, Chini Cultivation, acquired 5 layers experience, 0 out of 100 martial arts, 1, Qinglingong, advanced character, entry, 2. Chongshao swordsmanship, personal intermediate swordsmanship, entry, secret, none supernatural powers, none treasure, none kill point, none quests, 1, kill the prince of the unfallen dynasty, difficult level quest, explanation, both of the royal family, the great prince of the Bulyuo dynasty framed the host over and over again, and the host should behead this scorpion in the name of righteousness, reward, King's Dragon Sword. 2. Destroy the Black Wind Pirates, simple mission, explanation, Haifeng Pirates has long violated the host's subordinates' territory, and the host should step on and destroy such wicked and vicious people, and let the people live in peace, reward, summoning chance once. Supreme Conquer System. This is the name of the system on Chini. As the name suggests, the purpose of the system is to assist Chini in conquering the enemy, conquering everything, and conquering the heavens and the world. The greatest function of the Supreme Conquest System is to summon various characters and become his help in conquering everything. These characters may come from the anime Chini watched in his previous life, or even from what he had read in his previous life. Chini had already seen the mystery of the Supreme Conquer System, and Bai Zai was summoned through the Supreme Conquer System. Character, Byakuya Kuchiki. Status, Captain of the 6th Division of the Godiai 12th Division in the World of Death. Realm, Captain level. Weak state, Weapon, Thousand Sakura. Sleep state, Skills, Shallow Strike, Shuanbu. Ghost Road, Talent. Genie's eyes swept across by Zai's attribute interface, concentrating on the state he was in. Weak state, unable to begin to understand. Is this what the system calls the suppression of heaven? Genie pondered the system's previous words. When summoning Bai Zai, the system once said that because the world Bai Zai originally lived in was contrary to the way he practiced in this world, there was a suppression of heaven. However, because of the ability of the system, it also eliminated the suppression, but it also greatly reduced Byakuya's strength and needed to practice again. Genie didn't care much about this. With Bai Zai's talent and the fact that he had cultivated to the captain level, it would be much easier to restore the captain level. What he cares more about is the state of Shenben Sakura. Shenben Sakura is Bai Zai's Zanpakuto, and his strength relies a lot on Shenben Sakura. Whether or not he can use Senbon Sakura's power, Byakuya's strength varies greatly. If it is said that Bai Zai can use Shenben Sakura, it is not a problem to split the peak and break the river. And Bai Zai, who can't use Senbon Sakura, although strong, doesn't have the kind of terrifying power that can overturn the river. How can the system help Bai Zai regain his full strength? Genie asked in his heart. Host, there are many methods. One of the killing points can not only improve the host's cultivation realm, martial arts realm, secret realm, and so on. In the same way, it can also help Byakuya regain his strength. The cold voice of the system machinery sounded in Genie's mind. Killing point, you always say killing point, how can this killing point be obtained? Genie asked with a raised eyebrow. Naturally, it is obtained through killing. The host only needs to kill the life of the elite to obtain the killing point. The system replied. Hearing this, Genie thought quietly, and from the system's words, it can be judged that this killing point has a huge effect. C for the enchanting concubine is good kill point. Whether it is the increase in his strength or the recovery of Bai Zai's strength, it all depends on this killing point. How does the system judge whether the life I killed is an elite life? Genie asked. Please host to explore on your own. After that, the system stopped paying attention to Genie. Genie smiled helplessly. For some reason, when it comes to the judgment of elite life, the system never explained it to him. Genie is not against killing, especially for his own enemies, he will not be soft-hearted. But when he came to this world, it wasn't that he had not killed. With his own strength, he had slaughtered a group of bandits. There were 10 bandits in that group, but they didn't provide him with a killing point. You must know that there is also a robber with the same level of cultivation as him, but he did not provide Genie with the slightest killing point. Could it be that those innate warriors, the powerhouses whose life essence has changed, can be regarded as elite lives? Genie's face was a little ugly. With his strength, challenging the innate martial artist was tantamount to courting death. Unless Byakuya makes a move, it is possible to defeat or kill the innate warrior. With Bai Zai's strength, even without the help of Zanpakuto, his strength should not be weaker than that of a congenital warrior. Genie's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, System, Bai Zai killed the elite life, can I get a killing point? No, the cold mechanical voice of the system extinguished the joy in Genie's heart. Oh, I knew it wasn't that simple. Genie was slightly disappointed and said quietly. If it was so easy to obtain kill points, this kill point would not be so precious in the system. Most of the functions in the system need to be activated by this kill point. Husband, it's late at night, why don't you rest? Just when Genie was still thinking, a very soft and pleasant female voice sounded outside the door, calling him. This voice is very charming and soft, even Genie can't help but sway in his heart. Husband, can I come in? Outside the study, a soft and waxy voice was still calling softly. Come in. Genie's expression did not change when he heard the voice, but his eyes flickered. Cringe. The door of the study was pushed open, and a graceful figure walked into the study. Genie raised his eyelids slightly and stared at the person who came, a young girl. Wearing a snow-white long coat, the wrapped body is extremely perfect, the front is convex and the back is upturned, and the enchanting figure is vividly displayed. Looking up, the delicate face, the big eyes with the flowing smoke, the upturned nose, and the slightly open cherry mouth are even more memorable. Anyone who sees it will be amazed. What a peerless beauty! However, Genie's expression was indifferent, looking at the person who was neither sad nor happy, without saying a word. Husband. As soon as the young girl entered the study, she gave a coquettish cry and walked towards Genie with a fragrant wind. Don't come here. Genie said, stopping the young girl's movements. What's the matter, husband, are you despising others? The young girl stared at Genie with innocent big eyes, and there seemed to be tears in them. Seeing this, Genie hurriedly smiled and said, "How dare I dislike you? It's just that, husband, I've been feeling a little cold recently, and I'm afraid of infecting you." "Why did my husband contract the cold? Let me come to diagnose him." The young girl suddenly exclaimed and tried to come forward to diagnose Genie. "Stop!" Genie drank in a deep voice and scolded the young girl. "C5 enchanting beautiful concubine fake his fake husband?" The young girl blinked her big watery eyes and looked at Genie suspiciously. "Tell me, who are you, and why are you pretending to be E?" Genie's eyes were deep, and his dark eyes looked at the young girl without the slightest emotion. "Husband, what are you talking about? I'm your concubine Louis, don't you know me?" The big eyes of the young girl were suddenly covered with a layer of water mist, and she looked like she was about to cry, which was painful to watch. However, Genie remained unmoved, and the light in his eyes became colder. The face of the person in front of him, although identical to his concubine Louis, can even be said to be exactly the same. However, she is not Louis. E doesn't have any medical skills. The news spread in Yuanjiang City that E is good at medical skills is just a name she gained by borrowing Schwer's hands in her spare time. Genie said lightly. When this person first came in, he realized that something was wrong, and then he made a test, and was even more sure that this person was not Louis. It turns out that it is because of this reason that someone saw through his identity. Genie saw through this person's identity, but he didn't see any nervousness, but looked at Genie with interest. Everyone in the world says that the 9th prince of the royal family is a dummy child, who does not learn and has no skills, and who will humiliate the reputation of the royal family. However, just this insight and courage, in my opinion, is far stronger than that stubborn prince. This person also admired Genie very much, looked at Genie and praised. "Then I would like to thank Bai Hualangjun for his compliment." Genie looked at the man with calm eyes. "Oh? I didn't expect the 9th prince to know my identity?" This person is Bai Hualangjun, and his brows are raised in surprise. The ever-changing, the name of Bai Hualangjun is unknown to everyone. In the Buluo dynasty, it has long been rumored that Lord Bai Hualing is particularly good at disguising as a woman. Not a woman is better than a woman. Genie said calmly. "Thank you for the praise of the 9th prince." Bai Hualangjun replied with a slight smile, but he didn't seem to hear the ridicule in Genie's words. "I didn't expect that in order to deal with such a waste material as me, the eldest prince actually invited Bai Hualangjun." Genie's tone was still in a hurry, but the anger in his eyes was about to burst out. "Great prince, great prince!" After passing the edict of the Buluo dynasty, he was demoted to the border for military service, but now he has sent people to rob him. Wasn't he afraid of being seen by others and suing Wang Jun? Genie's eyes flashed with cold light, his fists were clenched tightly, and the veins on his wrists and arms burst out. It's just out of prudence, but the prudence of the eldest prince is not without reason. The 9th prince actually has a subordinate who has stepped into the innate realm beside him, which is really unexpected. Bai Hualangjun looked at Genie up and down with curiosity on his face. Before stepping into the study, he had a face-to-face with Bai Zai, who had just left the study, and naturally he was aware of Bai Zai's strength. The 9th prince, who has always shown himself as a playboy, has no background, and there is a congenital warrior lurking beside him. This is unexpected. This also made Bai Hualangjun sigh. Genie's scheming. There is strength but hidden, either the scheming is deep or the intention is very big. Genie has just left the king for less than a few months, and he has an innate warrior under his command. If you give Genie more time and win the support of some aristocratic families and sects, he may not be able to fight with the eldest prince and fight for the position of the king. It's a pity that since the eldest prince has asked him to take action, he won't do anything to smash the sign. C6 You are dying tomorrow in Yanjiang City. There will be news that the 9th prince hanged himself for fear of the suffering of military service at the border. Following Bai Hualangjun's words, a chilling aura instantly filled the entire study, as if the temperature suddenly dropped several degrees. The eldest prince is a good way. Hearing Bai Hualangjun's words, Genie felt even more indignant in his heart. He finally understood the eldest prince's plan, why he sent Bai Hualangjun to assassinate him after he ordered him to be banished to the border. This is not only to kill his life, but also to ruin his name. In the Buluo dynasty, the emphasis on martial arts was neglected, and there were countless warriors, resulting in countless love and hatred. Because of the large number of warriors, this also led to an atmosphere in the entire Buluo dynasty that regarded reputation as more important than life. If it was the original 9th prince, being so insulted by the eldest prince would naturally be overwhelmed with pain, and life would be better than death. Although Genie is not the original 9th prince, he is equally angry at the moment. However, the next moment Genie's heart was full of bitterness. At this moment, Bai Zai is not by his side, his cultivation level is no more than the 5th level of the day after tomorrow. How can he be the opponent of this Bai Hualangjun? It's not that he didn't think about escaping, but that Bai Hualangjuan's energy has been firmly locked on him, and he has no confidence in escaping at all. Bai Hualangjun is a congenital warrior who has been famous for many years, and he is not considered a weak person among the innate warriors. In the face of such a master, he has no chance at all. Could it be that today is the day when my Qin Yi died? I am not reconciled. Traveler? Without power and power in hand, any traveler is a floating cloud. Sitting on the system? So what if you have a system, your own strength is too poor, and you can't wait for Bai Zai's rescue? If he is strong, he doesn't need to be strong, he just needs to be able to block the 100 Flowers Langjun, and when Bai Zai notices it, he will not fall into such a dangerous situation. Qin Yi's heart was full of remorse. If it wasn't for his rebirth too late, with his wisdom and the assistance of the system, how could he have come to this point? Unfortunately, there is no if in life. Qin Yi was banished to Yuanjiang City just after his rebirth. With the help of the system, after several months of painstaking efforts, the power has been improved slightly. But who would have thought that the eldest prince would not be able to tolerate him at all, and the ultimate move made him powerless? It's hateful. If time is enough, this eldest prince will have been trampled under his feet. This is the end of the matter, and regret is useless. That being the case, even if he were to die, he would die standing up. Qin Yi's blood is not cold. It's not that easy to take my life. Although I am weak, why should I be afraid of a battle? Qin Yi took a deep breath, suppressed the remorse in his heart, and his expression became calm again. He stood up slowly, stood proudly, and drew out the saber leaning against the book chair. Zheng. The sound of the sword was sonorous, and the cold sword light reflected on Qin Yi's resolute and calm face, looking chilling and lingering. Fight! Qin Yi drank in a deep voice, pointing the sword in his hand to Lord Bai Hualang. Okay, Ninth Prince, I appreciate you more and more. Bai Hualangjun was stunned for a moment, and then he burst into laughter. Then I'll take you on your way. Suddenly, the smile on the corner of Bai Hualangjuan's mouth became colder. With a wave of his right hand, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth fluctuated, turned into a sword energy, and shot towards Qin Yi. Controlling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, this is the power of innate warriors. Buzz! The sword flow swirled and swelled to a foot long. Before Qin Yi had time to act, this sword energy was like a streamer, smashing through the void. C7 I'm dying. It doesn't exist. Is this the power of innate warriors? Sure enough, it's not a level, but Qin Yi, are not that easy to kill. Qin Yi's face remained calm, and he whispered in his mouth. Put! The sound of sword energy penetrating flesh and blood sounded, and with Qin Yi's figure, he flew backwards. Boom! Qin Yi's body slammed against the bookshelf collapsed, and the books on it were scattered, burying Qin Yi at once. Pity! Bai Hualangjun stood with his hands behind his back, looked at Qin Yi who was buried after falling to the ground, shook his head and sighed. Then, just as Bai Hualangjun stepped forward to check the situation, a strange sound made him stunned for a moment. Crash! I saw the pile of books that covered Qin Yi suddenly scattered. A palm stretched out from it, and it was Qin Yi's palm. Bai Hualangjun frowned, looking at where Qin Yi was in surprise and doubt. Cough cough. Qin Yi clutched his left arm and stood up from the stack of books, his face was pale and he vomited blood. Bai Hualangjuan's surefire move actually only abolished Qin Yi's left arm, but did not kill Qin Yi. It turned out that Qin Yi couldn't do anything, and finally tried his best to dodge, and then he escaped dangerously. Interesting. Bai Hualangjuan's eyes flickered, and he became more and more interested in the 9 princes. Bai Hualangjuan naturally knew the power of his move, but he did not expect to be avoided by the 9th prince who was not at the 5th level of the acquired realm. How could this not surprise him? But, that's about it. He has already made his move, and he will surely return with the head of this 9th prince. Bai Hualangjuan's eyes turned cold, and he was about to make a move, but he saw the 9th prince on the opposite side suddenly let out a sigh of relief and showed a slight smile. Why are you laughing? Bai Hualangjun said angrily. Bai Hualangjuan was quite dissatisfied by not winning Qin Yi, which was originally a surefire move. Now the smile at the corner of Qin Yi's mouth made him even more angry. What appreciation for Qin Yi has long been thrown into the clouds by him. I want you to die. Bai Hualangjun said angrily, and was about to take action and kill Qin Yi. However, Qin Yi chuckled lightly. You have no chance. What? Hearing this, Bai Hualangjun was stunned, not understanding what Qin Yi meant. Young master means you don't have a chance. At this moment, a cold and murderous voice came from Bai Hualangjuan's ear. Bai Hualangjun was suddenly shocked, and his heart was not good. An extremely sharp knife light flashed, cut through the sky, and attacked him from the right. The light of the knife was so fast that it was too late for people to react. Fortunately, Baihua Langjun, as an old-fashioned innate martial artist, has rich combat experience and has an extremely fast response on the spot, so he quickly turned to the side. The knife light almost wiped Baihua Langjun's face, and the tip of the knife cut off Baihua Langjun's hair. Only then did Baihua Langjun see clearly that in front of him there was a ruthless man wearing a black robe and holding a strange long knife. It was the innate warrior he had noticed before. Dare to hurt the young master, you deserve to die. Byakuya held the Zanpakuto in one hand, his eyes were indifferent, and he stared at Baihua Langjun with a killing intent. Bai Zai was terrified in his heart. If he hadn't heard the movement and rushed over, the young master's life would have been in danger. This person actually hurt the young master, and almost hurt the young master's life. Simply unforgivable. Then, only with his life to pay for it. C8 The powerful Byakuya is a zero flower. An extremely suppressed wave escaped from Byakuya. In a black robe, there is no wind, and there is a strong noise. Not like true chi, but more oppressive than true chi, and there is a hint of coldness in it. This is the spiritual pressure, or what it looks like after the spiritual pressure is mutated. Qin looked at Bai Zai in amazement and said with interest. Since Bai Zai's arrival, Qin has completely relaxed. With Bai Zai present, he no longer has to worry about his life. Although Bai Zai is not at the peak, it is not a problem to defeat or even kill this Baihua Langjun. This is Byakuya's strength. This person is invincible. Go! Baihua Langjun's pupils shrank, and such thoughts flashed in his heart. Whether it was the knife just now, or the momentum Bai Zai showed now, it was far stronger than he imagined. The ninth prince actually has such a powerful warrior. What does the intelligence department of the eldest prince do? This matter, he and the prince are not finished. Baihua Langjun thought bitterly, and immediately no longer hesitated, and turned to leave. As soon as his figure moved, Baihua Langjun flew out of the Zhu window. Want to go? No way. Byakuya snorted coldly. I saw that Byakuya didn't make any other extra moves, and his feet were a little bit. The next moment, the figure who stayed in place has gradually blurred, and he has appeared behind Baihua Langjun. Xuanbu. Qin Yi's eyes lit up. This is one of the God of Death's signature skills, which can greatly increase the speed of God of Death. Moreover, Bai Zai is a leader who is good at this way. Byakuya, save his life. Suddenly, Qin Yi seemed to remember something, and said quickly and loudly. Not far away, Bai Zai heard the words, his body stagnant, and the strength of Chen Ben Sakura in his hand could not help but weaken a little. What? The shadows of the sword split. Bai Zai chopped several knives in a row, and slashed them on Baihua Langjun's limbs. Baihua Langjun was originally protected by a shield of infuriating energy, but when he encountered the Ryatsu that enveloped Sunban Sakura, he melted and collapsed at the touch of a touch. Shock! 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 With the sound of the blade piercing the flesh 4 times in a row, Baihua Langjun's tendons and hamstrings were all torn off by Bai Zai. Immediately, Bai Zai stepped forward and slapped Baihua Langjun on the chest. A spiritual pressure rushed into the opponent's body, suppressing the opponent's true chi and unable to move. After doing this, Bai Zai turned around and said apologetically to Qin Yi, Master, Bai Zai is late. A little thing, it's okay. Qin Yi waved his hand indifferently, and didn't mean to blame Bai Zai. If it wasn't for Byakuya's arrival, his life would have been long gone. More than that, because of Bai Zai's strength, he was excited. He had already overestimated Bai Zai's strength enough, and he didn't want to underestimate it. With just one move, Byakuya defeated Baihua Langjun neatly. Among them, of course, there are reasons why Baihua Langjun is determined to escape and neglects precautions. Bai Zai's strength cannot be ignored. He is far stronger than the average innate martial artist. Hiss! Qin Yi moved a few steps and pulled the wound on his left arm, causing him to grin in pain. However, he gritted his teeth and walked slowly to Baihua Langjun. At this time, Baihua Langjun's face was lost, and his face was lost. He originally thought that the task of being a sure shot was repeated over and over again by accident. He didn't expect that Qin Yi would be able to avoid his sure kill move. I didn't even expect that Bai Zai's strength was so strong. One wrong step, one wrong step. Now he has been thrown into prison, becoming Qin Yi's prisoner. C9 Angry teenager hits hard. Ninth prince, I underestimated you, the eldest prince underestimated you. Seeing Qin Yi coming, Baihua Langjun cheered up and said in a hoarse male voice. This is Baihua Langjun's real voice, and now, he is no longer able to pretend to be a woman. Why, where did the indomitable look before? Qin Yi sneered, his eyes as cold as ice, looking down at Baihua Langjun. The wind is turning. Just now, Lord Hundred Flowers was invincible in front of him, showing his mercy, and now it is his turn to look down on Lord Hundred Flowers. Bump! Genie even stepped on Bai Hualongjun's chest, and the weight of his foot made him spit out blood. Bai Hualongjun's tendons and hamstrings were cut off by Bai Zai, and his true chi was suppressed, making him unable to resist Genie's movements at all. 9 kings. 9 princes, please let me go. At this moment, Bai Hualongjun finally panicked. He didn't want to die here. He didn't want to die in the hands of Qin Yi, a waste prince. He still had a great time. So, he begged Qin Yi for mercy. Oh? What, do you know you're afraid too? Qin Yi sneered, bent down slightly, and Huoran stretched out his hand and slapped Bai Hualongjun in the face. Snapped. This slap was loud and clear. Bai Hualongjun's left face swelled up instantly, the corners of his mouth bleed, and a few teeth in his mouth were fanned away and fell to the ground. You! Bai Hualongjun's eyes were about to burst into flames, and resentment and shame flooded into his heart. He is an innate martial artist, but he was slapped by the famous waste prince in the capital. What a humiliation this is! I gave Yi this slap. She is my concubine, you can't pretend. Qin Yi's tone was cold and he said with a sneer. A look of anger flashed across Bai Hualongjun's face. He opened his mouth, and was about to speak. Snapped. However, when Qin Yi moved his right hand, he slapped the left face of Bai Hualongjun with his backhand. It didn't take a moment for the corners of Bai Hualongjun's mouth to swell up. This slap is for me. I am the 9th prince of the Unfallen dynasty, a born noble. You can be humiliated at will. Snapped. This is what I typed for the damaged books in my study. These are all given to me by my mother-in-law. How can you damage them? Wait, can't I compare to these tattered books? Hearing this sentence, Bai Hualongjun suddenly widened his eyes and said, struggling. He is a congenital martial artist, can't even these tattered books compare? Bai Hualongjun was extremely humiliated in his heart. In my eyes, you can't even compare to a mouse on the ground, disgusting sissy. Qin Yi's hands kept moving, and he opened his bow left and right, hitting Bai Hualongjun's face with a crackling sound. Ah, you're the sissy. When Bai Hualongjun heard Qin Yi's words, he was immediately angry and wanted to struggle to resist. Oh, I still want to resist. Qin Yi raised his eyebrows, and slapped him again with a brutal slap on Bai Hualongjun's face, leaving no effort at all. The crisp slaps sounded one after another in the study. Bai Zai, who was beside him, was stunned. In his eyes, Qin Yi had always been the image of a handsome young man. Now, it looks so crazy. However, this look makes Byakuya appreciate it even more. To the enemy, it should be so overbearing. After a long while, Qin Yi stopped panting, and the suffocation in his heart was released a little. C10 Do you still like Teenage Murder Upgrade? Inside the study, Qin Yi was panting. Looking at Bai Hualongjun on the ground again, his face was swollen like a ball, his breath was like a gossamer, his hair was disheveled, and he kept coughing up blood. No matter how weak Qin Yi is, he is also an acquired 5th-level martial artist. Bai Hualongjun was continuously tied by his palms, and his eyes were already staring at gold stars. Ha! It's just with this person's strength that you can show off your might in front of me. With his own strength, it is impossible for you to resist the big prince. The power of the eldest prince is not something you can resist. I am just one step ahead on the road to Huangquan. Bai Hualongjun struggled to regain his sanity, looked at Qin Yi with fire-breathing eyes, and roared in his mouth. Bai Hualongjun didn't beg for mercy anymore. By now, he already knew that Qin Yi would not let him go again, and he was already ready to die. It's just a pity that he couldn't see the scene of Qin Yi's death. That's right, soon, I will send the eldest prince to be your companion on Huangquan Road. Until then, use your life as my stepping stone. After finishing speaking, Qin Yi held a saber and stabbed it suddenly. The sharp sword edge missed Bai Hualongjun's chest and took his life. Bai Hualongjun widened his eyes and looked at Qin Yi in shock. He didn't expect Qin Yi to start doing it. The dark red blood slowly overflowed along the sword wound on his chest, taking away the vitality of Bai Hualongjun. In a trance, his eyelids became heavier and heavier, and he saw a scene that shocked him. The breath of Qin Yi's body suddenly soared. The 5th level of the day after tomorrow, the 6th level of the day after tomorrow, the 7th level of the day after tomorrow. Is it a hallucination? So unwilling that. Such a thought flashed through Bai Hualongjun's mind, and eventually he lost consciousness. Put. The sword in his hand pierced Bai Hualongjun's chest, and a blanket of blood spurted out. Killed. No matter in the past life or now, Qin Yi is the first time to kill someone. However, Qin Yi's heart was not flustered at all, but became more and more calm. Maybe it's because he has always advocated violence in his body. More because this is a world of great competition. It is here that all dynasties confront each other, and only powerful warriors can bloom their dazzling light here. Weak and small, will only end up in a dead end. Only with great strength and power can we live happily in this chaotic world. Therefore, Qin Yi chose to fight. Fight with people. Fight with the ground. Fight with the sky. Fight him in the dark. Fight out the dawn future that belongs to him. Lord Bai Hualing is his stepping stone into this world of great contention. How can he disturb his mind? Prince, it will be your turn soon. Qin Yi's eyes were like torches, looking in the direction of the capital, and said quietly. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Qin Yi's mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the Elite Life. The current Elite Life cultivation base is innate 3-layer. 7 realms higher than the host, extract experience points, and extract killing points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting 500 experience points and 60 *** killing points. A trace of ecstasy flashed on Qin Yi's face, and at the same time, a stream of pure energy poured out of his body and flowed all over his limbs. Immediately, infused with this pure energy, the wisps of true qi in Qin Yi's body surged rapidly. In just a moment, what was originally only a few dozen strands of infuriating energy skyrocketed to hundreds, or even thousands. Like smoke and mist, it filled Qin Yi's entire dantian. Then it even launched a charge towards the 7 meridians and 8 meridians that had not been opened yet. C11 Youth upgraded. Boom! 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 There were several roars in Qin Yi's body, deafening. The remaining 3 Sirius meridians were opened up in a blink of an eye, the 8 meridians penetrated 6, and only the 2nd meridian of Rin and Du was not opened. Outside world. Qin Yi's momentum has also advanced by leaps and bounds from the 5th level of the day after tomorrow, the 6th level of the day after tomorrow, the 7th level of the day after tomorrow, until the 9th level of the day after tomorrow, then it stops. That pure energy also subsided. Is this power? Is this the power of the system? Qin Yi suddenly opened his eyes were bright, and his eyes were full of fire. In the blink of an eye, the 4th heaven was broken. Qin Yi only needs to connect the 2 veins of Rondu and build a bridge between heaven and earth, and then he can be promoted to the innate warrior. This is the real power of the system. The ability to allow him to quickly become a peerless powerhouse. As long as he kills all the powerful enemies and conquers everything, he can get everything. When you hold the sword in your hand, cut through thorns and thorns, sweep away all obstacles in front of me, and reach the top of the world. At this moment, Qin Yi has a clear idea and breaks free from the shackles. Although Qin Yi is still very weak now, he has not yet been promoted to the innate martial artist, and there is only one strong man under Bai Zai. But the system gave him hope and gave him a chance to surpass the rest of the world. Since he chose to be unyielding and choose to fight, he has no regrets. He already has an advantage far beyond ordinary people, and there is nothing to hesitate. People live a lifetime. When they are wonderful and wanton, why be afraid of their heads and tails? What's more, there is still the eldest prince who is staring at him and may give him a fatal blow at any time, so he can't take it lightly. Congratulations to the great progress of the young master. Feeling Qin Yi's soaring momentum, Bai Zai lowered his noble head to show his submission. Ha, my power is not enough in your eyes. Qin Yi came back to his senses and laughed. Before Bai Zai fought against Bai Hualangjun, his strength was undoubtedly revealed. Defeating the innate 3rd-level warrior with one move, this means that Bai Zai's strength is probably still above the innate 4th level. This is because Bai Zai has been suppressed to a low point in all aspects, and he still has such a strong strength. Qin Yi's heart is hot, and he is more and more looking forward to Bai Zai's strength after he regains his peak. Exactly, now he has just obtained a kill point, which can be used to restore Byakuya's strength. System, how many kill points are needed to restore Bai Zai's peak strength? Ding! To restore Kochiki Byakuya's vice-captain level Reiki, 50 kill points are required. To restore Kochiki Byakuya's captain level Ryatsu, 200 kill points are required. It takes 300 killing points to wake up the sleeping Senbon Sakura. The system's words made Qin Yi smile helplessly. He thought he was getting 32 kill points enough. Who knows that it is not enough to restore Byakuya to the vice-captain level Ryatsu, let alone restore Byakuya to his peak state. Qin Yi had no choice but to give up this idea. Okay, let me see what good things are on this Bai Hualangjun. At this time, Qin Yi focused his attention on the dead Bai Hualangjun. Bai Hualangjun is an innate 3rd-level martial artist, and he must have some valuable treasures on his body. Master, let me come. As soon as Qin Yi made a move, Bai Zai stopped him. All right. Qin Yi smiled. With Bai Zai present, naturally he didn't need to do such rough work. Bai Hualangjun was dead, and Bai Zai easily tore off his disguise. The true face of this Bai Hualangjun was also revealed in front of Qin Yi. He was a young man with beautiful eyes and a little bit of a woman. C12 It's impossible to kill the little monster. I didn't expect that Bai Hua Langjun is still a genius. Qin Yi was surprised, feeling very surprised. Indeed, looking at Bai Hua Langjun's face, he is only in his 20s, but he is already a congenital triple layer, and it is not an exaggeration to call him a genius. However, now that the dust returns to the dust, the earth returns to the earth, Bai Hua Langjun is dead. No matter how talented he is, it is only a matter of time. His only role is to strengthen Qin Yi's Taoism. I saw Bai Zai groping for a while on Bai Hua Langjun and took out an item that looked like a ring. Immediately, Bai Zai took the ring, walked to Qin Yi's side, and handed it to him respectfully. Is this a storage ring? Qin Yi took the ring, checked it briefly, and raised his eyebrows. The so-called storage spirit ring is made of precious empty profound stones, and it contains a huge amount of space, which is used by warriors to store items. Because of the high cost, this storage spirit ring is also very valuable, and not everyone can own it. Even Qin Yigui, the 9th prince of the Buyuo dynasty, only had one spiritual ring for storage. Of course, this is also related to Qin Yi being unpopular in the Buyuo royal family. Unexpectedly, Bai Hua Langjun actually has a storage spirit ring. Qin Yi also suddenly realized when he thought of Bai Hua Langjun's innate third-level cultivation. The ring is faint, exuding a bright light. The word lower grade is engraved on the inside of it. According to the size of the space in the storage ring, it is subdivided into the lower, middle and upper grades. The lower grade is the second, and the upper grade is the best. The storage spirit ring in Qin Yi's hand, which was obtained from Bai Hua Langjun, is a low-grade storage spirit ring. The way to start the storage spirit ring is very simple. Mobilize the infuriating energy in the body, pierce the storage spirit ring, and the scene inside the ring is suddenly revealed to Qin Yi. Qin Yi's eyes swept away, and there were several things neatly placed in the spiritual ring. A pile of gold, a pile of square white stones exuding aura fluctuations, and 2 books bound by thread. Qin Yi directly skipped the pile of gold. Even though Qin Yi was lonely now, he was also from a royal family and had no shortage of gold and silver treasures, so he naturally despised this pile of gold. It was the pile of white stones that caught his attention. With a move, one of the white stones appeared in Qin Yi's hand. Is this the spirit stone? Qin Yi played with the finger-sized white stone in his hand and looked up and down. The so-called spirit stones are things that warriors use to aid their cultivation, and their value is more expensive than gold. Spirit stones are also divided into 3 grades, lower, middle and upper, according to the amount of spiritual power they contain. The pile of spirit stones in the storage spirit ring is a pile of low-grade spirit stones. After looking carefully for a while, Qin Yi also lost interest. He has the help of the system. Why do you need to cultivate? The spiritual stone falls into his hands, like a chicken rib. The spiritual energy contained in the spiritual stone, how can there be a system that directly instills it quickly and violently? Why should he abandon the basics and pursue the spiritual energy in the spiritual stone? Byakuya, is this spirit stone useful for you to restore your strength? Saying that, Qin Yi threw the spirit stone in his hand to Bai Zai. If there are another 1,000 such spirit stones, I can restore the strength of the vice-captain level. Bai Zai took the spirit stone, held it in his hand, and felt it carefully, and said to Qin Yi, "Okay. All these spirit stones are given to you." A smile suddenly appeared on Qin Yi's face, and it seemed that this spirit stone was not useless. As long as Byakuya can regain his strength, these spirit stones can be considered to be fully utilized. Qin Yi threw the storage spirit ring directly to Bai Zai. He already had a storage spirit ring on him, and this storage spirit ring was just handed over to Bai Zai. As for those 2 books, Qin Yi glanced at them and lost interest. But it is the secret manual Bai Hua Langjun cultivated to use to change his appearance, and it is useless to him. Don't look at it. C13 Young man, your future is so bad. Night. Cold wind is blowing, cold and lonely. But Qin Yi's heart is hot. At night, after a night of tossing, Qin Yi asked Bai Zai to dispose of Bai Hua Langjun's body. Immediately, he hastily dealt with the wound on his left arm, then went back to the bedroom and slept in his clothes early. That night, he had a dream. In the dream, he was all-powerful and looked down on the heavens. With the help of the Supreme Conquest System, behead powerful enemies and turn them into killing points and killing experience. Defeat the real fairy. Kill the gods. Blast the demon lord. Step by step to the top of the world, and become the most powerful person who dominates the world. In the dream, he won the throne of the king who never fell. By his side, there are countless anime characters and characters that he is familiar with. With the help of these people, he crushed everything, swept up and down, and swept away all obstacles in front of him. Conquer all enemies who dare to oppose him. What a prince, What a martial arts holy land, what a peerless dynasty. In front of his invincible army, they are all ants, and they will collapse at a touch. In his hands, the Buluo dynasty became stronger and more prosperous. With the help of his invincible army, the entire Tianyao continent was bathed in the glory of the Buluo dynasty. In the end, even the heavens and the world will surrender to his feet. The supreme beings from all walks of life are all prostrate at his feet, bowing their heads to him. Countless phantom-like pictures flashed in Qin Yi's dream, as real as illusion. In the end, the picture in the dream was fixed in a splendid and majestic hall. This is a temple built on top of the sky. Han Baiyu Bridge, pavilions, Lan Yu Immortal Tower, stand around the hall. Flocks of cranes, groups of unknown alien beasts, fly recklessly in the sky. Qin Yi was wearing an imperial robe, sitting on the high dragon seat, looking down at all beings. Under him stood his civil and military officials. Zhang Liang, a strategist of the Han family with unparalleled resourcefulness. The peerless Kongming with superior strategy. The talented Lu Ji. The powerful overlord of Western Shu is unrivaled. With the unparalleled long spear Zhao Yun in white robes. There is Han Xin who is like an immortal descended into the world. There is also the 12th division of the Guardian with all black robes, and Bai Zai is among them. There is also a large group of capable people who are familiar or unfamiliar with Qin Yi, who come from fantasy time. These are all help for him to conquer the heavens and the world. Around these people, there are countless gods and immortals with amazing momentum, who also lowered their arrogant heads, and even prostrated on the ground, bowing to Qin Yi. This is Qin Yi's power. Gaze over the things in the hall and bet outside the hall. Qin Yi's eyes were deep and he saw the scene under the sky. On the ground, countless powerful legions are gathering. The dragon roars to the sky, covering the universe. Countless real dragons roared proudly in the sky, sometimes falling to the ground and turning into human figures. These are all troops from the Dragon Clan, driven by Qin Yi. The demonic energy surged into the sky, the wolf howled at the moon, and the tiger howled at the mountains and forests. Countless demon powerhouses full of demonic energy all looked up at the sky, with endless awe in their eyes, looking at the temple where Qin Yi was. These are the armies from the Demon Clan, who have overcome difficulties for Qin Yi. Demonic chi curls up, demons flutter their wings, and demon beasts tread the sky. Countless demon soldiers, led by the demon commander, lined up and waited for Qin Yi's order. This is the army from the demon race, swallowing the world for Qin Yi. A solemn-looking soldier with a dagger, a firm gaze, a coat of armor, and endless admiration on his face. This is the army from the human race, opening up territory for Qin Yi. C14 come to the system, let's have a good chat. Sit high above Jiuxiao, sit and watch Yunwan Yunshu. This is Qin Yi's current state. Anyone in front of him will be inferior to him, bowing his head as a minister, even the way of heaven is no exception. Countless goddesses and fairies sang and danced, just to win his favor. All the enemies standing in front of him will be smashed by the invincible army under his command. Within the heavens and the world, I am invincible. The world, the universe, are all my ministers. An indescribable feeling of excitement surged into my heart. Qin Yi stood up from the throne and was about to speak to his thousands of people. Then woke up. Early morning. Qin Yi was lying on the bed with a look of liver pain. Anyone who has such an experience will be like Qin Yi. I pretended to be forced in my dream, but I was halfway through pretending to be forced, but I woke up inexplicably. This kind of feeling is like when you walk into the door of the bridal room and open the red cover excitedly. But I found out that you are dreaming, and you don't have a girlfriend in reality. Both feelings are the same. Qin Yi is in this state now, and his heart is lost. Although it was a dream of Huang Liang, he was already obsessed with that feeling. Drunk on the knees of a beauty, wake up and take control of the world. All the heavens and the world are all surrendered to the feet. Immortals, gods, and monarchs are just his servants. And he can command all worlds, even the way of heaven is no exception. The tentacles of his forces have spread all over the world, and there is no place that is not his territory. One word can break the life and death of countless living beings. In one word, the rise and fall of all worlds can be judged. A single thought can stir up the wind and clouds of the heavens. This kind of powerful feeling makes Qin Yi obsessed, or anyone can indulge in it. The picture in the dream seems to have happened in reality. The illusion and reality overlap, and Qin Yi's heart is lost. The real dream gave Qin Yi a feeling that he had experienced all these things, but Qin Yi understood that it was just a dream. Perhaps, this dream is related to the system. A light flashed in Qin Yi's eyes, and the strong sense of loss in his heart had already been suppressed by him. System, honestly, is the dream last night related to you? Ding, the host is right, it's a dream I built for the host. It's really you, can't you let me pretend to be a force? The corners of Qinyi's mouth twitched, and he immediately became uneasy. He didn't expect the system to admit it so stubbornly. Thinking of last night's dream, Qinyi went crazy. This damn system can't let him be in a dream and force this to finish. If it wasn't for the existence of the system attached to his soul, he would like to find it out and beat him up. Host, you can think about it. The dream last night is not something you can get if you want. The cold mechanical sound of the system was obviously stagnant, and it was only later that he said helplessly, "What else is special about the dream last night?" The system's mindless words made Qinyi startled and confused. "Please ask the host to inquire by yourself." After saying this, the system's voice fell silent. No matter how Qinyi called, the system didn't answer, leaving only Qinyi with a confused face. Zhang Er was at a loss. "Dream last night? Dream?" Qinyi muttered and pondered. C15 Yo husband, you wake up. The system's words have already pointed out that the dream he had last night was not a simple dream. Not a dream just to make him pretend. It's not that the system is deliberately tricking Qinyi. There must be a system that has not been explained, and he has not figured it out. Does the system want to point out the future direction for him through this dream? No. He never doubted the power of the system. Everything in the dream, through the help of the system, he will eventually achieve. There is no need for the system to go to great lengths to construct a dream to explain it to him. So, what is the system not pointing out? Ding! The host won the first battle, and the reward has been sent. At this time, the belated system prompt sounded. Award? Dreamland? In Qinyi's mind, a light flashed instantly. The dream last night was a reward. And, it's a great reward. He has already touched a little clue, and he just needs to verify it. If his idea is true, then the reward he got this time will be huge. Qinyi's eyes became more and more hot. He immediately put on his clothes, and couldn't wait to test it. Just then, a familiar voice sounded outside the door. "Husband, I heard that there were assassins attacking last night, so I came here to visit." The soft and waxy voice is very provocative, exactly the same as the voice of Bai Hualangju last night. However, the owner of the voice was not as polite as Lord Bai Hualing, so he pushed in the door directly. "Yo, husband, you got up." The voice was bright, and at the same time the owner of the voice also appeared in front of the door. A picturesque beauty stood pretty in front of Qinyi's door. This woman, dressed in a light blue palace dress, looked exactly the same as the one Bai Hualangjun dressed up last night. This is Qinyi's nominal concubine, Lui. A peerless beauty with alluring beauty, but became Qinyi's concubine. This incident caused a huge sensation in the entire Yuanjiang city at that time. Although Qinyi was a prince, he was born noble and was born noble. But everyone knew that Qinyi was banished to Yuanjiang city. Anyone with a little discernment can see that Qinyi is the prince who was eliminated early in the battle for the throne of the king. The 9 princes who have lost power, even if they have royal blood, are not worth betting on. What's more, it is well known that the eldest prince dislikes the 9th prince, which makes everyone shy away from Qinyi. One is the eldest prince who is in full swing and is expected to ascend to the top of the dynasty. One is the 9th prince who was not liked by the king and was banished to the frontier. Anyone with a little discernment will know how to choose. The old man of the Lu family happily found Qinyi, married him, and married Lui, the eldest lady of the Lu family, to Qinyi. Moreover, it is still in the identity of a concubine, not the main room. This made it impossible for the leaders of many forces in Yuanjiang city to guess why the old man of the Lu family was thinking, why they should get together with a dying person. Yes, in the eyes of everyone, with the means of the eldest prince, Qinyi would die tragically in Yuanjiang city within half a year. Even if the old man of the Lu family had any plans, in the end, it was all in vain. Until the news came out later, it turned out that Qinyi had inadvertently helped the old man of the Lu family, so that he could successfully retire and return to his hometown. This move by the old man of the Lu family is just an act of repayment. This made everyone stunned and praised the old man of the Lu family for his ingenuity. This old man of the Lu family is worthy of being an old fox who used to be the prime minister, and he does things hot. Qinyi is already a mortal person. Lui will marry Qinyi, and it will take a long time to be free. This move can not only repay Qinyi's favor, but also win a good reputation for the Lu family. However, it is a pity to lose the reputation of Lui, the eldest lady of the Lu family. This made many young heroes in Yuanjiang city itch with hatred. C16 The enchanting concubine really has Qinyi took the eldest Miss Lu family as a concubine, which can be said to have caused an uproar in Yuanjiang city. The eldest Miss Lu family is the #1 beauty in Yuanjiang city. Qinyi is just a poor prince, without power or power. The combination of the two suddenly made Qin Yi hated by countless young talents in Yuanjiang City who coveted the eldest Miss Lu family. Even in Mijiang County, where Yuanjiang City is located, no one in other cities cares about Qin Yi. This makes one have to say that Qin Yi made a good death. Offending the eldest prince, but also offending the young talents of Mijiang County, isn't this death? To be honest, Qin Yi didn't want to lie in this muddy water. But the old man of the Lu family offered a price he didn't want to refuse at all. So, Lu Yi entered Qin Yi's house. I heard that you were injured, I specially asked Shuer to see you. Lu Yi took Song Shuer and walked into the room. After closing the door, her attitude suddenly became cold. The bright smile on the corner of his mouth has disappeared, and it is not cold or frosty, but lukewarm. Qin Yi didn't say a word, and was not surprised by this situation for a long time. When Lu Yi married him, in the final analysis, it was just submissive to the arrangement of the old man of the Lu family. She herself did not agree with this marriage, and even said she resisted it. But Lu Yi couldn't refuse the old man's request, so she finally agreed. However, since she became Qin Yi's concubine, in front of outsiders, Lu Yi behaved dignifiedly, and she was more affectionate with Qin Yi. But when she is alone with Qin Yi, she will be a lot colder. Shuer, you are here. Qin Yi didn't care much about Lu Yi's attitude, but looked at the woman dressed as a maid next to Lu Yi with a smile. Uncle. Shuer Ying bowed and said softly. As her own lady's personal maid, she may have dealt with Qin Yi more often than Lu Yi has dealt with Qin Yi. Also because of the contact for so long, Shuer has no distaste for Qin Yi. Sometimes, she even thinks that her uncle is actually good, not as bad as the rumors. Shuer, don't bother you, I have almost treated the wound. Seeing that Shuer was busy putting down the medicine box on her body, Qin Yi couldn't help but say. Uncle, you are a big man, you don't know medical skills, you are careless, and it is easy to handle wounds. If the wound is not treated well, the root of the disease is not good. Unexpectedly, Shuer said solemnly with a solemn face. All right. Qin Yi smiled lightly, stretched out his left arm, and handed it over to Shuer. Shuer immediately took out the tools and carefully treated Qin Yi's wound again. For a while, the room fell into silence again. Shuer was treating Qin Yi's wound, while Lu Yi was standing aside, absent-mindedly. Qin Yi had nothing to do, so he just calmed down and studied the system. In this way, the only sound left in the room was the sound of Shuer flipping the tool when she was dealing with the wound. Hiss! Suddenly, Qin Yi sucked in a breath of cold air. It turned out that when Shuer was treating the wound, she accidentally touched Qin Yi's affected area. Qin Yi didn't notice for a while, and cried out in pain. Ah, uncle, are you alright? Seeing Qin Yi screaming in pain, Shuer said quickly, and all of a sudden the movements in her hands began to be in a hurry. It's okay, Shuer is not in a hurry. Qin Yi couldn't help but speak to appease Shuer. The warm smile at the corner of Qin Yi's mouth made Shuer calm down again. Just when Shuer wanted to continue to treat Qin Yi's wound, a pair of lotus-white arms took the tools in her hand. Miss? Shuer was stunned for a moment, and looked at Lu Yi in a daze. This is the first time in a long time that the young lady is actually caring about her uncle. Don't think too much, I don't care about you. Shuer is sloppy, I'm just worried that she can't handle her wounds. Lu Yi took the cloth, carefully bandaged Qin Yi's wound, and did not forget to explain. Oh, I got it. Qin Yi looked at Lu Yi, who was trying to cover up, and smiled lightly. What are you laughing at? Laugh again and watch me tear your mouth apart. Qin Yi's teasing made Lu Yi's face blushed, and Lu Yi couldn't help but let out a coquettish cry. And you, Shuer, don't laugh. Immediately, Lu Yi turned her head and stared at Shuer, who was covering her mouth and snickering. Don't laugh, I don't laugh. The smile on Qin Yi's face stopped for a while, and he said while holding back his smile. Uncle doesn't laugh, and I don't laugh either. With a smile in her eyes, Shuer said solemnly. Humph, damn girl, see if I go back and don't take care of you. Lu Yi glared at Shuer again, as if to say. C-17 The juvenile system will not trick you inside the room. Soon, it fell into silence again, and Lu Yi was treating Qin Yi's wound. Qin Yi smiled lightly at the corners of his mouth, looking at Lu Yi, who was busy before and after. He felt warm. However, Qin Yi didn't notice Lu Yi's eyes, which fell on him from time to time, complicated and confused. After 2 months of buffering, Lu Yi still had a hard time accepting her becoming Qin Yi's concubine. There was even a feeling that she was in a dream. Which girl does not have spring? Which girl does not look forward to? Looking forward to the future, my husband is so good, standing upright and arrogant. In Lu Yi's mind, her future husband is not to mention the great hero and hero of the mountains and rivers. At the very least, it must be a martial artist with outstanding military strength, or a literary hero with outstanding literary talent. And Qini has nothing to do with these two. After months of observation, Louis saw that Qini was not as ignorant as the outside world rumored, but that was all. If you can't do it in martial arts, you can't do it in writing. The only thing that can be taken out is the identity of the Night Prince. Besides, Louis didn't see from Qini what she imagined her future husband to look like. Is it really necessary to wait for Qini to be killed as the outside world guest and then remarry someone else? Louis looked at Qini with a complicated expression. Her heart was numb. Reason told her that doing so was the best plan. However, Louis is not the kind of unkind person. Marry a chicken and follow a chicken, marry a dog and follow a dog. This is the way of women. She is a wife, not to wait to see her husband killed. And Qini is really different from what he expected. The image of the future husband is too big. Louis was unwilling. Suddenly, out of the corner of Louis's eyes, he caught a glimpse of Qini's confident and open smile, and couldn't help but tremble. Maybe give him a chance, it's okay. In the end, Schwer bandaged Qini's wound. Louis took Schwer away, leaving only a gust of fragrance. From beginning to end, except for the words at the beginning, Qini and the two never communicated too much. Looking at the backs of Louis and the two of them, Qini sighed softly. The bustling world is for profit, and the bustling world is for profit. Born in this cruel world, Louis was undoubtedly the victim of the interest transaction between him and the Lu family master. To be honest, he admired this strong woman. Charming on the outside, but resolute on the inside. Not any woman can silently bear all this suddenness. Suddenly married, and married to a famous waste prince. Even with the persuasion of the old man of the Lu family, all this is not something that an ordinary woman can bear. Worth mentioning, in the future, I promise you a lifetime of glory. Qini stood up and took a deep look at the direction Louis was leaving. Martial Arts Arena. This is a wide square specially built by Qini in the mansion for his martial arts practice. A prince who does not fall into a dynasty, even if he is in a downfall, is not something that ordinary people can compare to. The house at Qini's feet is the best proof. What's more, Qini is also the nominal city lord and supreme ruler of Yuanzhang City. A mansion in a prosperous area can also occupy an area that can only be possessed by ordinary 4 or 5 mansions. Call. Qini stood quietly in the square, took a deep breath, and at some point held a steel sword in his hand. Close your eyes. Recalling the swordsmanship in my mind, Chongshao swordsmanship. Chongshao swordsmanship is divided into 9 styles. The most difficult to master is the last 3 styles: Flying Star Slash, Crossing the Sky, Scarlet Cloud 1,000 Miles. Qini has been practicing Chongshao swordsmanship for 4 years, and he has not mastered the last 3 styles. The difficulty of these 3 styles is evident. Immediately, Qini waved the steel sword in his hand, and rushed to the Shao swordsmanship at his fingertips. Qini moved his movements, and the steel sword in his hand looked chilling under his dancing. Qini has practiced the swordsmanship of Chongshao thousands of times, and the 9-style swordsmanship has long been remembered in his heart. However, in this practice, the feeling is very different from the previous practice. See 18 cool rewards you deserve this time. His understanding of the Chongshao swordsmanship kept coming to his mind. What he didn't understand before was now clear at one point. The so-called bottleneck seemed to not exist in front of him. The steel sword in Qini's hand danced constantly, Flying Stars Cut, Crossed the Sky, and thousands of miles of scarlet clouds. These 3 styles that Qini could not master before are now naturally used in Qini's dancing, without any sense of stagnation. Over and over again, Qini was immersed in the world of swordsmanship, and the swordsmanship of Chongshao swordsmanship became more and more proficient. Gradually, Qini's sword moves became faster and faster, and his movements were tossing and turning, like a dragon overturning the river. In the entire martial arts arena, the sword glow is densely covered, and it hurts people's eyes. The sword light flashed, and the steel sword suddenly spit out a letter like a silver snake, and clicked into the inside of a pitch-black boulder standing on the right side of the martial arts field. Click! With a slight tremor, the black boulder shattered instantly from the place where the steel sword pierced, and cracks like a spider web spread all over it. I did this? Qini also recovered at this moment, widened his eyes, and looked at the steel sword pierced into the rock in disbelief. The rock in front of him was purchased by Qini for cultivation. Granite is an extremely hard stone body, and if you want to hit the broken rock and steel, you must at least be a person in the innate realm. With Qini's sword, he actually smashed the defense of the rock. It can be seen that the power of his sword has touched the destructive power of the innate realm. System, display the operation panel. Qini couldn't wait to call out the system. Host, Qini Cultivation, acquired 5 layers experience, 100/200 martial arts, 1, Xinglingong, advanced character, entry, 2. Chongshao swordsmanship, intermediate swordsmanship of character, entering the room, secret, none supernatural powers, none treasure, none kill point, none quests. 1. Kill the prince of the unfallen dynasty, difficult level quest, explanation. Both of the royal family, the great prince of the Buluo dynasty framed the host over and over again, and the host should behead this scorpion in a name of righteousness. Reward. King Road Dragon Sword. 2. Destroy the Black Wind Pirates, simple mission, explanation. Hatham Pirates has long violated the host's subordinates' territory, and the host should step on and destroy such wicked and vicious people, and let the people live in peace. Reward. Summoning chance once. Sure enough, my guess is correct. Xin Yi's eyes were burning, his eyes were full of fire, and he stared at the column of Chongshao swordsmanship. According to the division of the system, whether it is cultivating swordsmanship or other martial arts, the mastery of the exercises is divided into 5 levels. From the very beginning of entry, then to mastery, to enter the room, to be consummate, and to be superb. Remembering martial arts moves does not mean that you have truly mastered this martial art. Only when a martial artist can show the power of this martial art can he be considered entry level. On the other hand, Xin Yi climbed to the sky in one step, and the realm of Chongshao swordsmanship went from the entry level to the level of entering the room. How appalling this is! Even the top geniuses of the unfallen dynasty would not be able to defy the sky like this. Just practice the sword once, and you can step into the hall and enter the room from the entrance. If this news spreads out, it will be enough to shake the entire dynasty. Sure enough, my guess was not wrong, Xin Yi murmured, with a slight smile on his face. In one morning, the realm of Chongshao swordsmanship broke 2 realms in a row. This is something Xin Yi never dared to think about before. Even if he is not a peerless genius in the dynasty, it is impossible for him to make breakthroughs as simple as eating and drinking. C19 The combination of work and rest is king. It seems that the dream last night really improved his mood and made his understanding advance by leaps and bounds. After Xin Yi woke up before, he guessed the dream created by the system, and the so-called reward was related to his mood. Although he is separated from the dream state that regards everything as an ant and controls everything is still there. Because of the existence of this state of mind, Xin Yi's vision has undoubtedly improved a lot. Correspondingly, Xin Yi's comprehension has been greatly improved. A trace of uncontrollable joy appeared on Xin Yi's face. In terms of cultivation, he is not worried at all because of the system. As long as you try your best to kill strong enemies, you can gain killing experience and improve your cultivation. What he lacks is his comprehension of martial arts. Although killing points are useful for improving the realm of martial arts, Xin Yi doesn't want to spend too much killing points on it. Killing points are precious, and many functions of the system require killing points. Including Bai Zai's strength recovery, awakening the sleeping Qinben Sakura, all of these, without exception, require a killing point. Therefore, Xin Yi wants to accumulate killing points, and does not want to spend it on himself for the time being. At this time, the improvement of mood and understanding is a timely reign, and it is planned to make up for Xin Yi's shortcomings. Xin Yi is sure that for a long time, he does not need to spend killing points in martial arts. In this way, precious kill points can be saved for his use. Next, Xin Yi practiced the sky-rushing swordsmanship several times. This time, Xin Yi's understanding of Chongshao swordsmanship did not change much. In the later stage of martial arts, breakthroughs became more and more difficult. Even if Xin Yi's comprehension skyrocketed, he would not be able to break through in a short period of time. Time passed quickly, until the servants came to call. Xin Yi stopped cultivating. After lunch, Xin Yi sat quietly in the study for a while. Called Bai Zai, and the two walked outside the mansion. Walking on the road, the pedestrians on the road, seeing the two, avoided them one after another, and looked at the two in awe. When you look at the two, they are not ordinary people. Dressed in a white robe, with sword eyebrows and star eyes, he looked like a noble young man, with servants behind him. When encountering a noble man traveling, most civilians will choose to avoid it and dare not collide at all. Master, where are we going? Bai Zai followed behind Xin Yi, wearing a black robe, exuding the aura that strangers should not approach. Go to the drunk incense building. Xin Yi didn't look back, and led Bai Zai along the familiar route. Zuixiangxiang Lu, the most popular restaurant in Yuanjiang City, is the property of the Lu family in Yuanjiang City. Zuixiang Lu is most famous for the wine it sells, Zuixiang Brewing. Many warriors who come to Yuanjiang City will choose to come to Zuixiang Lu to taste the fine wine. Therefore, the business of Zuixiangxiang Lu has always been one of the pillar industries of the Lu family, and most of the expenses of the Lu family's disciples come from this. Since coming to Yuanjiang City, Xin Yi will come to Zuixiang Lu every afternoon to sit for a while. Listen to the chats of the warriors in the Zuixiangxiang building, and learn about some changes in the Buluo dynasty. Qin Yi's power is still very weak now, and there is no source of intelligence at all. In order to obtain information, he can only choose to come to this drunk incense building to investigate. Drunken house. The voices were full of people, and there were countless martial artists who came and went. Here, there are 3 religions and 9 streams, and many warriors pass by Yuanjiang City, and they will come to the Zhuixiangxiang building to taste a drunk incense brew. This also makes it possible that every day there are warriors from all over the world, who are here to talk eloquently. It also gave Qin Yi the opportunity to understand the changes in the current situation of the entire Buluo dynasty. C20 young man, you also have an alluring sister drunk incense building. Warriors from all over the Buluo dynasty brought news from different counties. I found a seat at random and sat down, and asked Xiao Er for a pot of drunken fragrant wine. Qin Yi began to drink by himself, and Bai Zai stood behind him. The appearance of Qin Yi did not interrupt the bragging of the warriors. Although Qin Yi and the 2 of them seem to have good identities, it will not affect them for these warriors who travel from south to north. Have you heard about the royal capital? At this time, the chat of a table of warriors caught Qin Yi's attention, and it was a thin warrior who spoke. In the matter of the royal capital, you mean that the eldest prince removed the title of Princess Qingcheng in front of the Minister of Civil and Military Affairs, forcing Princess Qingcheng to marry Wang Lei, the son of General Wang Chongshan? A warrior at the same table asked the interface. That's right, that's it, and now the whole city is full of troubles. The thin warrior shook his head and said, what is the city's wind and rain method? Another chubby martial artist, who obviously had not heard of this, suddenly became interested and hurriedly asked, this wine? The thin warrior kept his mouth shut and pointed to the empty jug in front of him. Ha ha, small problem, little air, another pot of drunken fragrant brew. The fat martial artist twitched the corners of his mouth and cursed an iron rooster. However, the words of the thin warrior really scratched his heart, and the fat warrior had to shout to the second shopkeeper. He knew that the skinny warrior in front of him had been staying in the capital recently, and he probably knew some unknown secrets. Brother Feng, you can talk about it now. When the second shopkeeper brought the wine and filled the glasses of the 3 of them, the fat warrior couldn't wait to ask. Brother Ren, you are asking the right person. I happen to know some inside information about this matter. The thin warrior took a sip, enjoying it with a look on his face, and satiated the appetite of the fat warrior, and then he said, you know the 9th prince, right? The thin warrior said mysteriously. I know this, it is the 9th prince who was demoted to Yuanjiang City. The fat martial artist nodded. This matter was widely spread at the time, so he had heard a little about it. What does this have to do with Princess Qingcheng? The fat warrior asked with a puzzled look. You don't know that Princess Qingcheng is the brother and sister of the 9th prince and his mother. The skinny warrior poured another glass of drunken brew, took a sip with satisfaction, and continued. It turns out that there is such a relationship. The fat martial artist suddenly realized. Of course it's not just these relationships. Do you know why Princess Qingcheng will lose her title? The thin warrior continued. Why? Princess Qingcheng spoke out against the eldest prince because of her brother. In front of the civil and military officials, he scolded the eldest prince. At that time, the princess of Qingchun was really a woman who refused to let her men. The eldest prince was speechless and became angry on the spot. This will be followed by a series of events. The skinny warrior then threw a bombshell, contradicting the eldest prince in public, so that the eldest prince can't come down from the stage? The fat martial artist glared and exclaimed. Now, the fat warrior can be considered to understand why Princess Qingchun was removed from the title of princess. You must know that the name of Princess Qingchun was given by Lao Buluo Wangjun, not ordinary people. But who is the eldest prince? Lao Buluo Wangjun is seriously injured. The eldest prince is in charge of the government. It can almost be said to be the future Buluo Wangjun. C21 The dog dared to hit my sister's idea with the means of the eldest prince. Wanting to remove the title of Princess Qingchun is nothing more than thinking or not wanting. Now, Lao Wangjun is in bed, ignoring the government. It can be said that the Buluo dynasty is basically the eldest prince who has the final say. The eldest prince wants to remove the title of Princess Qingchun. That is not a word. Pity. The fat warrior shook his head and said with emotion. There are so many ministers among the civil and military officials, is there no one who stands up and speaks for Princess Qingchun? The fat warrior asked. Yes, but there is, but Grandma Sima stood up and spoke for Princess Qingchun. The eldest prince also gave face to the old lady Sima, and promised that as long as Princess Qingchun confessed her mistake and married Wang Lei, the son of General Wang Chongshan, the matter would be over. But who would want Princess Qingchun to scold the eldest prince for being shameless, and even make the eldest prince furious. Now even Grandma Sima can't keep Princess Qingcheng. The eldest prince ordered Princess Qingcheng to marry Wang Lei within 6 months. The thin warrior said regretfully. The most ruthless imperial family. It's a pity that Princess Qingcheng, such a stubborn and strange woman, became the eldest prince's bargaining chip to win over General Wang Chongshan. The discussion at the wine table ended like this, but their conversation caused one person's anger. Bang! The wine glass in his hand was crushed and shattered into pieces. The hard slag pierced the skin, and the blood and water mixed with the wine dripped down, but Qin Yi didn't notice it. Big, king, son. Qin Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and there seemed to be a cold glow in the bottom of his eyes. As a martial artist, Qin Yi has a good ear and eyesight, so the conversation between the two martial artists naturally fell into Qin Yi's ears. Princess Qingcheng, Qin Yuji, the younger sister of Qin Yi in this life. Now, she was removed from the title of princess by the eldest prince. It was even used as a bargaining chip to win people's hearts, and was forced to marry Wang Lei. This is really unacceptable to Qin Yi. Qin Yuji, the alluring princess of the Buluo dynasty, is known as the first beauty of the Buluo dynasty. She has a prosperous beauty that brings disaster to the country and the people. In addition, her gentle personality and elegant demeanor have attracted countless heroes of the Buluo dynasty. And that Wang Lei was a famous dude in the capital, how could he be worthy of his sister? He was suppressed by the eldest prince, and he even sent someone to assassinate him. No matter what, the eldest prince actually paid attention to hitting his own sister. Prince, you are courting death. Qin Yi's eyes became more and more cold, and the killing intent in his chest was boiling. Dragons have inverse scales, you will die if you touch them. Qin Yuji was his own younger sister in this life, a family-like figure. Qin Yi will never allow her to suffer any harm. Even if he only came to this world for less than a few months, even if he and Qin Yuji have been together for less than a month, his love for protecting the calf will never change. In January in the capital, Qin Yuji gave him the company of his relatives. The deep brother-sister bond between the two of them in memory is extremely strong. Before leaving, Qin Yuji came to see him off with deep worries, which had already made Qin Yi treat Qin Yuji as his own sister. Now, the eldest prince deliberately cheated and forced Qin Yuji. It's just too deceiving. Prince, I swear, within half a year, I will set foot on the capital and take your head. Qin Yi's eyes were hazy, and there was a cold killing intent in his eyes, gathering and churning. At this time, Qin Yi has murderous intentions in mind, and when it blooms, it will be the time of bloody storms. When he returns to the capital, the first prince will die. C22 Let's go, Byakuya, let's kill half a year, he only has the second half left. Qin Yi couldn't help feeling anxious, he was too weak now. After half a year, Qin Yuji will marry Wang Lei. He must have enough strength and power within this half year to be able to kill the capital, rescue Qin Yuji, and his mother-in-law. Since the eldest prince dared to deal with him so blatantly, he also had his political enemies. It can be seen that Lao Buluo Wangjun is already in danger, so whether Qin Yuji or Qin Yi's mother-in-law, life in the capital may not be easy. Therefore, Qin Yi must strengthen his own power and strengthen his own strength as soon as possible. But in the end, Qin Yi now only has a strong man like Bai Zai. Although Bai Zai is strong, he is a person after all, and his strength is limited. Qin Yi can be sure that if he relies on Bai Zai's strength, he will kill him back to the capital. In the end, there is no doubt that stronger warriors will appear and kill Qin Yi on the spot. Therefore, although Qin Yi was furious, he did not lose his mind. Power, power. I need strength. Qin Yi roared in his heart. Never before has Qin Yi had such a desire for power, the power to explode everything. If Qin Yi had the power he had in his dream last night, would the eldest prince dare to humiliate him and force his own sister? Not to mention other things, he only needs Bai Zai to restore his captain-level combat power, and he dares to take Bai Zai back to the capital. Hua! Qin Yi stood up abruptly and walked out without expression. Master, where is this going? Byakuya followed, a little puzzled. Usually, the young master of his own family would spend at least a cup of tea here. Let's go, let's kill. Qin Yi turned his head, looked at Bai Zai, and grinned suddenly. Yes, master. Qin Yi's smile made Bai Zai's heart tremble, and he could feel the suppressed killing intent in Qin Yi's heart. As a subject, if the ruler humiliates the subject will die. Qin Yi's anger is Bai Zai's knife. I will kill wherever the young master points. I am a sharp blade in the young master's hand, cutting through the obstacles in front of the young master. Xiaoshui Village. Outside Yuanjian City, a quiet village. Outside Xiaoshui Village, a beautiful river winds past, and the emerald green river flows quietly. This is a quiet and peaceful village, not many people visit it on weekdays. Today, the peace here was broken by a group of bandits. Kill, all the money and food will be taken away. By the way, I will force a few women. Let's go back to the village and have a good time. Little ones, give it to me. Kill. A burst of shouting and killing sounds resounded not far from the village. Xiao Xiaoshan thief, dare to attack my Xiushua village. Amidst the shouting of the bandit, there was a sudden burst of anger. I saw that in front of Xiushua village, there were dozens of strong men from Xiushua village, holding wooden knives and harpoons, confronting the bandits. The leader was a burly man in a bunch shirt and an iron rod the thickness of an egg in his hand, and that man made that angry shout. Ah, it's your Xiushua village who grabbed it. The leader of the bandit side laughed loudly. Aren't you afraid that the officials will come to trouble you? The burly man looked a little ugly, and shouted in a deep voice. The burly man understood that it was impossible to repel these bandits by relying on the few peasant men behind him. He could only bear the name of the official family in order to scare off the bandits. Joke, now that the new city owner of Yuanjiang City can't protect himself, there's still time to take care of you. That group of bandits didn't buy it at all, or didn't care. C-23 bandit, run, you're going to die you little ones, kill me, kill these ignorant men, and go back to the cottage for a drink. The bandit leader shouted at the bandits whose subordinates were already excited, and rushed to kill them first. Kill! The bandits behind the bandit leader screamed, waving their sabers and rushing towards dozens of men. Big guy, behind us is our home. These people are vicious bandits, what do you think we should do? The fierce battle was inevitable, and the strong man could not help but clench the iron rod in his hand and drank in a deep voice. Only a fight to the death. The dozens of peasant men behind the sturdy man looked sad, but their eyes were firm, and they clenched their weapons tightly. Behind them is their family, they can't retreat, and they don't dare to retreat. The bandits rode their horses, and they had come to the front for a while, and they had a hand with the peasant men of Xiushua village. As soon as they got started, the gap between the two sides became apparent. On the one hand, there are only some peasant men in the banker's style. One is the bandit who added blood to the tip of the knife. The outcome of the fight between the two sides is obvious. The number of thieves shot is twice as low as that of the peasant men, but the thieves have an absolute advantage. These peasant men don't have the slightest martial arts skills, and they are at least the thieves of the first and second levels of the acquired day, and they are not opponents. In just a few fights, several peasant men have died under the knife of the bandit. Rat, you dare! Seeing a peasant man who died tragically in front of him, the burly man suddenly roared. The iron stick in his hand danced like a tiger, and he brazenly smashed the head of the bandit in front of him, and blood splattered in an instant. This burly man has learned a few martial arts moves, has a cultivation base, and is far stronger than ordinary bandits. It's crazy, Grandpa will meet you. Seeing this burly man showing his power, the surrounding bandits glanced at each other, abandoned their opponents, and came to besiege him. The next moment, the strong man fell into a hard fight. As time went on, the scene became more and more unfavorable for the peasant man. In just a quarter of an hour, 10 peasant men had fallen in a pool of blood, and the bandit had only damaged one. This is still the result of the bandit leader taking 2 bandits to the show. The peasant man is in jeopardy. 4 leaders, followed by 2 young warriors. Just when the bandit leader folded his arms and watched from the sidelines. Outside the battlefield, a bandit who was wandering around and watching the wind drove his horse to the bandit leader and reported to him. Young martial artist, which sect's disciple is he? Hearing this, the bandit leader felt a tightness in his heart, and hurriedly asked. As a bandit, the most feared are those young chivalrous warriors. These disciples who just came out of the sect are young and vigorous, with deep backgrounds. Not to mention the strength, even if the strength is weak, if one is not handled well, it will bring disaster to them and endanger the safety of the stockade. No, they don't wear any sex clothes, like a rich family son traveling with servants. The bandit under him responded. Young master from the rich family? Well, go and send them away. Remember, don't hurt their lives. The leader of the bandit pondered for a while, and instructed his subordinates. Now they are fighting against people from Xiushua village, and the leader of the bandit does not want to offend 2 people whose origins are unknown. Take some means to drive the opponent away. However, he didn't want to offend the person who came, but the other party didn't think so. What? With a scream, another bandit scout died on the spot. C-24, how do you give me a face as a teenager? A burst of infuriating energy came and directly killed the bandit scout on the spot. Let the infuriating go out. The person who comes here will be a master at the 7th level of the day after tomorrow. Who? The Black Wind Thief is doing business here, so don't leave quickly. The bandit leader's face changed suddenly and said loudly. It's not that the bandit leader is afraid of coming, but that he doesn't want to cause more trouble. However, the person on the other side was silent and did not answer. Tread, tread, tread. Heavy and slow footsteps, slowly approaching. What followed was a strange sense of oppression. The rhythmic footsteps seemed to be stepping on a strange node, stepping on the gap where the hearts of everyone present were beating. Boom, boom, boom. Even the leader of the bandit, because of the heavy footsteps, his blood was surging and his face was flushed. The leader of the bandit is the person with the highest cultivation level of bandits present, and he is like that, not to mention other bandits. Tread. The footsteps stopped abruptly, and the sudden sense of difference made it too late for people to get used to it. Several thieves with the worst cultivation base opened their mouths and spat out a mouthful of blood. In front of the bandits, two people were already standing. One person sits in a white robe, wears a gilt-crowned jade on his head, a jade belt around his waist, and steps on soap boots, dressed as a rich boy. One person sat in a black robe, wearing a weird headband, a long knife around his waist, and his feet did not touch the ground. The bandit leader's pupils shrank, and the aura of the two in front of him gave him a terrifying sense of oppression. Combined with the sound of footsteps before, he understood that they were not the opponents of the two in front of him. Two heroes, the four masters of the Hathing pirates, please do your job here. The bandit leader bit his head, rushed forward, and said loudly to the two of them. Just like before, the strong man carried the name of the official family, and the leader of the bandit carried the name of his own stockade, in order to scare away the people who came. Black Wind Pirate? The person who came, the rich boy at the head, raised his head and looked at the leader of the bandit with a faint gaze. The indifferent eyes made the bandit leader's heart tremble. However, listening to what this person said, it seems that he has heard of Hathing pirates, so things are easy to handle. The Black Wind Pirates were the most powerful bandits around Yuanzhang City. The Black Wind Pirate leader and the second leader, both of them are innate powerhouses, and no one dares to provoke them around here. Even the city guard in Yuanzhang City will give them face, and they are not afraid that these two will not give face. Yes, we are all Hathing pirates, please be convenient, the bandit leader said loudly. Okay, I will make it easier for you, and you will make it easier for me too. The rich boy smiled softly and said slowly. The bandit leader was stunned for a moment, but did not respond for a while. The next moment, a white arm suddenly appeared in front of the bandit leader. In an instant, in the horrified eyes of the bandit leader, this white palm easily broke through his infuriating defense and grabbed his neck. It was the son of the rich family who took the leader of the bandit up high. In a short period of time, the leader of the bandit was captured by the rich boy in front of him. The leader of the bandit was lifted up in midair by the rich boy, kicking everywhere under his feet. His face was flushed with blood, and he was tearing at the right arm of the rich boy with both hands. But the palm of that rich boy, like an iron hoop, clamped tightly around his neck, getting tighter and tighter. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and when the rest of the bandits reacted, the bandit leader had difficulty breathing and rolled his eyes. C-25 The domineering young man has a blast. No, the four leaders are in trouble, hurry up and take action. The bandits finally reacted, shouting loudly, abandoning the opponent in front of them, and surrounding the two rich sons. The rich boy didn't react as if he didn't realize it. The burly man from Xiushui village opened his mouth, wanting to remind this young master. Humph! He heard a cold snort, and saw the black-robed man swaying slightly behind the rich boy. With such a slight flicker, the burly man only had time to see, as if a dazzling sword light flashed past. What? The next moment, screams came one after another. The shadow of the sword is invisible, and the bandit will be cut in an instant. A dozen or so bandits were like this, screaming and covering their necks. The dozen or so bandits trembled all over, and from their necks, bright red blood spurted out, forming a bright red picture. This scene seemed to freeze in front of the strong man. Put! A gust of breeze blew past, and the dozen or so thieves fell off their horses heavily like fluffy flocks. Blood spilled and merged into a river of blood, flowing on the ground. So strong! The burly man stared blankly at the black-robed man, his expression shocked to the extreme. With just one knife, none of these elite bandits died. For a while, the shouting and killing in front of Xiushui village abruptly ended, and calm returned. The peasant men of Xiushui village even widened their eyes and fell into sluggishness. In their hearts, there is only one thought: they will be saved. One moment, they were desperately trying to die for their homeland, and the next moment, they were miraculously rescued. Fate is so strange sometimes. Everything that happened around didn't affect Qini at all. No matter how many thieves there are 10 times more, they will not be Bai Zai's opponents. That's right, the rich boy and the black-robed warrior are Qini and Bai Zai. After leaving the Zhuxiangxiang building, Qini took Bai Zai to travel abroad for several days, and he never even went back to the mansion. Bai Zai knew Qini and was looking for Haifeng pirates. He didn't know why Qini wanted to kill the Black Wind pirates so much, he only knew what Qini thought and what he wanted to do. Simply, they finally found the trail of a group of bandits next to a small village with a river flowing. Even better, this is the Black Wind pirates. I ask, you answer. Qini grabbed the bandit leader's neck and lifted him high. Quick, let I come down. I am the 4 leaders of the Black Wind pirates. Haifeng pirates. The big leader is my brother-in-law. Kill me, my brother-in-law won't let you go. The bandit leader blushed and said, struggling. I ask, you answer. Qini was expressionless and said word by word. You can't. The bandit leader was still thinking about what to say, but before he finished speaking, he opened his mouth with a shrill scream. But I saw the palm of his left hand thrown up high, and it was cut off from the wrist and arm. Tick-tock. Qini grabbed the bandit leader's neck with his left hand, and held a saber with his right hand, and blood dripped down the side of the sword. The broken left palm of the bandit leader is his masterpiece. I ask, you answer. Qini's eyes were as calm as water, as if he had done a trivial thing. You are the devil, you are the devil. The bandit leader had a frightened expression, full of fear for Qini, and shouted frantically. Put! Another sword flash flashed, and the entire left arm of the bandit leader was cut off. I ask you to answer. The faint voice seems to be blowing from hell. C26 Good man, thank you for leading the way. What? The bandit leader was still screaming, the wound on his left arm spurted out blood. When the bandit leader caught a glimpse of Qini, his eyes were as sharp as a knife, and his heart trembled again. Master, if you ask, I will say anything. Resisting the severe pain, the bandit leader replied hastily. Tell me, where is the Black Wind pirate's lair? Qini asked with an expressionless face. The old nest of our Haifeng pirates is 10 miles away, on Shilian Mountain. Seeing Qini asking about the Black Wind thief's nest, the bandit leader hesitated for a while. But the severe pain on his body and Qini's faint gaze made the bandit leader agitated and replied quickly. Shilian Mountain? Qini narrowed his eyes and couldn't help frowning. Yes, it is Shilian Mountain. The bandit leader couldn't help nodding his head. As soon as he opened his mouth, he wouldn't hide it. In his opinion, the person in front of him is a god of killing, and the most important thing for him now is to save his own life. Hearing this, Qini didn't make a decision, slowly lowered his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. Get out! Just when the bandit leader was frightened, a voice without any color sounded. Then, he felt the arm firmly grasping his neck, and suddenly loosened, and the whole person fell to the ground. Thank you, uncle. Thank you, uncle. The bandit leader showed ecstasy and kept kowtowing to Qini. Immediately, the leader of the bandit hurriedly stood up and ran out in a panic, ignoring even the corpse of his brother. It seemed that he was afraid that Qini would suddenly change his attention. Qini and the two stood on the spot without any intention of chasing after them. Soon, the figure of the bandit leader disappeared in front of the man in Xiushui village. We survived. The peasant men of Xiushui village burst into tears of joy and cheered. For them, being alive is a joy. Their homes have also been preserved, and there is still hope for the future. After cheering, when these men were about to thank the two benefactors, at some point, the two warriors had disappeared. After searching for a long time, I did not see the figures of the two benefactors. In desperation, the peasant men could only give up, and instead placed the corpses of their dead brothers. Only, the burly man stood quietly in front of Xiushui village, holding the iron rod tightly, not knowing what he was thinking. Dense woods. A figure was running frantically into the distance, as if someone was chasing him behind him. The only weird thing is that the entire left arm of this man has been broken, as if someone had cut it off with a sharp blade. At the wound of the broken arm, with the running of the figure, a little blood spilled from time to time. After running for a long time, the bandit leader stopped panting until he could no longer run. Hoo-hoo! The leader of the bandit leaned on a big tree, his face pale because of the rush and the loss of blood. Boy, don't let me know who you are. Otherwise, I will make you die. The bandit leader glanced in the direction of the resentful communication, and a trace of resentment flashed on his face. No, I can't take this breath. I must hurry back to the mountain, find my brother-in-law, and avenge me. Those two people will definitely not go far, no matter how bad it is. I will step on the Xiushui village and let out this bad breath. The bandit leader had a ferocious face and roared in his mouth. He made sure to pay attention, he didn't stop, looked for the direction, and left quickly. C27 The lair of the teenage enemy has been found by Yuchilian Mountains. Strictly speaking, Qilian Mountain can be regarded as a small mountain range. It consists of 4 huge peaks and some scattered small peaks. Although the Qilian Mountains are as warm as spring all year round, the flowers are like brocades, and the spirit is full of energy. However, because of the intricate roads on Qilian Mountain, if you are not careful, you will lose your way. Even the most experienced hunters would not dare to say that they can enter and exit Qilian Mountain freely. In addition, Qilian Mountain was controlled by a mysterious force a few years ago, and people are not allowed to enter at will. This force's methods are extremely ruthless, and anyone who broke into Qilian Mountain has never come out again. This also makes the Qilian Mountains a bit eerie and scary, making people stay away. The leader of the bandit came to the foot of Qilian Mountain and did not stop. He found the way familiarly and went up the road. It seemed that he was very familiar with the road conditions of Qilian Mountain. Turning left and right along the mountain road, I don't know how far I have gone, and the vision in front of me is suddenly bright. A huge stockade appeared in front of him. Vaguely visible, there are several teams of sturdy bandits inside the stockade, patrolling. A wooden plaque hangs on the wooden gate of the cottage. On it, Black Wind Village is written. This is the old lair of Haifeng Pirates, Haifeng Village. Haifeng Pirates is the most powerful bandit in this area, or the most awe-inspiring robber force. First, the Black Wind Thieves are extremely ruthless, and they can even do whatever they can for the interests of their hearts. Black Wind Thieves have done this sort of thing more than once or twice before slaughtering unarmed ordinary farmers. Second, no one could find the Black Wind Pirates' lair. Black Wind Thieves come and go without a trace, and their tracks are erratic, making people unable to find their old nest. If it is only to eliminate a small group of Black Wind Thieves, many forces can do it. However, this will provoke the entire Black Wind Pirate. Once, there was a force that easily wiped out a group of Haifeng Pirates, and since then he has been missed by Haifeng Pirates. Not afraid of thieves stealing, but afraid of thieves. The same principle applies to Haifeng Pirates. Being concerned by the Black Wind Thieves, that faction was finally harassed by the Black Wind Thieves and suffered heavy losses. In the end, it was the fact that the faction bowed its head and admitted its mistake, and this matter was taken over. This incident also raised the reputation of the Black Wind Pirate to a higher level. Many forces are extremely afraid of Black Wind Pirates. No one ever wanted to deal with the Black Wind Pirates until they found the Black Wind Pirates' lair. Moreover, Haifeng Pirates are very particular about the targets they choose to attack. They never take the initiative to attack powerful forces. Therefore, most of the forces capable of stepping on the Black Wind Pirates chose to turn a blind eye to them. In addition, the Black Wind Pirates are powerful in their own right. Therefore, the Black Wind Thief has been at ease until now. As soon as he saw the gate of the cottage, the bandit leader suddenly smiled, and even the wound on his left arm no longer felt pain. As long as he returns to the cottage, he can mobilize a large number of troops to destroy Xiushua village and take a sigh of relief for himself. Thinking about it, the bandit leader couldn't help showing a sinister smile on his face. Just as the leader of the bandit was about to walk into the cottage, his footsteps stagnated, his expression became terrified, he turned his head blankly and looked behind him. This is the Black Wind Thief's lair, it's hidden enough, no wonder no one can find it. The indifferent voice floated lightly from behind the bandit leader, but it made the bandit leader break into a cold sweat. You. The bandit leader stammered. Thank you for leading the way. As soon as the voice fell, the sword light flashed, and the big head was thrown high. C28 The next step is to conquer the enemy's lair. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Everything that happened in front of the cottage caught the attention of the bandits who were patrolling the wooden building. The bandits jumped for a while, and a group of bandits gathered in front of the gate. Byakuya, except for the Black Wind Pirate leader and the second leader. You don't have to worry about the rest. Qin turned his head and instructed Bai Zai behind him. Yes, young master. Bai Zai lowered his head slightly and responded. Bai Zai didn't stop Qin, whether it was to let Qin vent his anger. Also, in order to make Qin adapt to the soaring power, life and death struggle must be the fastest way. With him watching, Qin will naturally not have an accident. The bandit in front of him happened to be Qin's best practice target. Who are you? Why do you come to my Black Wind village? The big Black Wind Thief leader and the second leader did not appear, and the bandit leader was the 3 Black Wind Thieves leaders. The 3 leaders carefully looked at Qin and the 2, trying to see some clues from them. The faces of the 3 leaders were solemn. The so-called good people did not come, and the people who came were not good. The other 2 dared to appear in Haifeng's high, they must have something to rely on, and of course they must be careful. However, when he saw the headless corpse lying in front of the 2, his expression suddenly changed, and the little caution in his heart was instantly forgotten. Fourth, The three leaders exclaimed, and their expressions became extremely ugly. How daring to actually kill the people of Haifengshai. Brothers, kill me and avenge the four leaders. The three leaders shouted angrily, and immediately dragged the sword around their heads, killing Qin and the two. Whether it was covering up the location of Haifengshai or avenging the four leaders of Haifengshai, he would never let the two of them go. He really didn't believe it. Two boys under 18 years old could turn the sky over in front of him. 9-level martial artist of the day after tomorrow, not bad. Looking at the three leaders who were fully showing their aura, Qin slightly closed his head, and instantly touched the saber on his waist with his right hand. Clang! With a sound of sword cries, the sharp sword leaped out of hand. Qin, who held the sword in his hand, changed his aura. His eyes were like swords, and he already had the momentum of a swordsman. Die! The three leaders roared and slashed out. The sturdy energy, condensed but not scattered, was completely gathered on the knife. The air was smashed, and there was a roar. Qin didn't take it too hard, and shouted, "Dragon Tooth Flash!" The body and the sword are one, like a white dragon, blending into the clouds and mist, disappearing and appearing, making people unable to distinguish traces. This type of Dragon Tooth Flash is the most suitable for dealing with martial artists who have a wide range of martial arts, avoiding their edge and looking for an opportunity to counterattack. The three leaders roared again and again, and his attack was completely useless in front of Qin. Qin was like a slippery loach, deftly avoiding all his attacks. Even if he is not careful, he will be swept away by Qin's sword light, leaving a sword wound. Damn boy, don't hide if you have something, and fight with me in an upright manner. The three leaders are extremely aggrieved, and if this continues, he will be consumed by Qin sooner or later. The bandits around were unable to intervene in the battle between the two, and the situation became more and more unfavorable for him. Okay. Qin smiled lightly. Fighting is really the best way for people to adapt to strength. The battle just now made him quickly adapt to his skyrocketing strength. The three leaders of the Black Wind Pirates are rough-skinned and thick-skinned, although they are excellent candidates for sword training. But Qin and the two are still in the Black Wind Thief's lair, so they can't take it lightly. Thinking of this, Qin made up his mind that it was time to end this battle. C29 The boss is so weak. Qin chuckled lightly and turned the sword in his hand. His sword style became domineering, going straight, and confronting the three leaders head-on. Boy, court death. Take me a move, open the monument. The three leaders sneered again and again. Qin dared to confront him. This is undoubtedly courting death. The three leaders let out a long roar, and the ring-headed sword smashed through the air. The unpretentious true chi flashed across the blade. The blade fell vertically like an indestructible stone tablet, and the air was shaking. The three leaders gave a grim smile. Qin would definitely not be able to dodge this move, and if he dared to confront him, this was courting death. Qin's figure was stagnant, and the knife shrouded him abruptly, and the chi of the three leaders locked him firmly, making him unavoidable. Since he couldn't avoid it, Qin didn't dodge anymore. With a sneer, he turned into a meteor, slashed straight at the three leaders, and made a flying star slash. Bang! With a sound like a symphony of gold and stone, Qin's figure appeared in the distance, and the saber in his hand had a little blood. How is it possible? How is it possible? The three leaders were full of disbelief, and their pupils began to dilate. If you look carefully, you can vaguely see that there is a sword wound on the necks of the three leaders that is oozing blood. Three leaders, die. Qin glanced lightly at the three leaders who fell to the ground, his expression as usual. With the swordsmanship of Chongshao that he stepped into the realm of entering the hall and entering the room. If it was not for training himself, the three leaders would have already died at his feet. Once the three leaders died, no one among the bandits was Qin's opponent. Qin is like a wolf entering a flock, killing all the way. Every sword shows the power of the swordsmanship. The sullenness in my heart also vented out. Qin was happy to kill, and the Black Wind thieves who were killed were retreating. Junior, rest so arrogant. At this time, a roar came from a distance. The air seemed to be shaken by this roar. Head start. Then, a figure stepped on the void and flew from a distance. The person here is a congenital warrior. The person who came to reach out and grab it, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered in an instant, turned into a big hand that covered the sky, and grabbed Qin. The second leader is here, the second leader is here, we are saved. The bandits suddenly shouted. Qin was afraid of killing them just now. However, when the second leader of the Black Wind Pirates made a move, they immediately became imposing. The second leader was a congenital warrior, and it was easy to kill this ignorant boy. In fact, the two leaders think so too. Although Qin's performance is very eye-catching, but after all, he has not exceeded the innate realm, and he will definitely not be his opponent. In the crowd, Chini continued to slaughter the bandits without even looking at the second leader. Good boy, how dare you ignore me? Rao was also angry because of the character of the second leader. When would a junior dare to despise him so much? The two leaders laughed in anger, and with a move in their hearts, they patted Chini with their big hands. If this trick is real, it will be like killing an ant, making Chini a meat sauce. The second leader grinned, and seemed to have seen the scene where Chini was filmed into flesh. Humph, if you want to hurt my young master, you have to pass me first. The cold voice, accompanied by a lightning-fast knife light, ripped apart the sky. This sword light came in an instant, and the two leaders had no time to react. The pupils of the second leader shrank, and now he is in the stage where the old force has just dawned and the new force has not yet been born. The knife was extremely fast, and he had no time to react. It was Bai Zai who made the shot, and this knife took the life of the second leader. Keep him alive. At this moment, Qin Yi's voice drifted from far away, stopping Bai Zai's killer move. C-30 teenager who killed the people. Bai Zai's offensive stagnated, and the two leaders looked happy, seized the opportunity, stepped a little, and quickly retreated. Bai Zai raised his eyelids slightly, and without using the knife, he reached out and grabbed it. The figure flickered, and the next moment came to the two leaders. Bang! Bai Zai's right arm was lightly placed on the dantian of the second leader, and with a soft sound, in the eyes of the bandits in disbelief, the second leader was suddenly knocked into the air. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and the momentum of the second leader suddenly slumped. The whole person of the second leader, as if he was several decades old, fell heavily to the ground. The second leader's dantian is broken. Bai Zai's palm shattered his dantian. My cultivation base, my cultivation base. The two leaders lay on the ground with blank eyes, no longer in high spirits. Compared with death, the dantian is broken, and it makes a martial artist's life worse than death. The second leader was lying on the ground slumped. He never thought that dealing with an acquired 9th-level boy would actually make him fall into such a state. Bai Zai's palm not only broke his dantian, but also broke his meridians. If there is no accident, the second leader will be a waste in this life. Even if the injury recovers, he will only be an ordinary person, no longer a congenital warrior. Byakuya's power is so fierce. The second leader actually lost. The surrounding bandits looked lost, and the second leader, who was invincible in their eyes, was actually defeated by Byakuya. Moreover, the defeat was so clean. Cough cough, Your Excellency, there was no resentment in the past and no enmity in the past. Why do you want to make such a ruthless move? The second leader of the Haifeng pirates, who was lying on the ground, held on and asked with a bitter face. No grudges in the past, no grudges recently? The Black Wind Thieves disturbed the tranquility of the territory under my command. This is called no grudge in the past, but no grudge in recent days. Bai Zai didn't speak, and Qin Yi, who was still fighting, answered the second leader's question. 1,000 miles of scarlet clouds. Qin Yi snorted softly, and the sword glow swirled, turning into a red cloud of smoke covering all directions. The red cloud smoke instantly covered the bandits around Qin Yi, and as the sword light flickered, a little blood mist was sprayed, blending into the red cloud smoke. It's like blossoming blood-colored plum blossoms, blooming in the clouds, looming. The red cloud and smoke dissipated, leaving only Qin Yi standing proudly. In one style, thousands of miles away, killing countless bandits. You are the 9th prince. Seeing Qin Yi standing upright, the two leaders finally reacted. Haha, it's wrong, it's all wrong. It turned out that the soft persimmon in the mouth of the eldest brother was actually a fierce dragon crossing the river. The second leader smiled desolately, and regretted in his heart. He regretted that he had accepted the entrustment of the guard of Yuanjiang City, disturbed the surrounding of Yuanjiang City, and created an excuse for the eldest prince to deal with Qin Yi. In the end, disaster came. Originally, Haifeng pirates, as a thief force entrenched in Yuanjiang City, would not move the villages around Yuanjiang City again. After all, the Black Wind pirates are still a group of bandits. If you really anger the big figures in Yuanjiang City, and invite Yuanjiang City's army to suppress it, I am afraid it will not be able to resist. Second, there are many brothers in Haifeng pirates, also from the villages around Yuanjiang City. Therefore, the Haifeng pirates have been living in peace with the villages around Yuanjiang City for a long time. The Black Wind pirates are more about attacking the caravans that come and go. Until the guards of Yuanjiang City came to the door, asked them to take action, and ensured that they would not send troops to destroy them. Under the coercion and enticement of the city guard, the Haifeng pirates finally took action, but this brought disaster. C-31 conspiracy or something. The saber pierced through his chest, and the warm blood took away the last body temperature. The second leader of the Black Wind pirates smiled miserably and closed his eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the Elite Life. The current Elite Life cultivation base is innate first level. A realm higher than the host, extract experience points, and extract killing points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting 50 experience points and getting 3 killing points. The sound of the system prompt did not make Qin happy, but made him frown. The big leader of the Black Wind Pirates is not in this stockade? Qin turned around and looked at Bai Zai, who had just walked out of the cottage. Yes, I searched inside and outside the village, but I couldn't find the big leader of the Black Wind Pirates. Byakuya nodded slightly. Hearing this, Qin frowned tightly, which was beyond his expectations. In the past few days, he has spent his energy and time searching for traces of the Black Wind Pirates, not for the sake of a momentary anger. Qin's purpose is to complete the task of the system. The task of stepping on the Black Wind Thief, for the chance to summon the reward. This is the fastest and safest way Qin can think of to increase his power. The last summon, Byakuya came. If summoned again, the summoned character does not need to be stronger, and the strength only needs to be not weaker than Byakuya, then his power background will have a qualitative leap. 2 subordinates with at least the 4th level of innate combat power, this is not a joke. Even the eldest prince, sitting on the position of the heir, might be able to mobilize the power, which is probably nothing more than that. After all, the eldest prince is not yet the king of the dynasty, but only the prince. However, the Black Wind Thief leader cannot be found now, which means that Qin cannot complete the system task. Qin stepped down and destroyed Haifeng village, but the leader of Haifeng pirates still survived, which caused the system to acquiesce that he did not complete the task. For a while, this made Qin frown. Could it be that the big leader of the Black Wind Pirates is here to return? No, he has not returned to the mansion with Byakuya for several days. There are the lackeys of the eldest prince, and the men and horses of the city guard are watching. If they do not return to the mansion, there may be another incident. Others don't need to care, but Louis and Qin have to care. It was about his plan with the Liu family, and he couldn't take it lightly. Master, I found some letters in the cottage, and I would like you to take a look. At this time, Bai Zai took out some envelopes and handed them to Qin. Letter? Qin took these envelopes suspiciously and opened them immediately. Qin flipped through the pages very quickly, one after another. But his expression became more and more ugly. Okay, very good. Qin squeezed the letter in his hand and said through gritted teeth. The content of these letters is very simple. They are letters from the guards of Yuanzhang City and the Haifeng Pirates. The content of the letter revealed that the Haifeng Pirates around Kalare Yuanzhang City was the commander of the city guard, or the Great Prince. Qin has always wondered why as soon as he arrived in Yuanzhang City, the Black Wind Pirates harassed the surroundings of Yuanzhang City like a madman. The original reason was this. Prince, you are really haunted. Qin's eyes were cold, and his fierce killing intent was almost unstoppable. At this moment, his killing intent towards the eldest prince became even stronger. Go back to Yuanzhang City. After a long while, Qin took a deep breath and said slowly. His top priority now is to find the Black Wind Thief leader, kill him, and complete the system task. After he has a lot of wings, he has the opportunity to find the first prince to settle accounts. And this last letter also pointed out the reason why the Black Wind Pirate Chief was not in Haifeng village. He was invited by the city guards to Yuanzhang City. See 32 What to do when the wicked bully the door Yuanzhang City. In front of the city lord's mansion, there are 2 sides facing each other. One side was headed by a tall, young woman, followed by a group of domestic servants. One side was headed by a sturdy-looking man whose eyes were like a stern vulture. Behind this man, followed by a group of well-equipped soldiers, murderous. No matter how you look at it, it's the women who are at a disadvantage. There were some onlookers gathered around, and there was a lot of discussion. The city keeper's mansion is in conflict with the city lord's mansion again. This is the first time this month. Whenever there is a chance, Lu Qingshu will trouble the 9th prince. However, why hasn't the 9th prince appeared this time? I think it's 80% that the 9th prince is afraid, and is hiding in the mansion, afraid to come out. This 9th prince is a coward, and he actually asked the eldest lady of the Lu family to come out. Miss Lu family, let the 9th prince come out and see you. The stern man who led the elite soldiers of the city guard said loudly. That young woman was Louis. She saw her eyebrows stand up, and said coldly, Who are you, dare to surround the city lord's mansion? Ha ha ha, let me introduce myself. The next is the leader of the Black Wind Pirates. The stern man laughed, looked around, and said lightly. Haifeng Pirates, they are actually Haifeng Pirates. He is the leader of the Black Wind Pirates. Why did the Black Wind Pirates get mixed up with the city guards? As soon as the Black Wind Thief's voice fell, there was an uproar. The people around were shocked, looked at the Black Wind pirate leader in awe, and left far away, like avoiding snakes and scorpions. Recently, Haithing Pirates has a fierce reputation around Yuanjiang City. Cholera in the surrounding villages of Yuanjiang City, massacre of villagers, all of which made the civilians in Yuanjiang City feel afraid. Suddenly, the Black Wind pirate leader appeared here, and he mixed with the people of the city guard. How does this not make people uneasy? Even Louis frowned slightly, and there was a hint of worry in her eyes. The people of the Black Wind Pirates actually joined forces with the people of the city guard. Moreover, this Black Wind Thief leader also brought the people of the city guard to come to the city lord's mansion to be important. Anyone can see that the other party is not good. However, Qini couldn't see anyone in the past few days, so what's the point? Well, you big Black Wind pirate leader, you dare to appear in Yuanjiang City in a grand manner. Aren't you afraid of being beheaded and killed on the spot? Will the city guard really join forces with you? Louis was anxious in her heart, but on the surface she was calm as water, and said tenderly, "Ha ha, this eldest lady of the Bulaolu family is worried. We Haithing pirates have changed their wrongs and returned to the righteous. Under the persuasion of Lord Lu Qingshou, I led 100 or so people of Haithing pirates to surrender to Lu Qingshou. In the future, the Haithing pirates will no longer exist, and some are just the Haithing army of Lord Lu Qingshou." The Black Wind Thief leader laughed and shook his head. Wow! As expected of Lord Lu Qingshou, he actually persuaded Haithing pirates to surrender. Lu Qingshou is really powerful, much more powerful than the 9th prince who came from the capital. The 9th prince has been in office for so long, and he hasn't seen any decrease in the number of bandits in Yuanjiang City. As soon as Lord Lu Qingshou made his move, he was directly at the heart of the bandits. Yes, that 9th prince is simply a dude. No wonder he has to be favored by Wang Jun. If you want me to say, these 9 princes are not worthy of being the city lord of Yuanjiang City. The words of the Black Wind pirate leader made everyone a little surprised. The Black Wind thieves who have been entrenched around Yuanjiang City for more than 10 years have been recruited. In an instant, Lu Qingshou's prestige was pushed up a lot in the hearts of everyone. In addition, with the guidance of a caring person, Qini was brought out for comparison. For a time, everyone complained about Qini. Not good. Louis secretly said in her heart. Louis is smart and can see through the methods of the Black Wind pirate leader at a glance. Take advantage of the situation to oppress people. Take advantage of the crowd to suppress the prestige of the city lord's mansion and Qini's prestige. Moreover, as soon as the opponent makes a move, the ultimate move is bound to come. Sure enough, the big leader of the Black Wind pirates stepped forward. I only have one purpose here. I am here under the order of Lu Qingshou to take away the 9th prince Qini. C-33 How to deal with the oppression of public opinion. Take the 9th prince? As soon as the voice fell, there was an uproar all around. The people around, all the discussion was just a discussion, and they never thought that Lu Qingshou would dare to order the 9th prince to be taken away. In any case, Qini is the lord of Yuanjiang City, and even more expensive as the 9th prince of the Unfallen dynasty. The son of the king, standing high above. This is not a joke. According to the decree of the Undead dynasty, even if Qini could not ascend the throne, he would become a lord with real power. Just like now, Qini became the lord of Yuanjiang City. Unless Qini did something out of the ordinary, Lu Qingshou had no reason to take the 9th prince away. And now, the Black Wind Thief leader said in a grand manner that Lu Qingshou ordered to take away the 9th prince. This made the people around him hesitate. Presumptuous, can my husband be caught as soon as you say it? Louis raised her eyebrows and shouted tenderly. This is the order of King Buluo himself, because the 9 princes are not good at governing the territory, and there are many bandits. It is hereby ordered that the 9th prince be demoted to the border of the dynasty and serve 3 years of military service. The Black Wind pirate leader said with a sneer. I advise the eldest lady of the Lu family, it's better to let the 9th prince come out and follow him to the border of the dynasty. The Black Wind thief warned Louis in a cold voice. The people around were stunned. They didn't expect that King Buluo would personally order to demote the 9th prince to the border. Soon, under the promotion of caring people, public opinion once again shifted to Qini's unfavorable direction. Long live the king, we don't need an inactive city lord. Yes, I support taking away the 9th prince. It's long overdue, take away the 9th prince. For a time, the 9th prince Qini seemed to be a heinous villain, the source of all the chaos. It was as if the 9 princes were not taken away, Yuanjiang City would never have a peaceful day. Miss Lu family, is it possible that you want to resist the decree and disrespect? The Black Wind pirate leader looked at Louis in a negative way, and said with a heart in his heart. Lu Yi fell silent all of a sudden. She did not expect this to be ordered by King Buluo himself. Now that Qini is not in the mansion, she suddenly loses an inch. In other words, the ninth prince has already received the news and fled ahead of time? Suddenly, the Black Wind pirate chief raised his voice. This time, the servants behind Lu Yi changed their expressions first. Qini hasn't appeared in the past few days. Is it true that he has already run away, as the Black Wind thief leader said? Humph, let's not say whether my husband is at home or not. You said that you wanted to take my husband away, but Wang Jun personally ordered it. Can you tell me your imperial order? Lu Yi snorted softly and said arrogantly. Whether she likes it or not, this is her home, and she can't tolerate these people running wild here. Ha ha ha. Miss Lu family, are you talking about this? The Black Wind pirate leader laughed up to the sky and took out a piece of emerald yellow edict from his arms. The word Do de Boluo indicates that this is the highest imperial order from the Boluo royal family. An edict appeared, and Lu Yi and the others' faces changed in an instant, turning pale. Miss Lu family, do you have any questions? In front of the city lord's mansion, the big leader of the Black Wind pirates is pressing step by step. Lu Yi was silent, and she was too smart to deal with the current situation. For one thing, the edict in the hands of the Black Wind pirate leader was indeed the highest imperial order of the Buluo dynasty. This point, Lu Yi will not admit wrong, she has seen many times in her grandfather's study. Second, she knows better than anyone whether Qini is in the mansion or not. Lu Yi gritted her teeth secretly. Did Qini really abandon them? No no no. Lu Yi quickly overturned this statement in her heart. For some reason, Lu Yi had a confidence in Qini, believing that he would not do such inferior things. Lu Yi didn't know where her confidence came from, but she firmly believed that Qini did not escape. However, the current situation is not optimistic. C34 What to do if the enchanting concubine is oppressed? Miss Lu family, what else can you say? In front of the city lord's mansion, the Black Wind pirate leader sneered again. Then, please ask the eldest Miss Lu family to make it easy and let me wait in and search for it. Whether the ninth prince is here or not, see for yourself. The Black Wind pirate leader sneered and said maliciously. Lu Yi didn't answer, she stubbornly stood on the spot without moving half a step. Miss Lu family, it's really hard for you to do that. The Black Wind pirate leader frowned and shook his head. I'll ask again, Miss Lu family, do you want to let it or not? If you don't let it, don't blame it for being rough. The Black Wind pirate leader looked solemn and shouted coldly. You dare. Lu Yi gritted her teeth and said coldly, if you dare to break into the city lord's mansion for half a step today, I will kill you. Since she is Qini's concubine, she must approach her duty as a concubine. Let this Black Wind pirate leader lead people into the city lord's mansion today. Not only will the city lord's mansion be disgraced, but at the same time, the news of Qini's absence will also be exposed. At that time, it will not be a sentence or two that can be explained clearly. Not only will Qini be unlucky, but it will even bring disaster to the entire city lord's mansion. Therefore, Lu Yi cannot retreat. Ha! It looks like the eldest lady hasn't figured out the situation yet. The Black Wind pirate leader laughed wildly, and the imposing manner of the innate second-level martial artist suddenly burst out, surging, heading straight for Lu Yi and the others. Lu Yi and the others turned pale, and the servants behind them were even more like falling into an ice cellar. Innate warriors, in the small city of Yuanzhang City, are already top-level masters. The Black Wind pirate leader is still a congenital second-level martial artist, which is an existence that a group of servants can resist. It's not over yet. It seems that Miss Lu Yi is going to be disrespectful. The Black Wind pirate leader took a step forward and said loudly. You said, what should be done if someone dares to disobey the will of the king? Immediately, the Black Wind pirate leader turned his head and said to the soldiers of the city guard behind him, kill on the spot, with the righteous Wang Wei. The city guard seems to have been prepared for a long time. As soon as the Black Wind pirate leader's voice fell, he stepped forward and shouted. The voice is deafening, and the words are extremely sharp. At the same time, an iron-blooded army burst out, like a surging wave. This is an army that has actually been on the battlefield, and it is the most elite army in Yuanzhang City. Lu Qingshou's private army, the Iron Armored Army. Facing the might of the Iron Armored Army, the servants of the city lord's mansion on the opposite side were silent, only Lu Yi still stood stubbornly. Everyone, you also talk about what to do if you dare to disobey the will of the king. The Black Wind pirate leader's eyes flashed, he looked around at the surrounding people and said aloud again. Kill on the spot, with the righteous Wang Wei. Kill on the spot, with the righteous Wang Wei. Kill on the spot, with the righteous Wang Wei. The people around them first looked at each other in dismay, and then they shouted in unison under the leadership of someone unknown. At this time, the whole scene was completely biased towards the big leader of the Black Wind Pirates and towards the city guard. The Black Wind Pirate leader took a step forward and looked at Louis and the others coldly. Boom! The three momentums are coming fiercely. The big leader of the Black Wind Pirates took the general trend and pressed against Louis and others. In front of the city lord's mansion, the cold wind blows, making people feel like falling into an abyss. This time, Louis couldn't hold it any longer, her face was pale. In the face of the general trend, she is powerless. Louis and other people from the city lord's mansion, in front of the violent momentum, were like a small boat in the storm. It can fall over at any time. At this time, everyone knew that Louis and others were at an absolute disadvantage. The strength and momentum are all on the side of the Black Wind Pirate leader. I see who dares to bully my woman. At this moment, a clear voice, like a god, came from the 9 heavens. C-35 What else can I do to fuck him? Everyone looked back. A white robe, a crown that beats the snow, an outstanding person, and an extraordinary bearing. The king appears, with his own bearing. Everyone looked up, and the rising sun formed a straight line with the people who came. The halo was shining behind the person who came, just like Ling Chen. Qinilong took a step and came from a distance, followed by Bai Zai, who was not close to strangers. In the crowd, a road was automatically separated, allowing Qin Yi and the two to walk through. Qin Yi came to Louis, looked at her, and smiled, "I'm back." A light word, containing strong self-confidence, dispels the haze in Louis's heart. Louis smiled, and her sweet smile was also comforting. As soon as Qin Yi appeared, the city lord's mansion instantly had the backbone, and the spirit and energy were different. Qin Yi came to Yuanjiang City for several months, and other things may not have been achieved. However, the people of the city lord's mansion were really firmly in his hands. Before these domestic servants, the reason why they panicked. Mainly because Qin Yi was away, they had no backbone. Now, when Qin Yi returns, his natural bearing is very different. Since the 9th prince has appeared. Then, please let the 9th prince go with you. Send off the 9th prince and go to the border for a journey. The Black Wind Pirate leader stepped forward and gave a pretentious salute. The appearance of Qin Yi made the Black Wind Thief leader look a little ugly, but he quickly calmed down. The appearance of Qin Yi made it impossible for him to take the opportunity to rob the city lord's mansion. But as long as he catches Qin Yi, his goal has already been achieved. Please go to the 9th prince to go to the border. As soon as the voice fell, the people who guarded the city also roared. The sound is like a bell. The Black Wind Pirate leader wants to take advantage of the general trend to crush Qin Yi. When did the city lord's mansion? It's a bandit's turn to call the shots. Could it be that the city guard has fallen to such a level? Facing the turbulent momentum, Qin Yi was not afraid. How could this aura be compared to what he saw in his dream, the legion that belonged to him? It's simply a dwarf. 9th prince, don't take advantage of your words, and under the persuasion of Lu Qingshou, you will surrender to Yuanjiang City. Now I am the commander of the Black Wind Army in Yuanjiang City. The Black Wind Pirate leader said with a sneer. It's interesting, what a well-designed persuasion. Hearing this, Qin Yi sneered. 9th prince, what do you mean by this? The Black Wind Pirate chief looked startled and asked with a frown. What do you mean? Do you want me to clarify? You colluded with Lu Qingshou and staged a good show in order to drive me to the border of the dynasty. Qin Yi said disdainfully. 9th prince, speak the truth with facts, don't spit out blood. The Black Wind Pirate leader's face flashed a trace of panic, and he quickly calmed down. Really? I have all I have. Saying that, Qin Yi shook his right hand gently, and a large stack of envelopes appeared in his hand. How? The Black Wind Pirate leader's pupils shrank, exclaimed, and then thought of something, and closed his mouth again. You want to say, this is not being placed in Haifeng's. How could it appear in my hands, right? Qin Yi smiled lightly and teased. It's very simple, that is, the Black Wind Pirates have been destroyed by me. You are the only one left for the bandits in Yuanjiang City. Suddenly, Qin Yi looked cold and shouted. C-36 How to play fancy sling Black Wind Pirates are gone. Qin Yi shouted loudly, and the news thrown out was like a pebble falling into the lake, but it set off layers of huge waves. Haifeng Pirates was actually trampled by the 9th prince. It turns out that the 9th prince is not in action. If you don't make a move, it's already a blockbuster. The people around were excited. In the final analysis, Haifeng Pirates, as a group of thieves on the side of the disaster, slaughtered many people in the villages around Yuanjiang City. This made many people in Yuanjiang City not feel very good about Haifeng Pirates. What's more, their relatives or friends, and people who died at the hands of the Black Wind Thieves. Recruiting the Black Wind Pirates could not quell their anger at all. But now, Genie said that he had exterminated the Black Wind Pirates. How does this keep people from getting excited? Bullshit! The Black Wind Pirate leader shouted angrily, suppressing the voices of the surrounding people. In Haifengshai, there are 300 brothers of mine, as well as the second child, who is a congenital warrior. Ninth Prince, with your strength, there is no way to destroy Haifeng village. Ninth Prince, at this time, why are you joking? The Black Wind Pirate leader said coldly with a gloomy face. The words of the Black Wind Pirate leader immediately made the surrounding people quiet. Haifengshai actually has a congenital warrior guarding it. Doesn't that mean that the 9 princes are joking? Innate warriors, but the top-level warriors in Yuanzhang City are very few. The only people who can match the innate warriors are the innate warriors. And Genie is just a down-and-out 9th prince, with no one under his command. How could it be possible to destroy Haifengshai? Just kidding? Genie shook his head lightly. I don't have time to joke with you. I don't have time to joke, since the 9 princes' words are all about this. Then ask the 9th prince to follow him. I don't have the time to talk to the 9 princes, just kidding. The Black Wind Pirate chief said eagerly, looking carefully. There was still a trace of unease in his eyes. The Black Wind Pirate leader is now, but he is not so calm on the surface. He knew exactly whether the letter in Qin Yi's hand was true or not. And these letters are now in Qin Yi's hands. It can only explain one thing: what Qin Yi said is true. Haifengshai has been destroyed by him. Although, this makes the Black Wind Pirate leader unbelievable. However, even if there is only a slight possibility, he cannot take it lightly. In Qin Yi's hands, he may have the trump card that can kill innate warriors. However, now that he is in the dominant position, he does not believe that Qin Yi dares to resist. The Fulua Wang Zhao in his hands is not a fraud. Noisy! Qin Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he saw that the Black Wind Thief leader had straight hair in his deep eyes. Abolish him, Byakuya. The next moment, Qin Yi had already spoken out, and he had lost interest in arguing with the Black Wind Pirate chief. What he has to do is to restore the whole thing, make it public, and return the innocents to himself and the city lord's mansion. Anyone who stands in front of him, he is not stingy with a sword. Only blood can make people fearful. Zhun. With the sound of a knife, the knife has been unsheathed. The shadow of the knife is like light, drawing out a bright light. After the light, blood blooms. When everyone came back to their senses, the Black Wind Pirate leader had collapsed to the ground, screaming mournfully. If you look closely, you can see that the tendons and hamstrings of the Black Wind Thief leader have been torn off. Even the dantian of the Black Wind Thief leader has been blown up. C-37 The domineering 10-footed boy is mighty what? In the blink of an eye, the Black Wind Thief leader has been abolished. Everyone seemed to be stunned, and their faces were incredible. The Black Wind Pirate leader is a congenital warrior. How could he be so seriously injured in an instant? You must know that the innate warrior is the first step for the warrior to break away from the mortal body. The warriors who have broken through the innate realm already possess the power beyond ordinary people, and they can come and go freely in the crowd of thousands of troops. In this way, in Yuanzhang City, it can be said that he is a high-ranking warrior, but now he was seriously injured by a knife in front of everyone. Only, some martial artists with excellent eyesight who were watching could see some clues. This is behind the 9th prince, the black-robed warrior shot. These warriors looked horrified and looked at Bai Zai in shock. The layman watches the fun, the layman watches the doorway. Different from what ordinary people think, ordinary people can only understand that Byakuya is very strong. But those characters with superb eyesight have a more solemn expression. It is because of their superb eyesight that they understand Bai Zai's terror better. With one knife, a congenital second-level martial artist was abolished, and such a terrifying figure would actually be the subordinate of the 9th prince. A warrior who is at least the 4th level innate, let the 9th prince send him. It is not to say that the 9th prince has no power or any background. Where did this powerful warrior come from? Everyone looked puzzled, looking at the indifferent Qin Yi. They felt more and more unpredictable. On the side of the city lord's mansion, Louis and the other servants were also stunned. They had not seen Bai Zai before. It's just that they never imagined that this ruthless man who had been following Qin Yi was so strong. Especially Louis, who looked at Qin Yi with an inexplicable expression, and she couldn't understand Qin Yi more and more. It was as if Qin Yi had a mysterious color shrouded in it, making it unpredictable. Louis still remembered that when Qin Yi first arrived in Yuanzhang City, he was alone. Bai Zai also appeared mysteriously shortly after Qin Yi came to Yuanzhang City. At that time, Louis didn't care, thinking that Qin Yi had recruited an ordinary martial artist. Looking at it now, what she thought at that time was a bit ridiculous. An innate 4th-level martial artist, who can even be said to be the first master of Yuanjiang City, was actually regarded by her as an ordinary martial artist. Even if he was in the Lu family, he had never seen a few of these people. It is precisely because he understands Bai Zai's weight that Lu Yi feels that Qin Yi is more mysterious. A congenital fourth-level martial artist actually obeyed Qin Yi in. Perhaps, he can become the hero of the world with great pride in her mind. Lu Yi looked at Qin Yi with a complicated face, thinking wildly in her heart. On the side of the city guard, the big leader of the Black Wind Pirates fell to the ground with a knife, causing many soldiers in the city guard to turn pale and panic. Many soldiers, although they are quite critical of the Black Wind Pirate leader becoming the commander of Lu Qingshou's army. But no matter who it is, there is no doubt about the strength of the Black Wind Pirate leader. Now, the big leader of the Black Wind Pirates had his limbs chopped off, his dantian shattered, and he howled miserably on the ground. This scene undoubtedly hit the psychological limit of the soldiers of the city guard. These soldiers, who did not turn around and escape, were already considered elite. Ninth Prince, what do you mean? It was still the corporal of this team of soldiers, biting his head and standing up. I'm helping Lu Qingshou to clean up an eyesore that he wants to clean up but can't clean up. Qin Yi smiled, and the smile on the corner of his mouth made people feel cold all over. C-38 You don't know what fear is, bang. Qin Yi stepped forward and stepped on the head of the Black Wind Thief leader. Now, I can ask you a few small questions. Having said that, Qin Yi's tone didn't mean any questioning, instead there was a trace of unquestionable. You think. The Black Wind Pirate leader was struggling under Qin Yi's feet. The Black Wind Thief's eyes were about to burst into flames, and the humiliation suddenly filled his entire chest. His 10 years of ascetic cultivation was actually abolished. Now, he is being trampled underfoot by a ninth prince who is famous for his playfulness. This humiliation made the Black Wind Pirate chief almost vomit blood in depression. I have no patience, you better tell me the truth. Qin Yi continued to speak coldly regardless of the anger of the Black Wind Pirate leader. Impossible. The Black Wind Pirate leader shouted unyieldingly, and it was impossible for him to submit. The Black Wind Thief leader sneered again and again, but he wanted to see how a ninth prince could force him to submit. Do you think I have no means to force you to submit? Qin Yi's eyes are deep, as if he can read people's hearts. My means are not what you can imagine. For example, did you know there is a criminal law called skinning? Qin Yi suddenly smiled and said slowly. This kind of criminal law is very simple. It is to peel off a person's skin until he bleeds to death. Qin Yi smiled and explained this criminal law. The light words are like the boy next door talking to you, but the deep meaning in the words makes people feel cold. Listening to Qin Yi's remarks, the Black Wind Thief leader widened his eyes in horror and looked at Qin Yi in fear. He never thought that Qin Yi's methods were so cruel. Where is this a weak and dandy boy, but an evil ghost in human skin? Generally speaking, after a person is skinned, he doesn't die directly. It takes at least 3 days to bleed to death. If I add a little more material, such as a few ants, then it will be a real enjoyment. Qin Yi's slow words were like a cold wind blowing through the heart of the Black Wind Thief leader. His Royal Highness Ninth Prince, I said, I will say anything. The Black Wind Pirate leader suddenly shuddered and shouted quickly. The Black Wind Pirate leader looked terrified. He didn't want to try the criminal law, Qin Yi said. This criminal law falls on him, that is, life is better than death. You dare. The corporal of the city guard was startled and shouted loudly, trying to stop the Black Wind Pirate leader. Noisy! Qin Yi raised his eyes slightly, and his eyes were directed at the corporal. What followed was a gorgeous knife fight. A good head was thrown high. Sergeant, die. The onlookers couldn't help shuddering and looked at Qin Yi in disbelief. If you say kill, kill, the ninth prince's methods are too ruthless. Lu Yi's eyes widened as well. Qin Yi gave him the feeling that he was a supreme king who was decisive and decisive. One word, to condemn others to death. Treat life as a mustard. However, there was an inexplicable excitement in Lu Yi's heart. This is the hero in her imagination, the unparalleled husband in her dream. Involuntarily, Lu Yi looked into Qin Yi's eyes and became obsessed. Soon, Lu Yi came back to her senses again, a blush appeared on her face, and she secretly spit in her heart. After the shock comes worry. Qin Yi killed Lu Qingshou's people in public, and Lu Qingshou would definitely not give up. How could this be? Lu Yi's heart sank all of a sudden. C-39 treat others with their own way. Qin Yi beheading Lu Qingshou's subordinates in public was undoubtedly hitting Lu Qingshou in the face. Lu Qingshou will definitely not give up, and will definitely take action against Qin Yi. Although Bai Zai is powerful, Lu Qingshou is not a vegetarian. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Lu Qingshou still had 3,000 elite soldiers under his command. The innate powerhouse is very strong, and has already stepped into the first step of transcending the mortal body, but after all, he has not surpassed the mortal body. In the face of 3,000 elite soldiers, the congenital warriors could only drink their hatred on the spot. Qini faced Lu Qingshuo, and Qini was probably the one who suffered the loss. What's more, Lu Qingshuo still has Bulyu Wangzhao in his hands, and the situation is even more unfavorable for Qini. It really doesn't work. Ask Grandpa to come forward. Lui's heart is down. With her grandfather's prestige, it should be able to eliminate the impact of this incident. Now I ask you to answer. Just when Lui was thinking wildly, Qini looked down at the big leader of the Black Wind Pirates. His Royal Highness Ninth Prince, you ask? The leader of the Black Wind Pirates responded quickly. Qini's decisiveness made him shudder. Then let me ask you, why did the Black Wind Pirates attack the villages around Yuanjiang City? Qini said. We Black Wind Pirates are bandits and attack the village. Isn't this just right? The Black Wind Thief leader hesitated for a moment, rolled his eyes, and said so. Qini raised his eyebrows, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Then how do you explain the letter in my hand? Qini lifted the stack of letters in his hand and looked at the Black Wind Pirate chief indifferently. The Black Wind Pirate leader was at a loss for words. Laugh. A sword light flashed, and the entire right arm of the Black Wind Thief leader was smoothly cut off. Everyone looked at Qini with an indifferent face, holding a sword, and his indifferent eyes were icy cold. The sword just now came from Qini's hands. You said or not? Qini's tone became more and more impatient, and the longer the time dragged on, the more unfavorable the situation became for him. It is estimated that Lu Qingshuo has now received the news and dares to come here. Qini must turn the situation around before Lu Qingshuo arrives. Thinking about it, Qini's eyes were even colder when he looked at the Black Wind Thief leader. I said everything. As soon as the Black Wind Thief leader touched Qini's eyes, he was instantly shocked. This look is like a beast waiting to hunt, and it can devour him in a flash, leaving no bones and scum. This kind of words felt more and more clear, and the Black Wind Thief leader understood that if he didn't say anything, Qini would definitely kill him. We were instructed by Lu Qingshuo to slaughter the villages around Yuanjiang City in order to put the blame on the 9 princes. The Black Wind Pirate leader said in a panic, shaking everything out. Boom! As soon as the words fell, everyone took a deep breath. What I have seen today can be described as twists and turns, and the situation is capricious. But this time, it really shocked everyone. Unexpectedly, Lu Qingshuo actually instructed Hathing pirates to slaughter the people around Yuanjiang City. This really made the onlookers angry. The anger of being deceived and the anger of the death of their relatives erupted together, causing their impression of Lu Qingshuo to collapse at once. For the city guard, not for the welfare of the people under his command, but wantonly massacred and acted as the city guard. Qini even sneered and continued. The fire is not hot enough, and he will continue to add a fire. Don't you want to ruin my reputation? Then I will ruin your reputation first. Ruin to pieces. C40 punishable. I think Lu Qingshuo has done more than one bad thing. Qini looked at the Black Wind Thief leader with a smile and saw that his hair was straight. Yes, Lu Qingshuo has instructed Hathing pirates to do a lot of things over the years. Some of the things that he was inconvenient to do were all solved by Hathing thief. The Black Wind Pirate leader immediately understood and quickly opened the mouth and said. Qini's meaning is obvious, that is to pour dirty water on Lu Qingshuo. Now, the Black Wind Thief leader was trampled under his feet by Qini, and if he wanted to survive, he could only say what Qini thought. Although his cultivation base has been abolished, the Black Wind Pirate leader still doesn't want to die. The Black Wind Pirate leader can only pin his hopes on Qini. If he says according to Qini's thoughts, he may not be able to survive. 6 months ago, there was a disappearance storm that affected the entire Yuanjiang city. It's what Lu Qingshuo ordered us to do, in order to pay tribute to these beauties to those dignitaries. As soon as he gritted his teeth, the Black Wind Thief leader threw out Lu Qingshuo's crimes that he knew. Everyone was in an uproar, looking at the Black Wind Pirate leader in surprise. Half a year ago, a big event happened in Yuanjiang City. That is, there are countless young girls to be married who live in and around Yuanjiang City. Not one or two, but dozens or hundreds of waiting words disappeared. This incident caused a huge sensation in Yuanjiang City at the time. At that time, it could be said that everyone was in danger, especially those families with a daughter to be married, who were extremely nervous. In this case, it was not until Lu Qingshuo mobilized a large number of troops and arrested him overnight that the so-called culprit was caught. A flower thief. Immediately, he was beheaded in the afternoon market, and this matter gradually subsided. But the big leader of Hathing pirates said that Lu Qingshuo ordered Hathing pirates to do this. Xin Yi also heard of this incident, but he did not expect it to be Lu Qingshuo's means. Seeing the determination on the face of the Black Wind Thief leader, it is obviously not aimless. This matter was not mentioned in the correspondence between the Black Wind Pirate Chief and Lu Qingshuo. The corner of Xin Yi's mouth outlined a stern smile. It seems that he doesn't need to add more fire. With one word from the Black Wind Pirate leader, Lu Qingshuo has been pushed into the endless abyss. Lu Qingshuo's move is no different from human trafficking, plus it is dedicated to dignitaries, which is another crime. Trafficking in human beings, bribing dignitaries. According to the laws of the Buyuo dynasty, it is enough to remove Lu Qingshuo from his official position and kill him on the spot. This is not a trivial matter, but a shocking sin after another. Oh, this is really a good city guard of Yuanzhang City. Xin Yi's eyes suddenly became sharp, his body sank, and the entire street in front of the city lord's mansion seemed to be a little gloomy. Human trafficking is a crime. Bribery of dignitaries is the second crime. Fornicating with Black Wind thieves in cholera in Yuanzhang City, this is the third crime. Framing His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince and harming the royal family is the fourth crime. Lu Qingshuo is not worthy of being the city guard of Yuanzhang City. At this moment, there was a loud shout, and the sound was sonorous, no less than a woman. Xin Yi turned his head to look. It turned out that Lu Yi was screaming, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but smile. Lu Qingshuo is not worthy of being the city guard of Yuanzhang City. The servants behind Lu Yi also shouted loudly with their master. Just now, they were holding their breath, and now they can finally vent. In an instant, the situation in front of the city lord's mansion has completely reversed. The whole situation is extremely unfavorable for the city guard, and it can even be said that there are dangers everywhere. See 41 angry people, meaningless boy Lu Qingshuo is not worthy of being Yuanzhang Qingshuo. Lu Qingshuo, the dog officer, is not worthy of being the city guard of Yuanzhang City. Pity my family Ruhua, who was sold to the dignitaries by this city guard. I just said, how could a flower-picking thief commit such a heinous crime? It turned out that Lu Qingshuo directed and acted himself. My poor girl, I still don't know where to suffer. Without further guidance from the servants of the city lord's mansion, public opinion has completely changed. Those people in Yuanzhang City are already shouting loudly, like crazy. Especially those old parents who lost their daughters, some even fainted from crying. Excited. Many men in Yuanzhang City have already clenched the utensils in their hands, and their veins are bursting out. Shocking. Don't believe it, everyone, it's bloody. The soldiers guarding the city were also shouting loudly, trying to restore public opinion. However, these people are not blind, they can judge right from wrong. Whether the words of the Black Wind Thief leader are true or false, they have their own conclusions. More importantly, the original people had doubts about the big case half a year ago. Now that Xin Yi helped them solve it, they naturally wouldn't believe the nonsense of these city guard soldiers. These words, on the contrary, aroused a strong killing intent and hatred in their hearts. Bastard city guard, I can't bear it anymore, I'm going to overthrow the city guard. I just turned 13 years old Linger, so he was sold by him. Go together, damn, this dog official won't let us live, and I won't let him live either. For the sake of my dead family, I will not let this dog city guard go. A good village is gone because of this dog official, ha ha. More and more people gathered on the street, and many men from Yuanzhang City dared to come after hearing the news. As soon as I found out the whole story, I immediately burst into anger. Kill, kill, kill. The men in Yuanzhang City never lacked blood, and the boundless hatred in their roars was the best proof. Everyone's eyes were filled with blood, and this killing intent was directed at Lu Qingshuo. But don't underestimate these men in Yuanzhang City. They don't fall into the dynasties of martial arts. These men living in Yuanzhang City also have some martial arts skills. Not strong, but not weak either. Among them, there are many experts in the acquired realm, and even some of the acquired 9-level martial artists. If these people attack the city guard, there is no innate martial artist, and they may even succeed. But that Lu Qingshuo was a congenital warrior, and these men must have gone and never returned. Everyone, please be quiet. Xin Yi naturally wouldn't let them die, so he shouted loudly, and with the blessing of inner strength, his voice suddenly overshadowed the voices of everyone. Everyone was silent, and all looked at Xin Yi. What Xin Yi did before won their hearts. It was because of Xin Yi that they broke Lu Qingshuo's deception against them, and then they could learn the truth. You go here, even if you succeed, you can't escape death in the end, is it worth it? Xin Yi looked solemn and asked. It's worth it, how is it not worth it? This kind of dog official can't kill this person, wouldn't it be cheap for him? What's the fear of death? Kill the dog officer, and give me a bright future in Yuanzhang City. The men in Yuanzhang City shouted and roared. Okay. You are attentive, Xiao Wang admires. However, this time, everyone, Xiao Wang, as the ninth prince of the Unfallen dynasty, will not tolerate this person to continue to do whatever he wants. Today, I will definitely destroy the city guard and kill Lu Qingshou, and give everyone justice. Qin Yi's tone was sincere, infecting everyone present. This king is not talented. I swear to kill the dog officials and cut out the dawn of Yuanjiang City. C42D. Shall I go to take off his clothes? His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince, Chatos. His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince, Chatos. His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince, Chatos. Shouting loudly, the sound is shocking, enough to overturn the clouds in the sky. Countless people of Yuanjiang City knelt on the ground, shouting Chatos. The people are like this: whoever treats them well, they will support whoever they are, until their death. Clang! The sword sounded lingeringly. Qin Yi raised his sword high, and the sword's edge pointed straight at the sky. Everyone, Xiao Wang made an oath here, and I won't be a human being if I don't kill Lu Chang. Qin Yi's eyes are deep, and the firmness of his words cannot be questioned. Byakuya, follow me to destroy the city guard. Afterwards, Qin Yi lifted his footsteps lightly and took the lead towards the city guard mansion, Bai Zai carrying the Black Wind Thief leader, followed closely behind. Lu Yi looked at Qin Yi's back with a radiant expression, and the obsession in her eyes became stronger and stronger. Everyone in the city lord's mansion, follow me and help the ninth prince. Immediately, Lu Yi said to the servants of the city lord's mansion. Lu Yi took the servants of the city lord's mansion and quickly chased after Qin Yi. Qin Yi looked back. Lu Yi smiled. Qin Yi also smiled. It is more than words. Seeing that the people from the city lord's mansion followed Qin Yi, the men in Yuanjiang City couldn't sit still. His Royal Highness Ninth Prince is here to seek justice for us. How can we put the Ninth Prince in danger? Everyone, follow me to help His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince. Help His Highness the Ninth Prince to kill the dog official. In the loud shouting, the men of Yuanjiang City followed in a swarm. Even the young women and children wanted to follow, but were stopped by the men. Soon, all the people on the street walked away, leaving only the soldiers of the city guard who looked at each other in dismay. The dog official is not benevolent, brothers, I will no longer work for him. One of the soldiers, after a moment of hesitation, removed his armor, revealing his plain clothes. This is a soldier from Yuanjiang City. The old father in the family was from a village in Yuanjiang City. He died tragically at the hands of Haithing pirates a month ago. In his eyes, the killing intent was so intense that it couldn't be dissolved at all. The revenge of killing the father is not shared by the sky. Immediately, the soldier carried a long gun and strode away in pursuit of the large army. Come along! Come along! Come along! That soldier is just the beginning. More and more soldiers take off their armor and leave. After a while, only 2 soldiers dressed as generals remained. Hey, the city guard is over, you and I are gone too, said one of the soldiers with a stout and unusual stature. No, what do you think of the Ninth Prince from what you saw today? Another heroic soldier looked at the other person with bright eyes and said, the means are ruthless, and they have the resources of a hero. It's a pity that he has no power, and insufficient background. He only has the master named Bai Zai, who is not enough to compete with the eldest prince. The strong man thought for a moment and said seriously, Xiao Xiong, no, this is the Lord of True Destiny I'm looking for. The eyes of the heroic soldiers burst into an amazing look, and they looked straight into the distance, towards Qin Yi who was walking. A few months ago, do you know why I brought you to this remote town and joined this shit Lu Qingshou's men? The Yingwu soldier turned his head and smiled at the strong man again. I don't know about that? The brawny soldier was taken aback for a moment and touched the back of his head. My teacher once said that the king of not falling will fall to Mijiang County. Do not fall into the dynasty, the trend of great prosperity is also within this small town. The heroic warrior smiled mysteriously and said lightly, what do you mean by that? The strong man was shocked, and finally understood why the heroic soldiers brought him to Yuanjiang City a few months ago. C43 boy, your men are running towards you. I will find my bright master and build a dynasty together. Yingwu soldiers laughed loudly. I don't know brother Mo, what are your plans? The Yingwu soldier looked at the strong man again and asked. For some reason, there was a trace of tension in the eyes of Yingwu soldiers, but he knew that the person in front of him was a rare general. It would be a great blessing to be able to recruit each other for his future master. I'm home from all over the world, and the only confidant is you, brother Bailey. No matter where you go, it's always best to have a companion. There was a smile on the corner of the strong man's mouth, and he was ignorant of the thoughts of the heroic soldiers. However, he only has one friend of the other party, and he will go wherever he goes. I believe, with the ability of him and the heroic soldiers. With the assistance of the two of them, even if the ninth prince has insufficient background, he can still compete with the eldest prince to compete for the position of the king. Okay, brother Mo, if you and I join forces, we will be able to revolutionize the entire dynasty. Seeing the strong man and soldiers agree, the smiles on the corners of the heroic soldiers' mouths grew stronger. Then, before we go to find this bright master, you and I will prepare a big gift for him. The Ingwu soldiers immediately looked out of the city, looked somewhere in the distance, and said with a slight smile, "Oh, Brother Bailey, you are thoughtful." The brawny soldier was startled for a moment, but quickly reacted. "If you are a minister, you must be driven by the king." The Ingwu soldier laughed and said so. "Brother Bailey, since you have the heart, then I will accompany you on a trip." The strong man also laughed loudly. "Then thank you, Brother Mo." Ingwu soldiers gratefully glanced at the strong man soldiers, and understood that the other party was worried about him. Then, the two of them strode out of the city, appearing to be extremely independent in the trend of everyone rushing towards the city guardhouse. City Guard. Located in the west of the city, and located in the east of the city to get the city lord's mansion, stand opposite. Not long after walking, the gate of the city lord's mansion was already in sight. The Vermilion Gate, 2 mighty stone lions, and 2 soldiers with geese, show their style. Unlike the downfall of the city lord's mansion, the city lord's mansion controls the only army in Yuanzhang City, which is naturally not the same as the powerless and powerless city lord's mansion. Qini took the people from the city lord's mansion, followed by countless men from Yuanzhang City. As soon as it appeared, it immediately aroused the vigilance of the 2 soldiers. "Who are you, and what are you doing to the city guard?" 2 soldiers with geese took a step forward, blocking the way of everyone. "Step aside." Qini's eyes lifted slightly, his indifferent eyes piercing people's hearts. As soon as the 2 soldiers with geese met Qini's eyes, they couldn't help but take a step back subconsciously. When he reacted, Qini had already brought Bai Zai and others into the city guard mansion. A large group of men from Yuanzhang City followed closely and swarmed into the city lord's mansion. The 2 soldiers holding geese looked at each other, not knowing what to do. "Quick, you go to inform the commander Wang outside the city, and I will report to the city guardian." One of the soldiers was the first to react and immediately ordered. As soon as he finished speaking, the soldier has hurried into the city guard mansion. Looking at the posture of Qini and others, they are aggressive, and I am afraid that the people who come here are not good. Another soldier, reacting, hurriedly ran towards the army station outside the city. For some reason, the 2 soldiers had an idea at the same time. After today, Yuanzhang City is about to change. C-44 Lu Qingshou, run, you are going to die inside the city guard house. Qini led a large group of people and walked in the city guard mansion like a leisurely stroll. The city guard is huge, and it is the premier mansion in Yuanzhang City, with rockeries and rivers, everything. It can be seen that Lu Qingshou is also a leisurely person, and the layout of the mansion is quite particular. As soon as the layout of the city guard's mansion came into view, a gleam of light flashed in Qini's eyes. The city guard of a small town can actually have such a rich family property, such a huge family property. If he said he was not greedy, no one would believe him. The salary of the city guard is only 1,000 taels of silver per month, which may be a lot in the eyes of ordinary people. In front of this family business, it is only a drop in the bucket. According to the laws of the Buluo dynasty, a mansion equipped with a city guard is not so luxurious. Such a big city guard, without hundreds of thousands of gold, it is impossible to buy it. Where did such a large amount of assets come from? Nothing more than from the people of Yuanzhang City. As soon as the men from Yuanzhang City entered the city and guarded the mansion, they obviously discovered this, and their eyes turned red. "Damn dog officer! Take care of your own enjoyment, deceive the people, and treat the people as others. It is hateful, to exchange their own daughters for the gold and silver jewelry of dignitaries." And anger spread in everyone's heart in an instant. Qini was silent, and led the crowd forward slowly. Not long after Qini and others stepped into the Qingshou mansion, Lu Qingshou also got the news and hurried over. "His Royal Highness Ninth Prince, what do you mean?" As soon as Lu Qingshou appeared, he was shocked to see Qini leading a group of people. "Lu Qingshou, there are some things that people are doing and watching. Today, this king is here to seek justice for the people of Yuanzhang City." Qini's eyes were sharp, and his mouth was very tough. "Yes, you dog official, return my daughter." "Damn, dog officer, give my relatives back." "His Royal Highness Ninth Prince, you." In the face of Qini and others pressing questions, Lu Qingshou's expression changed. The situation in front of him completely caught him off guard. In the early morning, he sent the Black Wind Bandit chief with dozens of elite soldiers to the city lord's mansion to escort Qini and carry out the orders of the eldest prince. Why now, this genie suddenly appeared in the city guard mansion, with a large number of people. Could it be that something happened to the Black Wind Thief leader? Just thinking about it, Lu Qingshou saw the Black Wind Thief leader who was like a dead dog and was lifted by Bai Zai. Lu Qingshou's pupils shrank. Is this the leader of the Black Wind Pirates? At this time, the big leader of the Black Wind Pirates had a bloody face, and his broken arm was dripping with blood, and the whole person looked embarrassed. Where is this high-spirited innate warrior, clearly a bereaved dog? Lu Qingshou's brows were wrinkled. This matter was clearly guaranteed. Why did such a big change occur? With the cultivation of the Black Wind Pirate leader and dozens of elite soldiers, it is enough to take Qin Yi down. The result of everything was completely different from what he expected. Qin Yi was not taken down, but instead brought people to the door to ask the teacher to ask the guilt. The leader of the Black Wind Pirates was like a dead dog, being held by Qin Yi's people, and dozens of soldiers disappeared. For a time, Lu Chang was out of control, not knowing what to do. Lu Qingshou, this king wants to ask you a few questions. Qin Yi suddenly said. His Royal Highness Ninth Prince, you ask. Hearing this, Lu Qingshou quickly suppressed the panic in his heart and said calmly. No matter what, let's hide the disaster in front of us first. This is what Lu Qingshou thought. However, can this disaster really be avoided? Asterisk. C45 Ruthless Lu Qingshou. I wonder if Lu Qingshou knows this person? With a pop, the Black Wind Thief leader was thrown to the ground by Bai Zai. No, I don't know this beggar. Lu Qingshou rolled his eyes and denied it. I wonder if His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince, with this dirty beggar, come to my city to guard the mansion. What's your purpose? With such a large group of people, this official really can't figure it out. Lu Qingshou smiled again and said to Qin Yi, as if he really didn't know the Black Wind Pirate leader. If everyone hadn't known in advance, they would have been deceived by him. Shameless. This Lu Qingshou is simply shameless. In just a few words, I want to push the responsibility completely. In particular, the Black Wind Thief leader was spitting fire, staring at Lu Qingshou. He was actually called a beggar by him. If his eyes could kill, Lu Qingshou would have been killed countless times by him. However, what this person said is that he is the leader of the Black Wind Pirates. It is Lu Qingshou's new commander of the Black Wind Army. Qin Yi sneered. Lu Qingshou wanted to shirk his responsibility, but he really thought that everyone was blind. Oh? It turns out that the scourge of the Black Wind Pirates is the culprit of cholera Yuanjiang City. Many thanks to His Royal Highness Ninth Prince, for taking this man down for this official. Lu Qingshou was surprised, as if he recognized the Black Wind Thief leader. This person's crimes are extremely heinous, and it is not too late. This official will kill him to comfort the spirits of the people who died in Yuanjiang City. Lu Qingshou eloquently convicted the crime of the Black Wind Thief leader. As soon as the words were finished, without waiting for everyone to react, he punched the big leader of the Black Wind Pirates. Lu Chang guarded this punch and took the temple of the Black Wind Thief leader, fast as lightning, sound like thunder, and roared. This is Lu Qingshou's famous martial arts running the thunder hand. He punched out like a thunderbolt from the sky. Watching this punch, Lu Qingshou didn't mean to keep his hand at all. Kill the mouth of the Black Wind Thief leader. Lu Qingshou gave a stern smile. As long as he kills the Black Wind Pirate leader, then the Ninth Prince will have no excuse or evidence to deal with him. Without evidence, it is impossible to convict a 7th-grade city guard. Wanton killing officials, even if Qin Yi is the Ninth Prince, will be convicted, and even give the eldest prince far away in the capital an excuse to kill Qin Yi. Killing an official is equivalent to treason. That is to say, as long as Lu Qingshou kills the Black Wind bandit leader, and Qin Yi has no evidence in his hands, he can get away with it. Thinking of this, Lu Qingshou couldn't help but increase his strength. How brave! The men in Yuanjiang City exclaimed, wanting to stop Lu Qingshou. However, Lu Qingshou was a congenital third-level martial artist. With one punch, it was as fast as a thunderbolt, and everyone had no time to react. In the pale face of the Black Wind Pirate leader, Lu Qingshou's fist was already pounding. In just a few meters, it came in an instant, and the thunderous fist wind was like the cold wind of a cold night, and the person's cheek hurts. Die! Lu Qingshou snorted softly, and the ferocious expression on his face became more and more intense. There is no way anyone can stop him. As long as he kills the Black Wind Pirate leader, he will still be the emperor of Yuanjiang City. How good is this? Damn! Everyone shouted, and their faces were anxious. None of the Haifeng pirate leaders died, and they had no evidence to deal with Lu Qingshou. Could it be that in the end, this dog official will be allowed to go unpunished? The hearts of everyone suddenly sank to the bottom, and their faces showed despair. Bold! Just when everyone was helpless, a cold voice sounded, as loud as the sound of a knife. C46 This one business is old and skilled. A knifeling ran. A blade of chi slashed down like a zhonglong horse in the air, carrying monstrous anger and slashing straight away. Under the anger, Bai Zai did not keep his hand, and took Lu Cheng to guard his dantian. A dying person who dares to resist, does he really think he is a decoration? Laugh. With a soft sound, the Zampa kid pierced Lu Qingshuo's dantian straight. Lu Qingshuo's incessant infuriating chi poured out from his dantian in an instant, as if he was deflated. Wow! Infuriating reversal, scurrying in the 7 meridians and 8 meridians, Lu Qingshuo's feet softened, he fell to the ground, and he opened his mouth and spat out another mouthful of blood. Bai Zai's expression did not change, and he took another step forward. The shadow of the sword split, cut out 4 afterimages, and pierced through Lu Qingshuo's tendons and hamstrings. Byakuya is very skilled in this business now. Without Qin Yi's instructions, Bai Zai did not take Lu Qingshuo's life, but just abolished him. Qin Yi folded his arms and stood quietly, a sneer traced the corners of his mouth. Lu Qingshuo had a good abacus, but he did not count that Bai Zai under Qin Yi was so powerful. It didn't even count, with a single blow, Bai Zai's cultivation was abolished, and he didn't even have time to react. Boom! Bai Zai landed lightly, stepped on Lu Qingshuo with one foot, and held the leader of the Black Wind Pirates with the other, as if he was an invincible black-clothed god of war. The entire Qingshuo mansion fell into a dead silence, and everyone stared at him in astonishment. Lu Qingshuo, who was stepped on by Bai Zai, was shocked beyond measure. If it was said before that Bai Zai easily defeated the Black Wind Pirate leader, everyone did not feel so strongly. That's because, although everyone understands that the Hathing pirate leader is strong, they don't know how strong the Hathing pirate leader is. However, Lu Qingshuo is different. Lu Qingshuo is the first master in Yuanzhong City in name, and his prestige has lasted for at least 10 years. For those who live in Yuanzhong City all the year round, Lu Qingshuo's name is like thunder. But now, Lu Qingshuo, who was too powerful in their eyes to be invincible, was easily stepped on by Bai Zai. This contrast makes people feel unreal. Master Bai Zai is mighty, His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince, Chitos. Master Bai Zai is mighty, His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince, Chitos. After a long while, the crowd erupted in violent shouts. In any case, as long as Lu Qingshuo was already captured, it would be a good thing for everyone. Everyone looked excited, there was such a powerful master, and the wise and powerful Ninth Prince His Royal Highness. In the future, the beautiful vision of Yuanzhong City is not far away. At least, the bandits around Yuanzhong City will not be a cause for fear. Lu Qingshuo, it's not a good habit to kill in silence. Qin Yi paced to Lu Qingshuo, lowered his body, and slapped Lu Qingshuo's face with a smile. His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince, you are tantamount to treason. Wanton humiliation and serious injury to court officials are all serious crimes of beheading. Even if you are His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince, you cannot mitigate the crime. Lu Qingshuo's face turned blue and red for a while, but being slapped in the face by Qin Yi made him extremely humiliated. After all, he is guarding a city, and the city is very deep. Even now, he quickly regained his composure and threatened Qin Yi. Ha ha ha, are you considered the parental official of this Yuanzhong City? Defenders of the city, not for the benefit of the common people, but full of personal pockets. For the defender of the city, instead of guarding one side for the common people, but colluding with bandits to bring disaster to the other side. As the defender of the city, you don't respect the royal family, but you want to kill me. These 3 major crimes can cost you your life. Qin Yi suddenly stood up and laughed. The sonorous words pierced Lu Qingshuo's fragile heart, causing him to break into a cold sweat. C47 The dying Lu Qingshuo robbery and kidnapped women from good families, fornicated with officials and nobles, colluded with bandits, and slaughtered the people under his command. These crimes are committed by the city guard in front of you. Qin Yi repeated the crimes of Lu Qingshuo one by one. Every time he said a word, Lu Qingshuo's face became paler. Everyone said, is he still an official? Finally, Qin Yi looked around at the angry crowd around him and suddenly raised his voice. It doesn't count. Such a dog official simply humiliates the prestige of the Buluo dynasty. Damn dog officer, it's not a pity to die. Mother, this bullshit city guard, I have long said that something is wrong with him, but today it is true. Everyone watching should drink Qin Yi's words. Many people even clenched their fists, wishing they could come forward to repair Lu Cheng's guard. What's more, those commoners whose relatives died tragically, can't wait to skin him and crap him. A bunch of untouchables, shut up, this official is not guilty. His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince, if there is no evidence, you can't open your mouth. In the questioning of countless people, Lu Qingshuo finally panicked and shouted angrily. No evidence? Isn't this Black Wind thief leader a witness? Xin Yi chuckled and looked at the Black Wind Thief leader. The words of this kind of bandit are not credible at all. Your Royal Highness Ninth Prince, you must have been deceived by him. At this point, Lu Qingshou is still trying his best to make excuses and plead not guilty. Pooh! A mouthful of saliva suddenly landed on Lu Qingshou's face, causing Lu Qingshou's eyes to widen. Lu Daqingshu, I know a lot of things you've done. Also, I know where you put your ledger. Haha, I didn't expect it. Why would I know about this? Thanks to Mrs. Qingshou, who told me in the bed. This spit was done by the big leader of the Black Wind Pirates, and he smiled at Lu Qingshou. Lu Qingshou's sentence of being a beggar made the Black Wind Thief chief hold a grudge in his heart. Moreover, Lu Qingshou's punch had already made him smell the breath of death. Lu Cheng guarded that punch and didn't keep it. Since Lu Qingshou has already torn his face, there is no need for him to keep his hands. You! Lu Cheng snorted, his face turned pale, and his lips were trembling with excitement. I don't know if it was because his wife betrayed him, or because the Black Wind Thief leader knew where he hid the ledger, or both. Ha! I want you to die without a burial place. After speaking, the Black Wind Thief leader turned his head to look at Xin Yi. His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince, the place where this person hides the ledger is the backyard of the city guard. Under that rockery, you can find it by sending someone to check it out. The Black Wind pirate leader shook out all the information he knew. Xin Yi watched the confrontation between the two with great interest. In the end, it was him who benefited from this kind of dog bites dog. Xin Yi nodded slightly when he heard what the Black Wind pirate leader said. Immediately, Xin Yi looked at Bai Zai. Bai Zai understood, carrying the big leader of the Black Wind pirates, and went to the backyard of the city guard house. No! As soon as Bai Zai left, Lu Qingshou was completely confused. Even Lu Qingshou didn't care about his injuries, he used both hands and feet, and crawled out of the mansion. Boom! Xin Yi stepped on Lu Qingshou's body, and his heavy footing caused Lu Qingshou to spit out a mouthful of blood. Until Bai Zai comes back, Lu Qingshou, you'd better stay where you are. Xin Yi said expressionlessly. C48 What to do in the face of a madman what? A mournful howl came from under Xin Yi's feet, and Lu Qingshou was already overwhelmed. The shattering of the dantian is a double blow to the mind and body for a martial artist. Then, Bai Zai and Xin Yi continued to make it worse. His Royal Highness Ninth Prince, please spare my life. I swear, I will never go against you again. The gold and silver treasures in this city guard house, you can take whatever you want, whatever you fancy, just move it away. I just hope that the Ninth Prince can calm down and let me go. Lu Qingshou endured the severe pain and said flatteringly. Lu Qingshou's words were very generous, but the pain in his face was obvious. For him, who regards money as his life, taking his property is tantamount to cutting his flesh. However, in order to survive, he had no choice. However, as he lowered his eyes, a trace of resentment flashed in his eyes. I will give you this money first. When I find the eldest prince and borrow it for reinforcements, what if you are the ninth prince? The eldest prince will definitely kill you. Lu Qingshou thought he hid his expression well, but he did not escape Xin Yi's eyes. Xin Yi sneered again and again, the killing intent in his eyes was gradually condensing. Of course he would not let Lu Qingshou go. Weeds must be eradicated. This truth, Xin Yike is very clear. What's more, Lu Qingshou is a congenital warrior, killing him can not only gain killing points, killing experience, but also gain the hearts of the people of Yuanjiang City. How could he not do this? He lightly cast a glance at Lu Qingshou, who was begging for mercy from Rinzai Hudian and grabbed the ground. Xin Yi kept his mouth shut and waited quietly for Bai Zai. Soon, Bai Zai returned with the Black Wind Thief leader, and at the same time, there was an additional ledger in his left hand. When Bai Zai appeared with the ledger, Lu Qingshou's face turned pale again, and the fluke in his heart was ruthlessly broken. Xin Yi took the account book and immediately read it. Scanning line by line, Xin Yi's eyes couldn't help but become sharp, and the momentum exuding from his body became heavy at the same time. A sense of oppression came from Xin Yi, making everyone present a little depressed. Lu Qingshou, you are doing very well. Xin Yi half squinted his eyes and said faintly. This Lu Qingshou is simply insane, he really underestimated Lu Qingshou's greed. Come on. Xin Yi closed the ledger in his hand and shouted coldly. Husband. Hearing Xin Yi's shout, Lu Yi quickly walked to Xin Yi's side. Originally, the servant of the city lord's mansion wanted to step forward, but was stopped by Lu Yi. In fact, Lu Yi was curious about the ledger that made Xin Yi so angry. Read it out loud and let the people of Yuanjiang City hear what kind of dog official their city guard is. Xin Yi didn't care who the person was at this time, and threw the ledger in his hand to the other party. Yes, husband. Lu Yi took the account book and turned to the first page, which made her look angry. Louis finally understood why Qini was so angry. In the 995th year of the king's calendar, in January, the Su family, a big family in the east of the city, and the Li family, a big family in the west of the city, clashed and sued the officials. The Su family paid 5,000 gold ingots, and the Li family paid 3,000 gold ingots. The Su family was paid more generously, so the Su family was sentenced to victory. Copy the Li family, get 30,000 gold ingots and 100,000 silver grains, selling 18 people from Li's family, earning 3,000 grains of silver. In total, I earned 38,000 gold ingots and 103,000 silver patterns. Louis said word by word, and with each sentence, the anger on his face increased by 1 point. In the 995th year of the king's calendar, in the 5th month, 40,000 gold ingots were presented to the county governor. The county governor is overjoyed, bestowing 3,000 elite soldiers. With these 3,000 elite soldiers, Yuanzhang City is not letting me do whatever I want, ha ha. In the 996th year of the king's calendar, in March, I heard that the county governor loves beauty. Therefore, he invited Haifeng pirates to take action, secretly capture the beautiful women inside and outside Yuanzhang City, and offer them to the county governor. However, some beautiful beauties cannot be spared. As long as you win the favor of the county governor, you will be promoted and rich in front of you. See 49. What if the enemy still has cards? In the 996th year of the king's calendar, in September, the great leader of the Black-Winged Pirates was ordered to slaughter the people around Yuanzhang City. Frame the 9th prince, so that His Royal Highness the eldest prince. A series of crimes, shocking. Louis couldn't read it anymore. Lian Bai's little hands were flushed, and she glared at Lu Qingshou. The ledger is not big, but it also has dozens of pages. On every page, there are piles of crimes committed by Lu Qingshou. Play with the law. Want to buy and sell people. Fornicate with the boss, buy and sell soldiers. Collusion with bandits, plundering the people, and framing the royal family. Each of them is enough to cut off his official hat and kill him. There are dozens of other crimes similar to this one. At this moment, there was no need for Louis to continue reading. Everyone was angry and glared at Lu Qingshou. This dog official simply regards himself as the emperor of Yuanzhang City and acts recklessly. They don't take the law and the people of Yuanzhang City seriously at all. I only have money and power in my mind. God officer, it's time to kill. Bah, his grandma's, if I don't kill this dog official, I will be a son of a human. Kill this dog officer. The men of Yuanzhang City suddenly blushed and had thick necks, and the hatred soaring to the sky could not be concealed at all. Shut up, a bunch of pariahs. This officer did this for the good of Yuanzhang City. Lu Qingshou roared, and there was an abnormal blush on his pale face. Oh? Lu Qingshou, you are saying that what you do is beneficial to the people of Yuanzhang City. Qini looked at Lu Qingshou coldly, revealing his cold killing intent. Facing Qini's question, Lu Qingshou couldn't help but don't know how to answer. Looking back in the past, the king who opened the dynasty did not fall into the dynasty, and he prayed that he would not fall into the dynasty. Singing and dancing would be peaceful, the country would be prosperous and the people would be safe. It is precisely because of a corrupt official and scum like you that the prayers of King Kai came to nothing. As the fourth grandson of King Kai, this king should fulfill his unimaginable wish for his old man. Qini held a saber, the sword pointed directly at Lu Qingshou, and said aloud, His Royal Highness 9th Prince, no, no. Please, let go of the villain. Lu Qingshou screamed in horror, struggling hard, trying to escape from Qini's feet. However, how could Qini let him escape? With a little force on his feet, he crushed his chest. Cough, cough. Lu Qingshou kept coughing up blood. The whole person looked extremely depressed, and looked at Qini with a look of fear. The sword edge of Qini's sword was getting closer and closer, and the despair on Lu Qingshou's face became more and more intense. His Royal Highness 9th Prince, His Royal Highness 9th Prince. You can't kill me. Yes, you can't kill me. I have already sent someone to inform the iron-armored army stationed outside the city. Lu Qingshou shouted wildly, talking. It seemed that he remembered that he still had 3,000 elite soldiers, and his face couldn't help showing ecstasy. As long as I die here, you will all be buried with me. The 3,000 iron-armored army will kill you all. Lu Qingshou's tone suddenly became hard, and his face was arrogant. Indeed, he has the right to be arrogant. The 3,000 iron-armored troops were all elites, but he exchanged 40,000 taels of gold ingots from the county governor. On weekdays, thousands of taels of silver are spent every day to maintain military supplies. Mean. Shameless. Many men from Yuanzhang City suddenly changed their expressions and cursed angrily. No. Husband, be merciful. Louis also changed her pretty face and hurriedly spoke out to stop Qini. 3,000 elite soldiers, invincible. Especially these 3,000 elite soldiers, who are really veterans from the battlefield, are even more invincible. At least, not this group of people can resist. C50. What should Wan Min persuade to do? Qin Yi's sword was stagnant, and stopped less than an inch below Lu Qingshuo's neck. Qin Yi frowned, clenched his sword tightly, and seemed to be thinking about something. His Royal Highness Ninth Prince, as long as you let this official go. These things, this official can let go of the past, you can rest assured to disperse. Seeing this, Lu Qingshuo had a happy expression on his face, thinking that Qin Yi was afraid, and hurriedly opened his mouth to add fire. As long as he can escape, everyone present here must die. Lu Qingshuo looked worried on the surface, but he was secretly ruthless in his heart. Now, as long as Qin Yi puts down his sword, he will win. His Royal Highness Ninth Prince, you have to think clearly. This is 3,000 elite soldiers, presumably even this hero under the 9 princes is no match. Suddenly, Qin Yi's hand shook slightly, and the sword edge drew a bloodstain, which scared Lu Qingshuo into a cold sweat, and said again and again, "Ugh!" Many people looked at the hesitant Qin Yi with complicated expressions. Many people hope that the 9th prince can kill this dog official with one sword. But they all understand that their lives, as the dog official said, are all in the 9th prince's mind. To kill this dog official, everyone present must accompany him. The 3,000 elite soldiers are not joking. If you want to strangle everyone present, you will not waste your effort. If you don't kill it, let this dog official live and continue to harm Yuanjiang City, they are not reconciled. However, what can you do if you are not reconciled? Don't you want everyone present to lose their lives? What's more, there is the benefactor of the 9th prince present. Without the 9th prince, they would have been kept in the dark and allowed to be bullied by this dog official. The 9th prince who told them the truth was their great benefactor. Even if the enemy cannot be killed, the benefactor of the 9th prince cannot be injured. His Royal Highness 9th Prince, please stop, your kindness will be remembered by all of us. You can't lose your life for this dog official's life. Yes, His Royal Highness the 9th Prince, you are a $1,000 body, different from our group of pariahs. If we were the only ones present, we would have killed this dog official even if we fought our lives. However, you are different, you can't be in trouble. His Royal Highness 9th Prince, stop, Madam is still here, you and Madam can't have anything to do. The men from Yuanjiang City were shouting in a loud voice. Some even knelt down on the ground, begging Qin Yi to stop. Their thinking is very simple, Qin Yi is their benefactor, and even more so, His Royal Highness the 9th Prince, they cannot be affected by their common people. That is the benefactor, pray for peace. This is the most simple idea of the lower class people. They didn't think about their own lives at all, but more about Qin Yi and Lu Yi. His Royal Highness 9th Prince, please stop. In the end, thousands of words finally converge into one sentence. Even Bai Zai was moved by this thunderous cry. Well, Lu Yi covered her mouth, her eyes were red, these simple people moved her to the extreme. I would rather let go of my family's murdering relatives and selling female enemies than letting Qin Yi be hurt. Husband, stop it. Lu Yi choked and begged Qin Yi. Seeing the scene where everyone begged Qin Yi, Lu Qingshuo was overjoyed. Come on, work harder, his little life will be saved. Tread. At this moment, outside the city guard mansion, there was a sound of uniform footsteps, golden and iron horses, fighting each other. The iron armor has arrived. His 3,000 iron-armored army has arrived. His little life was saved. A look of ecstasy suddenly appeared on Lu Qingshuo's face. C51 Don't listen to a word, just do a dong dong dong. The heavy pace, neat and not chaotic, shows that the team that came here is an elite division. Even the narrow gate of the city guardhouse did not disrupt their formation. The original square formation was quickly transformed into 2 long dragons under the leadership of the 2 soldiers, swarming in from the city guardhouse. A jet-black armor, shining brightly in the sun. With a solemn expression, the blue veins on his arms are knotted, like an unmatched black-armored army. This is Lu Qingshuo's trump card, the 3,000 iron-armored army. Hiss! Everyone who witnessed the arrival of the iron armor army couldn't help but take a deep breath. Famous is worse than meeting. Everyone had only heard of the name of the iron armored army before, but had not really seen the military appearance of the iron armored army. This body of iron and blood, expensive armor, deserves to be the name of the elite. There was once a rumor that the 3,000 iron armored army could surround and kill the innate warriors. Now it seems that the rumors are true, and even have reservations. 2 long jet-black dragons quickly surrounded everyone, and looked at the people in the circle coldly. Ha, His Royal Highness 9th Prince, can you let me go? Lu Qingshuo has completely relaxed at this time, and when he speaks, he is full of confidence. Said, Lu Qingshou endured the severe pain, got up from Qin Yi's feet, laughed loudly, and walked towards the soldiers of the iron-armored army. During this process, Qin Yi did not move at all. Everyone was indifferent, looked at Lu Qingshou unwillingly, and let him go. However, what can you do if you don't let go? The 3,000 iron-armored army has arrived, it is too late. Who said, let you go? At this moment, a ruthless voice sounded from behind Lu Qingshou, which made his heart suddenly hang. At the same time, a sharp blade suddenly landed on his shoulder. His Royal Highness Ninth Prince, what do you mean? Lu Qingshou turned his head stiffly and said with a miserable smile. If you violate my people, do you still want to live? At this moment, the smile at the corner of Qin Yi's mouth fell in Lu Qingshou's eyes. It was the devil's smile. No, you can't kill me, and you'll all die. The calmness on Lu Qingshou's face disappeared again, and he shouted in panic. I am the city lord of Yuanjiang City, and I am the ninth prince of the Unfallen Dynasty. The people of Yuanjiang City are the people of this king. Whoever commits crimes against the princes and the people, I will kill them to return justice to the people. Even 3,000 elites can't stop this king's sharp sword. This king is not talented, so why fear a battle? Qin Yi's voice was not loud, but it gave people an indescribable sense of trust, which infected everyone present. Yes, why fear a battle? Yes, why fear a battle? Yes, why fear a battle? Infected by Qin Yi's words, the men in Yuanjiang City couldn't help but cheer up and kept shouting. Many people looked at Qin Yi with fiery eyes. This is the city lord they want, and this is the ninth prince they should respect and love. Today, I will kill this dog official, and make the world of Zhengyuan Jiangcheng bright. Qin Yi shouted, the smile on his face was as bright as the sun. Shoo! The sword edge pierces the sky. Put! Lu Qingshou's head was thrown high, and his face still retained the fear and panic at the last moment of his life. Qin Yi didn't give him another chance to beg for mercy. This kind of dog official shouldn't give him a chance. Kill it as soon as possible to avoid future troubles. Put! The headless corpse fell to the ground, and the unconscious corpse was still twitching. The dark red blood flows out from the neck. Lu Qingshou, die. C52 Teenage God is making you pretend Lu Qingshou, dead. Everyone stared blankly at the scene in front of them, shocked in their hearts. His Royal Highness Ninth Prince really killed this dog official. Everyone's eyes were blurred, they never expected that Qin Yi would really dare to kill this Lu Qingshou. In front of the iron-armored army, behead their commander. This is disregarding his own life and death, but also to avenge them. Everyone understands that Qin Yi doesn't have to do this. Even if Lu Qingshou is allowed to leave, they will not complain. However, regardless of his own safety, Qin Yi resolutely killed Lu Qingshou for their great benefactor. Qin Yi stands proudly, white clothes beat snow, holding a blood-dropping sword, just like a hero in the world. The sun fell from the sky and scattered all over his body, like a divine light. This is their ninth prince, the great benefactor of Yuanjiang City. Like a god, kill the dog official. His Royal Highness Ninth Prince, long live. Everyone's eyes were hot, and they couldn't help shouting loudly. His Royal Highness Ninth Prince, long live. His Royal Highness Ninth Prince, long live. This shout went, and instantly got the response of countless people. Even Lu Yi and even Bai Zai shouted. Thousands of people shouted in unison, the shout shook the sky, and the sound stopped Xingyun. Even if this slogan is not in line with etiquette, it is even a bit outrageous. Long live the title, it can only be used by King Buluo. Even though Qin Yi is the ninth prince, he cannot enjoy such a title. However, these men from Yuanjiang City are willing to shout. Shout out. Convinced to shout. Shout out loud. Shout out to the whole city. Even, many people have been full of tears because of excitement. A tough man, he doesn't cry, he just hasn't reached the sad part. They have been waiting for a Ming Jun for a long time. But now, they finally got it. At this moment, His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince is the king in their hearts that no one can replace. Qin Yi is the god they believe in. It seems that in response to the crowd's shouts, Qin Yi's aura suddenly skyrocketed. In the sky, the wind and clouds stirred, and the spiritual energy gathered. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is like a dragon, quickly gathering here. The aura storm suddenly formed over Yuanjiang City. Countless auras of heaven and earth poured down from the air and entered from Qin Yi's Baihui point. However, Qin Yi suddenly rose up with a hazy golden divine light, lingering like waves of water. This beautiful golden light condensed in the back of Qin Yi's head. It was as if a brilliant sun rose behind Qin Yi, making people dare not look directly at it. The turbulent circulation suddenly turned into a halo the size of a wheel, hanging behind Qin Yi's head. Against the background of this halo, Xi seemed to be a descendant of the mortal world from above the 9 heavens. The divine aura emanating from the whole body makes people unable to help but worship. Put. A series of kneeling sounds sounded, and everyone knelt down on the ground in unison. His Royal Highness the 9th Prince is the descendant of the immortal. This is what everyone thinks. God bless Yuanzhang City, let them usher in a fairy-like city owner. Byakuya's cold face could no longer keep his original indifference, and the disbelief in his eyes was no longer concealed. This is my husband, immortal? Lui's red lips parted slightly and muttered to herself. A group of iron-armored troops, 3,000 elite soldiers, under this vision, have been shocked beyond measure. Eyeballs were the size of copper bells, and their legs were shaky. It seemed that they could not help joining the worship team. In front of Haoren Tianwei, they were able to stand with determination. If they were to deal with Qin, it would be impossible. C-53 Born Emperor Eternal Emperor south of Yuanzhang City. Willow House. This is the residence of the former prime minister of the current dynasty, the old man of the Lu family. No matter what kind of situation arises in Yuanzhang City, it will not be affected here. As long as the old man of the Lu family is still there for one day, this Lu residence will be as stable as Mount Tai. Even if the contemporary kings and eldest princes do not fall, they will often send people to condolences to the old man of the Lu family. At this moment, the vision in the direction of the city guard's mansion spread from a distance, and spread all over the Lu mansion. This is a spiritual energy storm. It's actually a spiritual energy storm. The old man of the Lu family was sitting on the rattan chair in the courtyard, and he was shocked when he saw the vision in the distance. The direction of the city guard house? The old man of the Lu family suddenly stood up, and a light flashed in his eyes. How is this possible? In the city guard house, it is impossible to have such an unworldly arrogance. The old man of the Lu family was still puzzled, and suddenly remembered that the next person had come to report, and His Royal Highness the 9th Prince took ye to the Qingshou mansion. Isn't it His Royal Highness the 9th Prince? The old man of the Lu family murmured. It seems to be asking, but the old man of the Lu family already has the answer. As expected of the face of a natural emperor, as expected of her bloodline, it really is extraordinary. The old man of the Lu family stroked the silver beard under his jaw and looked into the distance with blurred eyes. However, this vision spread all over the city. The people who should see have seen it, and the people who shouldn't have seen it have seen it. This is a blessing and a curse. After a long while, the old man of the Lu family came back to his senses, shook his head and sighed. His Royal Highness the 9th Prince is still very weak, and his power, foundation, and strength have not yet been formed. I am afraid that it is difficult to resist the reckless means of the eldest prince. The old man of the Lu family frowned slightly, and he was very worried. If this matter reaches the eldest prince's ears, he will anger the eldest prince. Qin's talent is enough for the eldest prince to throw away his skin, just to get rid of Qin. At that time, in terms of Qin's current power, he will face the eldest prince who is in control. Qin had no means of resistance at all and could not survive the disaster. I can't say, I'm a bad old man, I'm going to the capital again. For the sake of His Royal Highness the 9th Prince, for her bloodline, and for the sake of not falling into the dynasty. I should do my part too, old man. The Lu family's old man's eyes are firm and strong, not like the twilight years. At this moment, the old man of the Lu family seemed to be back when he was young again. This is breaking through the innate realm? The two headed by the 3,000 iron-armored army, among them the sturdy man who was unusually strong, couldn't help exclaiming, "Kill the enemy Mingxin, build an overpass. Born emperor, born for slaughter, and builds an immortal dynasty in suicide and slaughter. This is the Ming Jun I'm looking for." Another heroic soldier, the corner of his mouth could not help showing a happy smile. As for the other side, Qin's mind is still immersed in the breakthrough. The breakthrough this time also comes from the credit of the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the elite life. The current elite life cultivation base is in a 3-layer. 3 realms higher than the host, extract experience points, and extract killing points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 150 experience points and 15 killing points. Ding! The host's current experience points are full. The system automatically judges, clears the current experience value, and advances to the next level. Because Qin killed Lu Qingshou, he gained a lot of killing experience. Therefore, Qin also broke through the innate realm. Qin had already expected this point, but he didn't expect his breakthrough to be so big. Aura storm. Golden smoky. These visions, only those super geniuses, or noble blood warriors, will have such an amazing formation when they break through. C54 We are here to serve His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince. There has always been a saying in the Buluo dynasty. Those who are able to cause a storm of spiritual energy will surely be able to step into the realm of masters in the future. What is a master? A warrior who steps out of his own way is a master. Raise your hands, it's all heaven and earth rhyme. Do not fall into the dynasty, there are 3 masters. One is the god of the unfallen army, the great general, who guards the Xiongguan of the 5 mountains and overwhelms the ancient barbarian dynasty. It is difficult to invade the unfallen dynasty for 100 years. The second is the lord of the holy land of martial arts, the lord of Jinwu Mountain, who has overwhelmed thousands of sects by himself. The third is the free and loose cultivator, the swordsman of heaven. Although the Buluo dynasty is big, let it be free. These 3 people represent the peak personal combat power of the Buluo dynasty. One person can reach 100,000 heroes. If it is said that the martial arts journey, under the master, may be surrounded and killed by thousands of troops. But at the grandmaster realm, no matter how many acquired sergeants there are, they can't do much damage to the grandmaster. And the arrogance that can trigger the storm of spiritual energy, not to mention that it is 100% able to become a grandmaster, it is also 70% to 80% more likely than ordinary people. At least, these 3 people have also caused a spiritual energy storm when they stepped into the innate realm. Now, Qin Yi is causing a storm of spiritual energy in the eyes of everyone, which is enough to prove that Qin Yi is a peerless genius. A genius who is enough to step into the master realm. As for the vision of the golden mist, it is rarely mentioned in illusions. Therefore, there are not many people present or in the entire Yuanzhang city who understand the meaning of this. But anyone with a discerning eye can see the extraordinariness of Qin Yi. In any case, Qin Yi has already entered the innate realm at this time. Thanks to the help of the system, you don't need to spend time to stabilize your cultivation base, you can stand firmly on the innate realm. A trace of joy flashed across Qin Yi's face, and soon, it converged again. Now, it's not the time to be happy, the troubles in front of you have not been resolved. 3,000 iron-armored troops. Qin Yi's expression was solemn. He had already stepped into the innate, and by Zai, there were 2 innate warriors on their side. However, in the face of the 3,000 iron-armored army, the odds of winning are still small. After all, Qin Yi still has a lot of fuel bottles. Moreover, what made Qin Yi dare not relax the most was the 2 leading soldiers. These 2 people, the breath is obscure, it is difficult to explain. Even if Qin Yi breaks through the innate realm, he will not be able to see through the cultivation of the 2. Then, there is only one possibility, both of them are innate warriors, and their cultivation is even more profound than Qin Yi. 2 innate warriors, plus 3,000 elite soldiers. It seems that a fierce battle is inevitable. But, since this king has cut the dog officials, he is not afraid of a battle. Zheng. The faint sword sounded, holding the sword in hand, pointing at the 3,000 elite soldiers. Help Zhou to be an abusive generation, why do I fear a battle? Qin Yi looked ahead coldly and drank loudly. Why do I fear a battle? Qin Yi raised his arms and shouted, shouting from the scene. Countless men from Yuanzhang city shouted in unison, glaring at their opponents. Even if they know that they are not opponents, even if they lose their lives because of this, they will not be afraid. Today, the 9 princes behead the dog officials, then I will behead the dogs of the dog officials. The 3,000 elite soldiers had solemn expressions on their faces, and they were waiting in full force. Byakuya's Qi firmly locked the 2 leading innate soldiers. The war between the 2 sides is imminent. I'm waiting to hear the reputation of His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince, who kills the dog official, makes people's hearts happy, and is really the wise man I'm waiting for. I am waiting for 3,000 soldiers to serve His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince. Just when everyone thought that a fight was inevitable, the heroic soldier suddenly bowed his head. The 3,000 iron-armored troops also knelt down on the ground. I'm waiting for the special service to serve His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince. Han Zhong-like shouting made everyone stunned. C55 the script is wrong. What's the situation? The script is wrong. Qin Yi was stunned. What's the situation? This heroic soldier and that fierce man actually led the 3,000 iron-armored army to kneel at his feet? These 3,000 iron-armored troops are obviously Lu Qingshou's private soldiers, and they should be loyal to Lu Qingshou. Now, on the contrary, he surrendered to him so decisively, which made Qin Yi feel a little condensed in his heart. Is there any conspiracy? Shu. Bai Zai's figure suddenly appeared in front of Qin Yi, blocking him. Obviously, Byakuya also had such concerns. However, Qin Yi pondered for a while, walked out from behind Bai Zai, and stood proudly in front of everyone. He even stood in front of the 2 heroic soldiers. Master, Bai Zai opened his mouth and seemed to want to dissuade Qin Yi. Shini shook his head imperceptibly, indicating that Bai Zai didn't care. He could see that the two Yingwu soldiers were sincerely bringing the 3,000 iron armored troops to serve him. If, just because of the slightest danger, and afraid of others. Well, this will only disappoint those who come to serve him. As proud as Qin Yi, he would not allow himself to do such a cowardly act. I am the king, I will be Lingran. Bai Zai was helpless, so he could only follow Qin Yi closely and be vigilant in case of an accident. You brave men, please get up. Qin Yi smiled lightly at the corner of his mouth, and said aloud to the 3,000 iron armored army. Thank you, Prince Nine. The 3,000 iron armored troops shouted in unison and stood up in an orderly manner. As soon as they knelt together, the sergeant was awe-inspiring, but there was no uproar. Qin Yi nodded with satisfaction. Such a military appearance is worthy of being an elite division. Ding! Congratulations to the host for conquering the first army and rewarded with 20 kill points. Ding! The Legion system is on. In my mind, the cold mechanical sound of the system suddenly sounded. Qin Yi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and the system's prompt finally came. It seems that the 3,000 iron armored army is really serving him. The judgment of the system should not be wrong. The reason why Qin Yi dared to face the 3,000 iron armored army was not only because of his self-confidence, but also because he was unprepared. It is impossible for Qin Yi to be careless and just stand in front of the two innate warriors. Such a close distance, with the explosive power of a congenital warrior, it is fleeting. Even though he has been promoted to innate martial artist and is guarded by Bai Zai, it is not completely safe. And the confidence that Qin Yi dared to do is the system. In addition to the main system, there are many auxiliary systems in the Supreme Conquest system. The Legion system is one of them. And there is only one way to activate the Legion system, and that is to conquer an army that belongs to him. The appearance of these 3,000 iron armored troops is exactly in line with the conditions for activating the Legion system. As long as the Legion system is activated, it means that the 3,000 iron armored troops are sincerely serving him, and vice versa. Fortunately, Qin Yi won the bet. 3,000 iron armored troops, all under their command. He also has his first army, a strong iron-blooded army. Open the Legion system. Qin Yi couldn't help but whisper in his heart. The square screen appeared in front of Qin Yi's eyes, and it no longer displayed Qin Yi's attributes, but the army that belonged to Qin Yi. Legion name, Ironclad Army, 1-star Army, Spirit of the Army, None number of people, 3,000 standard equipment, dark iron battle armor remarks, the black armor is like a mountain, and it is golden. This is an army that has been baptized by war, but it is still 108,000 miles away from condensing the spirit of the army. The content on the panel is very concise, without any superfluous content, but the information revealed in it is worthy of Qin Yi's careful consideration. C-56 Intimate Intelligence does not exist system. What is the military soul? Qin Yi glanced at the panel hastily, and then asked. Ding! The soul of an army is the soul of an army. Qin Yi's expression was stagnant, and he almost wanted to swear. Of course he knew that the soul of the army represented the soul of an army. Qin Yi can't help but look to the sky. Why is other people's system old and smart? Why is his system so rigid? Either don't say it, or say it when you don't say it. System, can you explain the military soul in detail for me? Qin Yi took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice in his heart. Ding! The soul of the army is the most important heritage of a legion. Human type, soul is Yun. Only when an army unites its soul can it truly be called a legion. The soul of the army is immortal, and this army is undefeated. An army with a military soul, even if there are only a few dozen people, can exert a combat power that exceeds the number of people hundreds of times. Hiss! Hearing this, Qin Yi couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, and exerted hundreds of times his combat power. A legion can exert hundreds of times the combat power, how fearful that is. Imagine a legion that gathers the soul of the army, even if there are only 1,000 people, it can defeat an enemy of 100,000. What kind of power this is, Qin Yi can't imagine it. Ding! The spirit of a legion condensed, strong or weak, depends on the commander of the legion. At the same time, the minimum standard for condensing the spirit of the army is the 3-star army. The system added another sentence. 3-star army? How is this army divided? Qin Yi raised his brows and asked. The military ranks are divided into 9 stars, with 1 star being the lowest and 9 stars being the highest. As for the division standard, please explore the host by yourself. I go. Qin Yi finally couldn't help but burst out a foul language in his heart, and was extremely helpless. The system is said to be highly intelligent, but also my intimate intelligence. Explore on my own, I explore on my own. Qin Yi felt helpless, and was completely disappointed with his own system. Either way, just explore on your own. Just when Chini was communicating with the system in his heart, the 3,000 iron-armored army stood there waiting for Chini's order. 2 soldiers, have you had time to ask for their names? Chini regained his senses and asked the 2 of them with a smile on his face. In Xiaobelian, I saw His Royal Highness the 9th Prince. The Yinggu soldiers clasped their fists and said so. Mamang, I have seen His Royal Highness the 9th Prince. That fierce warrior also gave a hearty smile, and his majestic voice made people's eardrums buzz. The words "sound like a bell" are clearly reflected in his body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 2 generals. As the 2 blew up their home, the mechanical sound of the system sounded again. Ha! Open the properties panel. Chini was stunned for a moment, and immediately called out the attribute panel. I saw that under Byakuya's character list, there were 2 more character attributes. Character, Belian identity, the 300th generation descendant of Hidden Gate, realm, innate triple, weapon, Bailey Jingyun gun, martial arts, Bainyo Chaofeng spear, talent, at character, Mo Meng identity, the grandson of the god of war, realm, innate triple, weapon, air knife, martial arts, Mo family swordsmanship, reverse scale swordsmanship, talent, at hiss. As soon as the information of the 2 fell into Chini's eyes, Chini gasped. Hidden heirs. The grandson of the god of war. In the small Yuanjiang city, 2 fierce men suddenly appeared. The identities of these 2 people are more scary than the other, making Chini even surprised. Moreover, these 2 have to defect to his subordinates. This suddenly made Chini overjoyed. C57 Congratulations, you got 2 more generals as a teenager Belian. With a handsome face, a suit of black armor and a black jade crown, his eyes are even more radiant. This is a hidden heir. Mo Meng. He is burly and sturdy, unlike ordinary people, and his fists are clenched, and he is the size of a baby's head. At first glance, he is full of oppression. This is the grandson of General Mo, the god of war. Chini looked at the 2 of them up and down, feeling extremely emotional. Unexpectedly, the small city of Yuanjiang actually hides 2 such characters. It can be said that Chini brought these 2 people under his command, and invisibly added 2 great help. One is the hidden door. There are thousands of sects, but the most powerful are only the 3 major sections. The leader of the righteous path, Jinwu Mountain. The leader of the devil, the devil. There is also a mysterious hidden door that believes in neutrality. The hidden door has always been mysterious, and the whereabouts of the descendants under the door are vague and untraceable. There are very few descendants of the hidden sect in the past dynasties, and they are generally single line, but it is undeniable that every person in the hidden sect should not be underestimated. Every time a descendant of the hidden sect is born, without falling into the dynasty, it will set off a boundless situation. This time, Belian, the descendant of the hidden sect, is under Chini's command. This also means that Inman's resources and connections will all be attributed to Chini. As long as Belian is loyal to him, the evildoers of the previous generation and the previous generation will not be able to escape Chini's palm. Thinking of this, Chini couldn't help but smile a little more on his face. And another help is the god of war. This Mo Meng is the grandson of the unfallen army god. Mo Meng is loyal to him, and if he joins this line, then General Mo will also notice him if he wants to come. With a little planning and pulling General Mo to his side, it will make a lot of money. General Mo, ranked as the great general of the Bulyuo dynasty, in charge of 1 million soldiers of the Bulyuo dynasty. It can be said that most of the illustrious name of the Bulyuo dynasty originated from the great general. Win 100 battles. Don't fall for the god of war. It is precisely because General Mo guards the frontier that the surrounding dynasties dare not move. The prestige of General Mo in the army is even comparable to that of the King of Unfallen. As long as Chini can pull General Mo into his own camp, the gap between him and the eldest prince can be filled in an instant. Even if the eldest prince has the support of 100 civil and military officials, Chini is only one of the great generals, and he can be compared to 100 civil and military officials. The only thing that needs to be considered is that General Mo is a veteran of the 3 dynasties. From the beginning of his military career, he has been an official for more than 200 years, and he has never been involved in the struggle of the royal family. The Mo family has always believed in being wise and protecting themselves, and never participated in the filthy affairs between the royal family. The Mo family is only loyal to the Bulyuo dynasty, and when the new king ascends the throne, he will be loyal to the new king. The Mo family never cared about what happened before the new king ascended the throne. Now, Chini's headache should be how to pull General Mo into his camp. Soon, Chini relaxed again, with a sinister smile on the corner of his mouth. General Mo's grandsons are all here. Are you afraid that General Mo won't come? What's more, even if General Mo didn't make a move, it would be enough for Qin Yi to harvest 2 generals. 2 generals with talent reaching A are already a very good harvest. Judging from the system's evaluation criteria, the talents of the 2 are already extraordinary. You know, even Bai Zai's talent is only double a level. The talents of these 2 people are only 1 step behind Bai Zai. Qin Yi once asked the system how powerful the double a level talent is. The system only answered 1 sentence: do choose one. Bai Lian's talent is inferior to Bai Zai's, and that's 1 in a million. Can be described as arrogance. C58 boy, your background is very deep. While Qin Yi was still thinking about it, Bai Lian and Mo Meng had a different feeling. The 2 of them bowed like this, and their minds were in a trance, as if they were linked to a strange world. In this world, there are countless terrifying beings sleeping. Every one of them is as imposing as an abyss, and some of them are as huge as a mountain, which is breathtaking. Some of these terrifying existences have already awakened. One of them, Bai Lian, looked at it, and immediately lowered his eyes as if struck by lightning. Amidst the dazzling colorful rays, a figure in golden armor looked directly at him. Bai Lian didn't even dare to raise his head again, just a glance made him agitated, and his mood was almost broken. This is the other party, there is no reason to kill. Guard your majesty for me, there will be a reward in the future. Also, the 2 of you must not mention our existence to your majesty. The mighty voice, like a twilight drum resounding across the horizon, was firmly engraved into the hearts of Bai Lian and the 2 of them. The next moment, the 2 of them were in a trance again, leaving the strange world in a blink of an eye. Call. Only then did Bai Lian and the 2 relax. The pressure of that figure was too powerful. Even Bai Lian guessed that if they stayed for a while longer, they would both be crushed to death by that terrifying aura. This is not a joke. Only when they face the existence of that one, can they understand the terror of the other party. The words the other party mentioned were even more deeply embedded in their minds. Protect your majesty for him? Who is your majesty worth? Could it be His Royal Highness the 9th Prince? Bai Lian thought of this possibility at the same time. They looked at each other and could see the inexplicable horror from each other's eyes. That His Majesty that exists in his mouth is referring to His Royal Highness the 9th Prince. That terrifying existence actually called His Royal Highness the 9th Prince, His Majesty. The 2 of them were trembling, and looked at Qin Yi again, with a trace of awe in their eyes. Also, strong admiration and curiosity. I'm curious as to why such an existence would make a minister to Qin Yi. Even more curious, Qin Yi still has such a terrifying background. If that existence were to exist in this world, I am afraid that the entire Fulu dynasty combined would not be enough to crush the opponent with 1 finger. Of course, the other party's warning, the 2 also keep in mind. Although he wanted to ask Qin Yi, he suppressed his curiosity and kept his mouth shut. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully raising the loyalty of Bai Lian and Mo Meng to the full value. 50 kill points are hereby awarded. The mechanical sound of the system sounded again, interrupting Qin Yi's wild thoughts. What's the situation? What is loyalty? The system's words made Qin Yi stunned again. What the hell is this sudden loyalty? Today, the new functions appearing in the system are quite numerous, making him overwhelmed. Excluding the squires recruited by the system, the warriors that the host has conquered from the outside world can also be counted as the squires of the host. However, the loyalty of the entourage recruited by the system is full, and there is no possibility of betrayal. The loyalty of the entourage that the host has conquered from the outside world is not necessarily full, and the host needs to take the initiative to improve it. For every squire whose loyalty is increased to the full value, the system will reward the host with a certain kill point. For the first time, the system took the initiative to explain the relevant issues for Qin Yi. Well, hearing this, Qin Yi was instantly overjoyed. This function of the system is really caring. The appearance of loyalty can allow Qin Yi to avoid as much as possible that his servants betray him. Qin Yi opened the attribute panel again to see that there was an additional loyalty option under the list of Bai Lian and the 2. Both are worth 100. C59 His Highness surrenders to the gods and enemies Bai Lian and Mo Meng. He has 2 more loyal subordinates. A smile flashed in Qin Yi's eyes, very satisfied. Ah, General Bai Lian, General Mo Meng, the 2 of you are here today, and this king is very grateful. Qin Yi laughed and stretched out his hands to raise the 2 hands. Don't dare, don't dare. Bai Lian said quickly. If the previous 2 people worked for Qin Yi, it was more to show their best and show their grand plans. Having experienced the baptism of that terrifying existence, Bai Lian and the 2 of them have already given their hearts and minds to Qin Yi. The reward that the existence said really moved the 2 of them. That kind of terrifying existence, the little benefits that flow out at will, can benefit them for a lifetime. Moreover, Qin Yi has this background, and they are also more ambitious and show what they can. The future is worth looking forward to. Balian and the two had no complaints about joining Qin Yi. Qin Yi nodded with satisfaction. The full value of loyalty is indeed extraordinary. Balian's loyalty to him can be read from their expressions. Although Qin Yi didn't understand what happened, the loyalty of the two of them to him suddenly increased to full value. But Balian's loyalty is no less than Bai's eyes. What's more, the two also brought 3,000 iron-armored troops. This undoubtedly filled the embarrassing situation that Qin Yi's men had no soldiers available. Because Qin Yi was demoted to Yuanzhang City, the eldest prince would not be kind enough to provide army protection for Qin Yi. On that day, when Qin Yi came to Yuanzhang City, there was only one servant and a groom who was driving the carriage, which was extremely miserable. Otherwise, the city lord's mansion would not have been reduced to this level. When the Black Wind Thief leader led people to bully him, only a group of domestic servants stood up to protect the city lord's mansion. When they left, the servants of the city lord's mansion were also servants brought by Lu Yi, who married Qin Yi and brought from Lu Mansion. The 3,000 iron-armored army brought by Balian and the two of them was a timely reign for Qin Yi. The performance of Balian and others also made the surrounding people feel happy for Qin Yi, and they all laughed. What Qin Yi did before has completely won their hearts. Qin Yi is the one and only Ming Jun in the world. This is the god they should believe in. Even everyone felt that Balian and the others were taking refuge in, and that was a matter of course. His Highness is a god, and all enemies are surrendered. Congratulations, Your Highness, you have won 2 generals and 3,000 iron-armored troops. The men in Yuanzhang City all knelt on the ground and shouted loudly for Qin Yi. Congratulations, Your Highness, you have won 2 generals and 3,000 iron-armored troops. Even the 3,000 iron-armored soldiers knelt on the ground and shouted. Tens of thousands of people fell to the ground, shouting for Qin Yi. The sound is astonishing, like thunder in the sky. On this day, all the people in Yuanzhang City heard this neat roar. These are the men of Yuanzhang City, announcing to the world that their city lord, His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince, is a Ming Jun. Yuanzhang City, under the leadership of His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince, will become prosperous. This will be the cornerstone of my future. It can be said that now he is raising his arms in Yuanzhang City, and Wan Min Jingsong. With a smile on the corner of Qin Yi's mouth, he looked at the scene in front of him. But that's not enough, it's just a city. In the near future, the Bulluo dynasty will also fall into his hands, and even the entire Tianyao continent. He wants to realize everything in his dream, and his journey is the heavens and the world. C60 Young man, what are the hearts of the people now Yuanzhang City? The morning sun is rising, and there is joy. The people are still working hard for their livelihoods, working hard without complaining. But they had smiles on their faces, and their hearts were full of vigor. Because, the people of Yuanzhang City ushered in a long-awaited Ming Lord. What happened in front of the city lord's mansion and in the city keeper's mansion? After a day and night of fermentation, the whole city knows it. What Lu Qingshou has done over the years has been passed down through the mouths of the men in Yuanzhang City who participated in this incident. The dog official of the fishy people. This is the most intuitive impression of Lu Qingshou by the people of Yuanzhang City. Now, Lu Cheng's reputation in Yuanzhang City has plummeted, and everyone has cast aside his reputation. Correspondingly, the reputation of the ninth Prince Qin Yi is soaring. Kill the bandits and avenge the people. Kill the dog officials, hate for the people. Scatter thousands of dollars to help the poor people in Yuanzhang City. These deeds have made Qin Yi's prestige reach its peak in Yuanzhang City. Many men in Yuanzhang City spare no effort to promote Qin Yi. Describe Qin Yi as the only immortal in the sky and never on earth. His Royal Highness Qin Yi, the ninth prince, is the immortal who came to the world to save the people of Yuanzhang City. Some people even bought a fairy card at home. On it, the book bears the name of Yuanzhang Jinxian Qin Yi. As time goes by, Qin Yi's fame will continue to rise in Yuanzhang City. The discerning people in Yuanzhang City understand that Qin Yi's reputation in Yuanzhang City is unshakable after this incident. If someone dares to slander Qin Yi, the spittle of the people of Yuanzhang City can drown them. In Yuanzhang City, it's not that no one wants to deal with Qin Yi, but they dare not. According to legend, on that day, 2 soldiers brought Lu Qingshou's 3,000-strong ironclad army to serve Qin Yi. In other words, Qin Yi's subordinates now have 3,000 iron-armored troops. The reputation is unshakable, and there are 3,000 iron-armored troops as the background. Qin Yi's popularity in Yuanzhang City has become a reality. Even if the leaders of many forces in Yuanjiang City wanted to deal with Qin Yi, they did not dare to act rashly. Even if the leaders of Yuanjiang City didn't see the aura storm that day, they didn't dare to act. In other words, there is no strength or courage to tease Qin Yi's tiger beard. Moreover, the recent good deeds of the city lord's mansion are still continuing. At this time, in front of the city lord's mansion, there are still countless people from Yuanjiang City who receive food in front of the city lord's mansion. These are the people who lost their homes because of Lu Qingshou. The treasures obtained by His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince from the city guard mansion were used for the people without taking any of them. On that day, in front of countless people, His Royal Highness Ninth Prince handed over these treasures to his soldiers and ordered them to settle the homeless people. Yesterday, Qin Yi's instructions were also fulfilled without any compromise. This move caused a huge sensation among the people of Yuanjiang City. Countless people praised Qin Yi. On the cusp of this storm, no one dared to take action against Qin Yi. Even Qin Yi's virtuous name fatally spread to other cities in Mijiang County. Throughout Mijiang County, Qin Yi's name began to spread. The current Yuanjiang City is more and more prosperous, and joy fills everyone's face. The current Yuanjiang City is no longer as gloomy as it was when Qin Yi came, instead it is full of vigor. The current Yuanjiang City is no longer the poor frontier town of the past. Everything is hopeful. And all of this is because of Qin Yi's arrival. What the people want, His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince Qin Yi. C61 Teenage Money Doesn't Matter Study. Qin Yi was listening to Bai Zai's report about the situation in the past 2 days. Master, in the past few days, we have spent most of the funds obtained by the city guard. However, most of the homeless people persecuted by Lu Qingshou have been resettled. Bai Zai still had a cold face and reported to Qin Yi what he knew. However, although Byakuya had no expression on his face, he was very puzzled in his heart. He didn't understand what Qin Yi was doing. I spent all my money, and in the end, I got nothing. However, these things are not things he should consider. What he needs to consider is how to complete what Qin Yi ordered. Well, yes, you go down and supervise, and make sure that every citizen is properly settled. Qin Yi closed his head slightly and instructed Bai Zai. Yes, sir. Byakuya responded, and immediately, his figure swayed and disappeared in place. System Ah, you are a lot of harm. As soon as Bai Zai left, Qin Yi's face suddenly fell, and he muttered with a bitter face. A whole treasure worth 50,000 gold ingots was spent by Qin Yi like that. Ding! Host, you can choose not to complete this task. Cough cough. The system's words suddenly made Qin Yi choked and kept coughing. This broken system, when will it make up for it like this? If it weren't for the rich rewards, the ghosts would be willing to complete this task. It turned out that when Qin Yi found out Lu Qingshou's many years of savings from the Qingshou mansion that day, the system also refreshed a task. Mission, lose all the gold, simple level task, explanation, the people of Yuanjiang City have been suffering from hunger and cold for a long time under the oppression of Lu Qingshou. As the owner of Yuanjiang City, the host should save all the people in the fire and water, and use the name of Zhengxian, reward, Black Armored Cavalry Training Chart. The so-called training pattern is a treasure from the hands of the system. With this treasure, you can train certain types of troops. The Black Armored Cavalry Training Pattern is one of them. And according to the system instructions, this Black Armored Cavalry is a Samsung Legion. In comparison, the current level of the Iron Armored Army is 2 stars higher. Even, it has reached the minimum Legion standard that can condense the soul of the army. This reward really made Qin Yi's eyes hot. With a decisive decision, Qin Yi took over the task. The Black Armored Cavalry Training Pattern is undoubtedly a treasure that can enhance Qin Yi's power. With the Black Armored Cavalry Training Map, he can train the Iron Armored Army into Black Armored Cavalry, which greatly increases the combat power of the Iron Armored Army. Greatly increases Qin Yi's strength against the eldest prince. Time flies, and in less than half a year, Qin Yuji will be forced by the eldest prince to marry that Wang Zhaoan. Qin Yi must have the power to kill the capital within this half year. In this way, Qin Yi can save his sister and his mother-in-law from fire and water. Therefore, even if the cost of completing this task is high, Qin Yi has no regrets. Moreover, by completing this task, what he has gained is not only the reward of the system. All the gold is gone and come back. The so-called money, in Qin Yi's opinion, is not comparable to the people's hearts. He spent all the money, but he won the hearts of the people of Yuanjiang City. With some money, in exchange for the respect of countless people. Simply earned. Now, his foundation in Yuanjiang City is as solid as a rock, and others cannot shake it at all. People are like water, and water can carry a boat and capsize it. With the support of countless people, Yuanjiang City is his most solid rear. Qin Yi even heard that these news came out, and even some residents of other cities in Mijiang County came to Yuanjiang City with their families and mouths. These are all Qin Yi's 10,000 gold, which cannot be exchanged. And now, it all belongs to Qin Yi. C62 The boy has another squire running towards you. Whether it was for system rewards or people's hearts, Qin Yi chose to spend all his money. Judging from the current situation, Qin Yi has made a profit. As for now, it's not the time for Qin Yi to care about these gains and losses. Now, the more important thing is to summon the squires. A new squire. A squire from an unknown world. This summoning opportunity stems from the system task Qin Yi completed to exterminate the Black Wind thieves. In the city guardhouse, the Black Wind pirate leader cooperated with Qin Yi very much. But from the beginning to the end, Qin Yi never promised to let him leave. Such wicked people, Qin Yi has no reason to let them go. In the end, Qin Yi did not do anything, but handed it over to the people of Yuanjiang City. This undoubtedly made the fate of the Black Wind pirate leader even more miserable. Those people whose families were destroyed and their relatives died tragically at the hands of Haifeng pirates have long hated the big leader of Haifeng pirates. Given the opportunity to be able to vent the hatred in their hearts and kill the enemy, how could the people of Yuanjiang City be able to hold back? In the end, the leader of the Black Wind pirates was beaten to death by countless angry Yuanjiang City people. Thinking of the anger of the people in Yuanjiang City that day, Qin Yi couldn't help feeling shocked. The people who were oppressed at the bottom, the anger that had built up suddenly erupted, which can be described as earth-shattering. However, this move made those people's gratitude to Qin Yi to a higher level. Because it was Qin Yi who helped them fulfill their wishes. This undoubtedly gave Qin Yi another wave of prestige. Call. Qin Yi shook his head, discarding the distracting thoughts in his mind. At this time, Ra was also quite nervous because of his temperament. Every summoning opportunity is precious to Qin Yi, and it is related to the growth rate of his power. If he can summon another strong man comparable to Byakuya, then he will make a lot of money. With two congenital 4th-level warriors as his subordinates, in terms of masters, they are no less than the masters that the eldest prince can mobilize. At that time, he will also have the confidence to face the big prince. Whether it can be done or not depends on this call. System, use the summoning opportunity. Qin Yi took a deep breath and said in a deep voice in his heart. Ding! A crisp sound followed, and a powerful suction appeared out of thin air. This suction force is getting bigger and bigger, and in a blink of an eye, Qin Yi's consciousness is sucked into a dark space. In this dark space, there is darkness everywhere, and there is only a huge disk that is 1 person tall. Mysterious patterns are carved around the disk, revealing a strange beauty. The whole body of the disk is white, crystal clear, and exudes a faint light, which is really eye-catching. The disk is divided into 7 areas, with 1 to 7 written on them, and nothing else. Qin Yi looked at the scene in front of him in surprise. This turntable should be a system item used in the lottery. But there are only a few numbers written on it, which is completely different from the lottery method Qin Yi expected. Without waiting for Qin Yi to think about it, the disk slowly began to rotate. As time goes on, the speed of the disk is getting faster and faster. At first, with Qin Yi's eyesight, he could still see the numbers on the disk, but soon, the numbers on the disk were blurred. Even, the more Qin Yi stared at the disk, the more dizzy his head felt, and the more dazzling the light on the disk became. As a last resort, Qin Yi had to move his eyes away and stop looking at the disk. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the chance to summon a character, now linking to the world. It didn't take long for the sound of the system's machinery to come, and it fell in Qin Yi's ears like a sound of nature. Qin Yi looked up at the disk, and the pointer on the disk stopped firmly on the area with 6 written on it. Ding! Link to the real-world version of Qin and Han. Do you want to extract it? Asterisk. C63 Silver Robe Armor Champion Hope the world of Qin and Han. Qin Yi looked overjoyed and was greatly excited. The world of Qin and Han, this is a world where fairy trails live, where chi practitioners and martial artists coexist. In this world, there are many options for the entourage that Qin Yi can summon. Kill God for nothing. Tiger General Wang Jian. Guoshi Wushuan Han Xin. Outwit Zhang Liang. This familiar invincible soldier or strategist belongs to this world. If you summon one at will, you can make Qin Yi's power skyrocket. Qin Yi is excited. He is looking forward to what kind of squires he can recruit this time. Buzz. With a sound of fluctuation, the complicated lines on the disc light up slightly, exuding a dazzling light. The disc is engraved with a half-disc with 6 characters, which gradually enlarges and occupies the entire disc in a blink of an eye. Suddenly, a blood-red light flew from somewhere in the dark space. The red beam fell on the disc, infecting it into a blood red. The red light dissipated, and the disc seemed to become a space channel covered with a red film. Blood-red lightning flashes and jumps on it, leading to the unknown depths. Run for thousands of miles and defeat the Huns. Sealing the wolf and roaring the sky. Silver robe armor, Champion Ho. In the faint, there seems to be a sergeant's roar, coming from the passage, shaking people's hearts. Champion Ho? This time, Chini couldn't hold it anymore. His face was excited, his fists clenched tightly. Even Chini kept looking into the blood-red channel. If the entourage recruited this time is really him, then Chini's summoning this time is a profit. And it's making a lot of money. Whoa! A strong and firm arm pierced through the blood-colored film. Immediately afterwards, a figure slowly stepped into the blood-colored channel. This person is not tall, only 7 feet tall, but his whole body exudes a feeling of the sky above his head, his feet on the ground, and the vastness of the sky. I saw that he was wearing a red-ing handsome helmet, silver armor and white robe, golden armor on his shoulders, and martial arts boots. Champion Ho, Hua Tsubing. Chini Fu came to his heart and exclaimed in surprise. Ding! Congratulations to the host for recruiting a famous general of the Han family, Hua Tsubing. At the right time, the system prompt sound also sounded. Ha ha ha, it's really Hua Tsubing. Chini laughed frantically. He didn't expect that he actually summoned Hua Tsubing. This is a brave general of the whole army, and his record is sung for eternity. Hua Tsubing fought all his life, and he was victorious in every battle, killing the Huns to the point of chilling. Under his leadership, the Han army ran for thousands of miles, smashed the Xiongnu royal court, and destroyed the Xiongnu ancestral court. In front of him, the Xiongnu ended up escaping thousands of miles. More importantly, Hua Tsubing was still good at cavalry warfare. Running thousands of miles against the Huns is the best proof. It just so happened that Chini had already obtained the training map of the black armored cavalry. The black armored cavalry, matched with the Champion Ho, the two are one. Chini expects what kind of sparks they can collide. At least, Chini felt certain that the black armored cavalry would shine even brighter in Hua Tsubing's hands. This is the strength of the Champion Ho. Chen Hua Tsubing, I was called by your majesty, waiting for his majesty's dispatch. After Hua Tsubing left the blood-colored passage, he strode in front of Chini, and with a pop, he knelt down on one knee. This minister will definitely use the talent of the minister to open up territory for his majesty. With the blood of my ministers, I will fight for his majesty in all directions. Hua Tsubing stroked his shoulder with one hand, lowered his head, and solemnly swore to Chini. The sound is sonorous and powerful, representing Hua Tsubing's loyalty. This is Chini, the second squire from the system. Champion Ho, Hua Tsubing. C64 Brave Champion Third Champion Ho ha, it doesn't have to be like this to get sick. You're my champion, you don't have to stick to these etiquette too much. Chini laughed loudly, stepped forward, and stretched out his hand to help Hua Tsubing up. Your Majesty, etiquette cannot be abandoned. Hua Tsubing had a solemn expression and retorted with a stern look. Chini smiled and didn't care much. A little etiquette is not necessary for him and the squires he has systematically recruited. Born full of loyalty, you don't need these complicated etiquette to prove it. However, since Hua Tsubing has a heart, it is not easy for him to object. Then, Chini opened the attribute panel and checked Hua Tsubing's character attributes. Character, Hua Tsubing identity, champion of the Han dynasty, general of the Shenlong army, realm, innate 7th layer weapons, champion prince sword, Guoming Bao, martial arts, Xinglong breaking the sky, talent, 8 hiss. Chini looked at Hua Tsubing's attribute panel in shock, and the rest was not what he expected. Double a level talent, not weaker than Bai Zai's talent. However, Hua Tsubing's cultivation level shocked Chini. Innate 7th layer. This kind of cultivation is already in the late congenital stage. In this era of scarce masters and no trace of them, such a cultivation level already belongs to the first-class masters. At least, Chini had spent a full month in the capital, and when he heard the name of a master, the highest was only the 9th level of the congenital. Moreover, Hua Tsubing's face is less than double 10, but he has such a cultivation level, the name of the juvenile Tianzhou is well deserved. Chini's face was red. This call, his goal has been completely achieved, and even exceeded it by too much. Previously, his goal was to summon a squire of the innate 4th layer. However, the system gave him a big surprise. Hua Tsubing not only reached the 4th level of congenital, but even reached the 7th level. Moreover, Hua Tsubing is also a victorious general who was victorious in every battle. The cultivation base is extremely high, and the leadership ability is powerful. This time, it can be said that Chini took a big advantage. A champion Ho, enough to be comparable to a million army. The appearance of Hua Tsubing filled the gap of Qin Yi's shortage of masters. Innate 7th level martial artist, perhaps it is nothing to look at the entire Tianyao continent. But in the Bulyuo dynasty, 1/3 of the land, that is the hegemony of one party. Hua Tsubing alone gave Qin Yi the confidence to face the eldest prince. At least, after being in the capital for so long, I have never heard that the eldest prince has recruited warriors above the 7th level of the innate. In other words, Qin Yi's subordinates have completely crushed the eldest prince in terms of masters. The only remaining worry is the army that the eldest prince can mobilize. The eldest prince, as the heir of the Bulyuo dynasty, nominally must obey his dispatch of any army of the Bulyuo dynasty. Even the executive power of this may not necessarily be fully realized. But such an advantage is still a huge pressure for Qin Yi. Thousands of troops, besieging and killing top masters. This kind of thing did not happen in the Bulyuo dynasty. It can be said that if the eldest prince sent a large army to surround Qin Yi would not be able to survive. Therefore, Qin Yi's situation is still dangerous. However, Qin Yi is not the force of resistance. 3,000 black armored cavalry, plus the command of the champion, is enough to explode dozens of times of combat power. Qin Yi smiled and glanced at Hua Tsubing with a solemn expression, thinking in his heart. A 3-star army, plus the champion Ho of the 3 armies. If the eldest prince dares to send troops to besiege him, then he will give the eldest prince a big surprise. Hua Tsubing would definitely be willing to use a big victory to announce his arrival. C65 A powerful system call. Qin Yi took another deep breath and calmed his inner excitement. Go sick, go, I'll take you out of here. Qin Yi stepped forward and put a hand on Hua Tsubing's shoulder. This dark space is the special summoning space of the system. The summoned entourage, Qin Yi contacts with it, can bring it out of this space. Yes, Your Majesty, Hua Tsubing said respectfully. Exit the summoning space. Immediately, Qin Yi recited a sentence in his heart. That familiar suction force appeared again, and in a flash, it swallowed the two of them. Qin Yi and the two were in a trance for a while, and after recovering, they had already appeared in Qin Yi's study. Hey, it hurts so much every time. After returning to the study, Qin Yi rubbed his eyebrows and muttered. According to the system, every time Qin Yi takes his squires out or brings them into the system space, Qin Yi's mental power will be consumed. As for the mental power expended, it depends on the strength of the entourage. Last time, in order to take Bai Zai out of the system space, Qin Yi had to lie on the bed for 2 days before he recovered. This time, Qin Yi was worried that he could not take Hua Tsubing out of the system space. Simply, Qin Yi's strength has improved a lot compared to the previous one. After breaking through the innate realm, not only the physical body will be nourished by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. During the breakthrough time, Qin Yi's soul was also nourished by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Therefore, this time, it was so easy to take Hua Tsubing out of the system space. Your Majesty, how do you feel? Do you need a minister to summon an imperial physician for you? Seeing that Qin Yi was not feeling well, Hua Tsubing asked quickly. It's okay, just wait for me to slow down. Qin Yi waved his hand, indicating that Hua Tsubing should not care. However, Qin Yi glanced at Hua Tsubing's expression, and when he saw that his expression was normal, he nodded slightly. Just like Bai Zai's indifference when he came to this world, Hua Tsubing did not have any resistance to coming to the other world. Even Hua Tsubing and Bai Zai were quite familiar with the customs and culture of Tianyao continent. Once, Qin Yi asked Bai Zai about this issue. Byakuya's answer was, when the young master created us, he told me about this world. It can be said that in the hearts of Bai Zai and others, Qin Yi is the god who created them. This made Qin Yi sigh again that the system has great powers. Tamper with memories, instill new ones. However, this is also a matter of course. If the system does not tamper with the memories of Hua Tsubing and others, their loyalty to Qin Yi cannot reach full value. By the way, Tsubing, this king has not yet been enthroned as an emperor. In front of outsiders, please ask me to call me young master, and please don't call yourself a minister. Immediately, Qin Yi remembered another question and turned to Hua Tsubing. Your Majesty, this is inappropriate. Hua Tsubing hesitated for a while, a little hesitant. Just like Bai Zai's hesitation, Hua Tsubing did not agree with Qin Yi's proposal at first. Go sick, this is an order. However, the experienced Qin Yi said with a solemn expression on his face. Yes, Your Majesty. Young master. Hua Tsubing was helpless and had to respond. Ah, that's right. Seeing that Hua Tsubing responded, Qin Yi laughed. Bai Zai, go and call Bailian and the two. Immediately, Qin Yi said loudly to Bai Zai outside the door. Yes, sir. Bai Akuya outside the door responded. Since Bai Hualangjun incident, Bai Zai has paid more attention to Qin Yi's safety. Even, he directly took over the matter of guarding Qin Yi, which is not false. Qin Yi persuaded several times to no avail, so he had to go with him. See 66 Meeting of the Subordinates. Tread. Soon, there was another sound of footsteps outside the door. Crunch. 3 figures pushed the door and walked into the study. It was Bai Zai, Bai Lian, and Mo Meng. Master. The 3 bowed to Qin Yi. Master, who is this? The 3 who raised their eyes suddenly noticed Huatsubing, who was standing beside Qin Yi. The 3 were taken aback, and the 3 instantly became even more nervous. Among them, Bai Akuya was very nervous. Looking at the state of this person, it is estimated that he has been in this room for a long time. Whether it was just now or now, Bai Akuya couldn't sense the existence of this person. The breath and the sense of existence were suppressed to the extreme by the opponent. If it wasn't for what the naked eye could see, Bai Akuya and the 3 would not even believe that there was still one person standing here. The only explanation is that this person's strength far exceeds the 3 of them. Now, such a master is standing beside Qin Yi. With such a close distance, how could they not worry about Qin Yi's safety? Let me introduce to you, this is the general who this king has recently recruited. Huatsubing, General Hua. Qin Yi seemed unaware of this, and introduced Huatsubing to the 3 with a big laugh. Zubing, these 3 are my capable men, Bai Zai, Bai Lian, and Mo Meng. Qin Yi turned to Huatsubing and introduced Bai Zai and the 3 of them one by one. I've seen General Hua. Hearing this, Bai Zai and the 3 looked happy, and hurriedly clasped their fists at Huatsubing. It turned out that this was the new general recruited by the young master. The 3 who understood, let out a sigh of relief, as long as they were not enemies. To be honest, with the strength of Bai Zai and the 3 of them, facing the unfathomable Huatsubing, they have no confidence to win at all. If Huatsubing is the enemy, then the 3 of them are ready to exchange their lives for Qin Yi's life. Simply, Huatsubing was a subordinate recruited by Qin Yi, thus avoiding a fight. Huatsubing, I have seen 3. Huatsubing also clenched his fists and responded. At the same time, Huatsubing nodded slightly, as he recognized the 3. The 3 people beside His Majesty are not bad. Especially, that Bai Zai's strength made Huatsubing feel shocked. Huatsubing could clearly perceive that Bai Zai was in a state of weakness, and there was a terrifying power lurking in his body, which burst out, even countless times stronger than him. As for the 2 Bailian, they are not weak, and their talents are not weak. His Majesty has this background, and with his assistance, great things can be expected. The 4 of you know each other. Next, Zubing, Bailey, Mo Meng, there is something for the 3 of you to do. Qin Yi's face suddenly turned solemn, and he said in a deep voice. Also ask the young master to make it clear. The 3 of Huatsubing responded respectfully. This king's subordinates now have 3,000 iron armored troops, who are elite divisions. But this is not enough. According to the decree of the dynasty, the city owner can recruit 6,000 soldiers as city guards. Qin Yi knocked on the table and said to the 3 of them. The Buluo dynasty was martial, and there were no particularly tough regulations for the guards of each city. As long as the number of people does not exceed 6,000, the city lord can afford it, and he will let every city lord recruit. Once, these city guards can protect the safety of a city. Secondly, these city guards can also be regarded as the legion reserve of the dynasty. If there is a major war, they can be dispatched. This move can also be regarded as borrowing the hands of the city lords and city guards to train troops for the dynasty and to share the military expenses of the dynasty. However, the city guards and city lords in general cities would not choose to support too many city guards. Also before that, Yuanjiang Chengcheng only supported 3,000 iron-armored troops. See 67 black armored cavalry training because the more sergeants you support, the higher the military expenses. With the power of a city, it is simply unable to support too much military spending. Even the city guard of Yuanjiang can support the 3,000 iron-armored army because he is greedy enough. Greed for anger. This allows him to have such a huge family business and can support the military supply of the 3,000 iron-armored army. Like other cities, it is not bad to be able to sit on 1 or 2,000 soldiers. But Qin Yi is different. Although Yuanjiang city is big, he will not stay for long. In half a year, with only the second half of the year left, Qin Yuji will be forced by the eldest prince to marry Wang Zhaoan. Qin Yi must hurry up and do everything possible to increase his strength. In this way, Qin Yi can have the strength to fight back to the capital and rescue Qin Yuji and his concubine. 3,000 iron-armored troops were not enough, so he recruited 4,000 iron-armored troops. 4,000 iron-armored troops were not enough, so he recruited 5,000 iron armored troops. Until there is no one to recruit. In terms of military expenses, the three of you don't have to worry, I have already replaced the property of the city guard. This money is enough to support the military expenses of 8,000 sergeants. Qin Yi said confidently, there is a strong tendency not to regard money as money. Lu Qingshuo's real estate and the luxurious Qingshuo mansion were all sold by Qin Yi in batches. In total, Qin Yi got tens of thousands of gold ingots. Qin Yi now has the confidence to let out such rhetoric. Yes, young master. The three of them agreed in a solemn voice. In this matter, the main thing is to get rid of the disease, and Bailey and Mo Meng are supplemented. Qin Yi thought for a while and added another sentence. This sentence undoubtedly confirmed that the three of them were dominated by Hua Zubing. Yes, sir. However, the three of Hua Zubing had no opinion on this. Hua Zubing didn't say anything, and Beilian and the two had no opinion. Hua Zubing's unfathomable strength is enough for Beilian and the two to respect Hua Zubing. What's more, Guanhua Zubing's face was the same age as them, even a lot younger. Such arrogance, how can the two be unconvinced? In this case, this thing is also handed over to you. Saying that, Qin Yi took out a scroll-like item from his arms. The material of this scroll is neither gold nor silk, so I don't know what material it is made of. The whole body presents a mysterious pattern of bright gold and pale silver, engraved around the scroll. This thing is the black armored cavalry training pattern obtained from the system. This is the map of the military formation. Beilian glanced at the black armored cavalry training pattern in Qin Yi's hand, his pupils shrank, and he suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, Bailey, do you know this?" Qin Yi raised his brows and asked in surprise. He didn't expect Beilian to actually recognize the training pattern in his hand. Although, the name is different, but looking at his expression, it should be clear about the role of the training pattern. The military formation diagram is a treasure that was deduced by the great master of the military family, using the method of formation, combined with the way of the military family. Possessing this item can greatly shorten the time to train a specific type of troops. This is the treasure that the major dynasties dream of, and they spend a lot of money to reward such treasures. According to rumors, the top-level military formations will be self-contained within a few months. Before Beilian could answer, Mo Meng, who was beside him, stared at the training chart in Qin Yi's hand with fiery eyes, and said, "I see." Hearing this, a gleam flashed in Qin Yi's eyes. In this world, there are also treasures similar to the training pattern in his hands. However, this military formation map was created by the great master of the military family, and it is also divided into 3, 6, and 9. Judging from the time of training arms, the black armored cavalry training pattern produced by the system is comparable to the top drill pattern among them. Young master, what kind of military formation is this thing? Mo Meng retracted his gaze from the black armored cavalry training chart and stared blankly at Qin Yi. C69 recruiting plan training plan. This thing can train invincible cavalry called black armored cavalry. In a few months, you can become an army. Qin Yi felt Beilian's hot eyes, smiled lightly, and said a little proudly, "Hey! You can become an army in a few months." Beilian and the others all took a breath of cold air, widened their eyes, and looked at the map in Qin Yi's hands even hotter. Army in a few months. This shows that this array map is the most top-notch military array map. The creation of the world is conceived in a map. Priceless. Beilian and Mo Meng looked at each other and saw what the other was thinking. No matter what kind of military map, it is a treasure of invaluable value. And this kind of treasure, which is very rare in the world, is naturally extremely precious, not to mention the top one. It's no exaggeration to call it a priceless treasure. With Qin Yi's words, the black armored cavalry's military formation diagram, the combat power of the ironclad army will undoubtedly skyrocket. This will be a qualitative leap. Even, of course, this qualitative leap, it doesn't take long, within a few months, to form combat power. Beilian and the two thought that it was not easy for Qin Yi to have a military map. But who would have thought that they still underestimated the military map in Qin Yi's hands? A top-notch military formation map is even worth a small dynasty. That is to say, Qin Yi's battle formation map is already worth the entire dynasty. These treasures appeared in Qin Yi's hands, which further deepened Beilian's thoughts. Qin Yi has a big background behind him. It's just that the two of them didn't understand that Qin Yi would be demoted to this point because of his background. Although they don't understand, it doesn't prevent them from deepening their determination to follow Qin Yi. Good. Hua Zubing took the array map handed over by Qin Yi, and there was a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. For Hua Zubing, a man who is addicted to war for a living, having no soldiers under his command is the most painful thing. Of course, for him, it is also a big pity that he has no strong soldiers. At this time, Chini sent him such a strong soldier, how could he not make him happy? I will definitely live up to your majesty. Young master, I hope. Train an invincible cavalry for the young master and expand the territory for the young master. Huatsubing knelt down on one knee, and when he was excited, the word your majesty almost blurted out. Then I will wait quietly, your good news. Simply, Chini didn't care much about this, and smiled lightly. His Royal Highness, Mrs. Lu is looking for you and is already waiting in the hall. Just as Chini, Huatsubing, and others instructed them, there was a knock on the door of a servant. Master Lu? Chini was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted again. I know, you go down first. Chini said loudly to the servant outside the door. After speaking, Chini stood up. Master, we will retire first. At the right time, the three Huatsubing also bid farewell. Go, I look forward to the appearance of my black armored cavalry. Chini didn't hold back any longer, and closed his head slightly. Subordinate, you must live up to your trust. Huatsubing and the three of them made a solemn promise. Immediately, the three of Huatsubing left the study. Under the leadership of Balian and the others, Huatsubing went to the place where the 3,000 iron-armored troops were stationed outside the city. Huatsubing's idea was very simple, to train Chini's black-armored cavalry as soon as possible. Time waits for no one, the sooner the black-armored cavalry is trained, Chini will be able to kill the capital sooner. As a minister of Chini, he must share his worries for the king. As for Chini, after the three of Huatsubing left, he also brought Bai Zai to the hall of the city lord's mansion. See 69 Master Lu's plan in the hall. The hall of the city lord's mansion is not luxurious, which is related to the fact that the city owners of Yuanjiang City were suppressed by Lu Qingshou. Now, although Qin has already killed Lu Qingshou, but Qin did not make any changes to the furnishings of the city lord's mansion. For Qin, he doesn't care much about these external things, and he cares more about his own strength. At this time, in the hall of the city lord's mansion, there was an old man waiting for Qin. This old man, with a childlike face and a hale and hearty spirit, sat here, with a sense of not being angry and being proud of himself. Master Lu is here, and Qin is welcome. Qin, who had just stepped into the hall, recognized the old man. However, Mr. Lu's attire surprised Qin a little. A black official robe with red moire embroidered on the collar extending behind the ears, and a dark blue ribbon around the waist tightly cinching the waist. A mountain crown, this dress is what Mr. Lu often wears when he is the Prime Minister. Mr. Lu has been working at home for several years. Today, Mr. Lu put on his official uniform again and came to visit him. What did he mean? For a moment, Qin couldn't figure out what Mr. Lu was thinking. As an old fox who has been in the officialdom for decades, he has never been overjoyed. Qin couldn't see any clue from Mr. Lu's face. His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince, the old man won't talk to you anymore. This time, the old man is here to bid you farewell. Simply, Mr. Lu didn't talk nonsense, and directly stated his purpose. Farewell? Mr. Lu, where are you going? Qin was shocked and asked quickly. After all, Mr. Lu was once the Prime Minister of the dynasty, and he was a veteran of the two dynasties. Even though Mr. Lu has been in office for many years, his influence in the court has not completely declined. Every move of Mr. Lu touches the hearts of many people, and Qin is no exception. What's more, Qin had an agreement with Mr. Lu, and now Qin is also Mr. Lu's son-in-law. Whether it is public or private, Qin needs to ask. I'm here, just to go back to the capital to see my old friends. Mr. Lu smiled lightly and explained to Qin. Return to the capital? Qin was shocked, but he knew how much effort Mr. Lu had to waste in order to escape from the muddy waters of the capital. In the memory of the predecessor Qin, it was precisely because the predecessor Qin accidentally bumped into and helped Mr. Lu. After helping Mr. Lu get out of the capital, he got on the line with Mr. Lu. However, at this moment, Mr. Lu was going to return to the capital and wading through the muddy water again. How could Qin not be surprised by this? The current capital is more chaotic than it was a few years ago. The battle for the throne of the king has already caused undercurrents to flow in the capital. At this time, Mr. Lu chose to step into the capital, and if he was a little careless, he would be in danger of overturning. This old bone has not lived for a few years. His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince doesn't have to worry about me. Mr. Lu's eyes were like torches, and he could see through Qin's thoughts at a glance, and couldn't help laughing loudly. This old man will go to the capital, and he will drag the eldest prince and others for His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince. At least half a year, as long as a year, the eldest prince and others have no time to take action against you, His Royal Highness. Your Highness, you can take this opportunity to develop your power. With a smile on his face, Mr. Lu gave Qin Yi a deep look. Master Lu, this. Qin Yi was shocked and hurriedly said. It turned out that Mr. Lu suddenly stepped into the capital to help him hold back the eldest prince and others. This was completely beyond Qin Yi's expectations. He and Mr. Lu are more friends of interests. Mr. Lu's move is not in his interest at all. C70 Popular sentiment. His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince, you have killed Lu Qingshou in recent days and won the hearts and minds of the people. This move is good, but it has also attracted more attention from the eldest prince and others, putting him in a more dangerous situation. Mr. Lu pointed out the current predicament of Qin Yi. Qin Yi was silent. Just as Mr. Lu said, Qin Yi's current situation is not very good. On the same day, Qin Yi beheaded Lu Qingshou, seemingly majestic, but in fact he had already exposed himself. Not only exposed the cultivation base of his innate realm, but also exposed the fact that his breakthrough innately triggered a storm of spiritual energy. Only these two things will inevitably increase the eldest prince's murderous intention to Qin Yi. Even the third and fifth princes who faced off against the eldest prince in the capital city would even intervene. After all, Qin Yi, who sparked the aura storm, is very likely to step into the realm of the real master. A highness with royal blood flowing in his body, coupled with such a talent. If this news spreads to the capital, for the eldest prince and others to compete for the throne of the king, there may be another wave. In the final analysis, the warriors are respected even if they do not fall into the dynasty or even the Tianyao continent. As long as Qin Yi possesses such talent, many people choose to support him as he ascends the throne of the king. Regardless of the consideration, the eldest prince and others will no longer tolerate the existence of Qin Yi. As long as the eldest prince and the others in the royal capital learn this news, the ultimate move will definitely come. For them, killing Qin Yi to avoid future troubles is undoubtedly the most correct choice. And when this old man goes to the capital, he will definitely be able to attract the attention of the eldest prince and others for His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince. Presumably, with an old body, it can have this weight. Mr. Lu smiled and said to Qin Yi. Qin Yi didn't have the slightest doubt about Mr. Lu's words. As Mr. Lu, appearing in the capital must be a storm. The eldest prince and others will focus more on Mr. Lu. After all, it's true that Qin Yi can trigger a storm of spiritual energy, but that's all. Qin Yi couldn't grow into a master-level powerhouse for a while. The birth of a strong master, even if Qin Yi is extremely talented, it will take a long time. During this time, Qin Yi could not pose a threat to them at all. As for Mr. Lu, it was different. Winning the old man Lu will undoubtedly attract countless officials in the court who have received the favor of the old man Lu. For the eldest prince and others, it is clear at a glance which is more important. At that time, most of the pressure on Qin Yi will be shared by Mr. Lu. Master Lu, what do you need Qin Yi to do? Please tell me bluntly. Qin Yi's eyes were fixed, and he was silent. After a long while, he spoke. The friendship between Qin Yi and Mr. Lu is not deep. Even with Lu Yi as a bond, both of them understand that this relationship is not strong. Therefore, Qin Yi has reason to believe that Mr. Lu will want something from him. However, since Mr. Lu is willing to take risks for him, then, as long as Mr. Lu's request is not too excessive, he will agree. Your Highness doesn't have to think too much, the old man has no other intentions. Mr. Lu smiled heartily and shook his head cheerfully. If Mr. Lu needs Qin Yi, he can do something, but it doesn't matter. Qin Yi was stunned, obviously not thinking that what Mr. Lu said was the truth. No, the old man really has no other intentions. If the ninth prince has the heart, remember our original agreement, and one day he will be crowned the king, and the little girl Yi will be concubine. Hearing this, Mr. Lu smiled lightly and stroked his beard. C71 boy, someone is blocking the knife for you, Master Lu? Qin Yi was startled, completely not expecting that Mr. Lu would say such a statement. This is the agreement that Mr. Lu made with him at the beginning. If he is not a king in the future, he will make Lu Yi his concubine. Qin Yi doesn't even need to pay anything, he just needs to meet this request, and Mr. Lu will strongly support him. Regarding this point, Qin Yi really couldn't understand why Mr. Lu had the confidence to believe that he could ascend to the throne of the king. If Mr. Lu chose the eldest prince, he would be forgiven. In the current Bulyuo dynasty, more than half of the officials made it clear that the carriage supported the eldest prince. No matter who it is, they will think that it is a sure thing for the eldest prince to ascend to the throne of the infallible king. However, Mr. Lu was sure that Qin Yi would be able to win the throne of the undefeated king from the hands of the eldest prince. If he didn't believe in the power of the system, Qin Yi would even suspect that Mr. Lu knew that he had the system. His Royal Highness, no matter what, this old man is also your father-in-law. Father-in-law helps son-in-law, as it should be. Facing Qin Yi's hesitation, Mr. Lu said, he bit the word father-in-law very hard. It's the boy's photo shoot. Qin Yi's expression froze, and he took a deep look at Mr. Lu. After a while, he took a deep breath and said, just as Mr. Lu said, no matter what, Qin Yi and Mr. Lu are both sons-in-law. Since Lu Yi got married as Qin Yi's concubine, the relationship between the two has gotten a step closer. The relationship between the two is no longer purely a relationship of interests. This relationship has already been mixed with a bit of family affection. In some respects, this Wenjin-law relationship makes Qin Yi and Mr. Lu connected as a whole. It would undoubtedly be inappropriate for Qin Yi to still discuss matters in terms of interests. Your Highness, it is best to be able to understand. Seeing Qin Yi come to his senses, Mr. Lu smiled and touched the beard under his jaw. Since that's the case, it's almost time for the old man to leave and head to the capital. Having said that, Mr. Lu has already stood up. Master Lu, don't wait for Yi, say goodbye to Yi. Qin Yi hurriedly got up and said politely. No, it's not parting from life or death, please let His Highness tell you on your behalf. Mr. Lu shook his head and refused. But, Qin Yi wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Mr. Lu. His Royal Highness, let's stop here. After speaking, Mr. Lu bent down and gave a salute. All right then, Mr. Lu, please. Qin Yi hurriedly returned the salute. Immediately afterwards, Mr. Lu didn't stay any longer. Mr. Lu strode out of the city lord's mansion and set foot on the prepared carriage. His Royal Highness, the old man is in the capital, waiting for your arrival. Standing on the carriage, Mr. Lu looked back at Qin Yi and said so. Qin Yi was not surprised that Mr. Lu could see through his plans. Half a year later, Qin Yuji will be forced to marry Wang Zhaoan. Based on what Mr. Lu knew about Qin Yi would definitely stop this from happening. Only Mr. Lu said this, and waited for Qin Yi to arrive in the capital. That's how it is. Qin Yi's tone was confident, and within half a year, he would definitely return to the capital. Not for anything else, just for that Qin Yuji and his mother-in-law. The word family love, go through fire and water, at all costs. The old man will wait and see. Mr. Lu laughed and said aloud. Immediately, Mr. Lu stepped onto the carriage. The coachman whipped the horse, the carriage moved slowly, and began to move towards the distance. Your Highness, please help me take care of Yi. Before leaving, Mr. Lu lifted the curtain and said to Qin Yi with a serious expression. Boy, live up to your expectations. Qin Yi smiled lightly and responded loudly. The carriage was getting farther and farther away, and Qin Yi was still standing there. Looking at the passing carriage, he was silent, wondering what he was thinking. Today, he doesn't communicate much with Mr. Lu, but it gives him a great feeling. Although Mr. Lu tried his best to cover it up, Qin Yi could sense his concern for Lu Yi from his words. It's just that this concern is hidden so deeply that people can't perceive it. Blood is thicker than water. Family affection can never be replaced. Even Mr. Lu, who has been in the officialdom for decades, valued this. Qin Yi understood that Mr. Lu's trip was not only for him, but also for Lu Yi. Although it was Mr. Lu who personally married Lu Yi to him as his concubine. But Mr. Lu couldn't sit back and watch his daughter's happiness be destroyed by others. As a father, consider yourself a daughter, and give up everything for the happiness of your life. See 72 The Wrath of the Prince. Do not fall into the king's city. This is a 1,000-year-old ancient city, a royal capital that does not fall into a dynasty, simple and prosperous. Do not fall into the palace. It is located in the most central area of Buliuwangqing, where a huge and solemn palace is repaired. The Hall of Mental Cultivation, also known as the Hall of the Crown Prince. Since the old Buliuo Wangjun was sick in bed, the decrees of the Buliuo dynasty, large and small, all originated from here. But today, the person in charge of the Hall of Mental Cultivation is the eldest prince. At this time, the lights in the Hall of Mental Cultivation were brightly lit, as bright as day. Looking carefully, there are several figures kneeling in the Hall of Mental Cultivation. Interesting, is this what you call 100% sure? The eldest prince was angrily scolding the few people in front of him. His Royal Highness, this subordinate did not expect that there is a master hidden beside the ninth prince. Faced with the question from the eldest prince, the kneeling crowd did not dare to take a breath, but one of them gritted his teeth and explained to the eldest prince. Did not think of? Oh, this is your reason, my Lucima. Hearing this, the eldest prince's face suddenly sank, his face sinking like water. Anyone can see how bad the eldest prince is at this moment. He sent a master of the innate third layer to assassinate Qin Yi, but in the end, the bamboo basket was empty. This makes the eldest prince, how not to be angry. As Sima, who does not fall under the dynasty's superintendent, he is the head of the dynasty's largest intelligence department. You actually told me, you didn't think of it? The eldest prince patted the table, suddenly stood up, and looked at Lu Sima coldly. The master who followed the ninth prince was like someone who suddenly jumped out of a crack in the stone. The subordinates tried their best, but could not find any information about him. Lu Sima's body trembled, and he hurriedly kowtowed to the eldest prince, explaining with his mouth. Do your best? Do your best, and you won't find the slightest bit of news? A living person is still a strong man who can kill Baihua Langjun. How can he be a nameless person? The eldest prince laughed in anger, and didn't even care about Lu Sima's explanation. Your Highness, your subordinates have really tried their best. Superintendent Tianxi, half of the staff were sent out to investigate, but nothing was found. Lu Sima was frightened and tried his best to explain to the eldest prince. Half of the staff can't find out why. Oh, a group of wine bags and rice bags. The eldest prince sneered, and the dissatisfaction in his eyes became more intense. His Royal Highness, please give me another month. No, in half a month, my subordinates will be able to find out the identity of this person. The eldest prince's gaze made Lu Sima's heart tremble, and he hurriedly assured the eldest prince. If the eldest prince is dissatisfied, then his superintendent Sima, will come to an end. Half a month? This king doesn't want to wait for a day, this king is about to get the results now. The eldest prince said with a hideous expression on his face. I'm afraid you don't know yet, Qin Yi has already killed the city guard I placed in Yuanjiang City. With his blood, in exchange for a large number of people's hearts. Every time he said a word, the anger in the heart of the eldest prince would rise 1 point. Use my people to exchange people's hearts, my dear ninth brother, but he can do business. Moreover, my ninth brother, in front of everyone in Yuanjiang City, stepped into the Xiantian realm, causing a storm of spiritual energy. He even attracted 3,000 elite soldiers to join him. This is Lu Sima. You say that you have no knowledge and no skills, but you are the ninth prince who cultivated in the fourth heaven of the day after tomorrow. In the end, the eldest prince couldn't hold back the anger in his heart and roared at Lu Sima. Lu Sima, what do you think I should do? The roar resounded throughout the hall of mental cultivation. C73 The prince's calculation. His Royal Highness, spare your life. The subordinates have always done their best for His Highness, and never slack off. The roar of the eldest prince made Lu Sima's heart tremble, and he kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. Forgive you? Do you think it's possible? This king has let you live until now, it is a kind of grace. The eldest prince's cold words made Lu Sima's heart fall into the ice cellar. Come on. The eldest prince gave a cold cry, and the 2 soldiers with geese immediately walked into the hall of mental cultivation. Take Lu Sima down and hand it over to the people of the Great Prison Division. The eldest prince waved his hand and motioned them to take Lu Sima away. Yes, your highness. The 2 soldiers with geese agreed with a bang. Immediately, the 2 soldiers with geese mounted Lu Sima one by one and walked out. Your highness, spare your life. Your highness. Lu Sima shouted mournfully, with no blood on his face. He knew better than anyone what the Great Prison Division was. In the hands of the Great Prison Secretary, not only is it impossible to live, it will be worse than death. The eldest prince smiled coldly, turning a deaf ear to Lu Sima's words begging for mercy. He doesn't need useless subordinates, and trash should not exist among his subordinates. Moreover, Lu Sima is not dead, how can he kill the chicken to show the monkey? You! Come and tell this king what to do next. The eldest prince once again looked at the other people who were kneeling on the ground and asked in a deep voice. Facing the question of the eldest prince, the heads of the people below lowered their heads, and they did not dare to answer at will. Lu Sima's shrill screams still echoed in the hall, and no one wanted to be the second Lu Sima. Could it be that this king's subordinates are all trash? You should know that what this king can't tolerate the most is trash. The eldest prince frowned and said in a cold tone. His Royal Highness, the ninth prince looks beautiful, but in fact he is already standing on the edge of the cliff. Just because of the news of the aura that triggered the storm of spiritual energy, once it spreads, you are not the only one who wants him to die. Finally, a scrawny old man said cautiously. As the old man spoke, he paid attention to the expression of the eldest prince. Seeing that the eldest prince looked as usual, he finished what he was about to say in one breath. You mean, the third and fifth? The eldest prince's eyes suddenly lit up and he laughed out loud. Your Highness is wise. The old man breathed a sigh of relief and flattered the eldest prince. Ha ha, as expected of the king's think tank, Master Zhang, this plan is very good. The eldest prince laughed and became happy. The dark cloud that enveloped everyone's heart also dissipated. His Royal Highness has won awards, and with His Highness's wisdom, such strategies can be easily come up with. This subordinate just said what His Highness said in his heart. However, the old man did not take credit for himself, but instead put all the credit on the eldest prince. Lord Zhang, just talk about your thoughts and see if they coincide with this king's thoughts. The eldest prince smiled lightly and sat back on the throne. It seemed that he was quite used to the old man's flattery. As long as the third prince and the fifth prince know the news that the ninth prince can trigger the aura storm, we just need to be a little provocative. Presumably they will take action and deal with the ninth prince. At that time, we don't even have to take action, we can take advantage of the fisherman. Hearing this, the old man first twitched the corners of his mouth, and then he smiled helplessly, revealing all the thoughts in his heart. Good. This plan is exactly the same as what this king has in mind. It seems that Master Zhang has the heart of this king. The eldest prince said 3 good words in a row, and praised with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Thank you for the compliment, the prince. The old man cursed shamelessly in his heart, and on the surface he had to flatter with a smile on his face. However, this king doesn't want to let Lao Jiu go like this. This king wants him to die without a place to be buried. The smile on the eldest prince's face gradually faded, and a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes, and he said bitterly, "For a Qin Yi, damage one of his top assassins." In the eyes of the eldest prince, what is unbearable? What's more, Qin Yi also beheaded a city guard who worked for him. Although, a city guard is insignificant to the eldest prince. However, Qin Yi's move undoubtedly hit him in the face. If the eldest prince didn't say anything, it would undoubtedly make others look down upon him. He is the eldest prince, the heir of the undead dynasty. If Qin Yi's face was damaged and he didn't say anything, wouldn't it be a laughingstock for others? Moreover, the eldest prince could not swallow this breath. He wants Qin Yi to live rather than die. Lao Jiu, aren't you able to trigger the aura storm? Then I will abolish your cultivation and make you suffer. The eldest prince smiled grimly, showing ruthlessness. Send the order to inform the county governor of my county, Zhuang Xixian. Tell him what I mean, he knows what he should do. Abolish the old 9 and bring it to me. The eldest prince thought for a while, then he opened his mouth and commanded the people below. His Royal Highness, I have a word, I don't know if I should say it or not. However, Master Zhang had a different opinion. Seeing that he hesitated for a while, he still spoke. But it doesn't matter. The eldest prince waved his hand, signaling him to speak bluntly. I wanted to come to your highness, and I also received news. Old Prime Minister Liu has already set off and came to the capital. At this juncture, I think it's better for His Highness not to cause more troubles. The Lord Zhang bowed and persuaded. At this time, His Highness's action against the ninth prince will inevitably arouse the disgust of the Prime Minister Liu, which will not be worth the loss. The ninth prince, leave it to the third prince and the fifth prince to deal with. The most urgent task now is to win over the old Prime Minister Liu. After a pause, Master Zhang continued. It doesn't matter, I want to come to Zhuang County Council to handle this matter. This thing, he will do it without knowing it. Let him use the pretext of Lao Jiu's disrespectful anti-decision and bring him. The eldest prince pondered for a while, then immediately shook his head, the hatred in his eyes not halved. Qin Yi's humiliation to him must be repaid with blood. As long as the Zhuang County governor brings Qin Yi, he will definitely entertain Yu Jiu. Yes, your highness. Master Zhang sighed, helplessly. The decision made by the eldest prince cannot be changed by others. To say it is good is to be firm-willed, to say that it is not good is to be self-willed. Master Zhang's persuasion was also out of consideration for the eldest prince. Since the eldest prince didn't listen, there was nothing he could do. However, this adult actually felt that he was too worried. With the ability of the county governor of my county, this matter must be able to be concealed enough. In my county, the governor of Zhuang County was the two emperor. It can be said to cover the sky with one hand, let him deal with the ninth prince, and naturally he will capture it. Moreover, no matter what, if the imperial order is not issued, even if the ninth prince proves that he was framed, it will not help. If there is no imperial order, there is no other imperial order from the royal family, there is no such thing as destruction. In this way, as long as the ninth prince does not go to the border for a day, it will be disrespectful to the decree. The eldest prince also has enough reasons to deal with the ninth prince, and no one can pick out a reason. Even if I wanted to come to Prime Minister Liu, I couldn't make any sense. Since the eldest prince wants to vent the anger in his heart, let him go. It's just the ninth prince, he has no power, and he can't make any waves. Even if it did not know where to find a master. In the face of the big prince, who is in control of the general trend, he is powerless to return to the sky. C74 Yo boy, you have a peerless sister dream palace. This palace is not to say that it is the most luxurious palace decorated by the Buluo Palace. But the Palace of Dreams is the most beautiful and famous palace in the royal palace. Countless young talents, the most haunted palace, want to step into it and see the owner here. The owner of this dream palace is the #1 beauty of the Buluo dynasty, Princess Qingcheng, Qin Yuji. Gentle as promised, alluring cities and countries, just like its title. Prosperous face. Anyone who has seen Princess Qingcheng can't help but admire her graceful figure, like a fairy's face. At this time, there was a sad expression in the Hall of Dreams. Since the eldest prince ordered, remove the title of Princess Qingcheng, and marry her to Wang Lei. After half a year of restriction, the wedding will be held as scheduled. Everyone in the Palace of Dreams was lamenting that the princess was such a beautiful woman, but she has fallen to this point. Alas, the princess is thinking about his 9th prince brother again. If it wasn't for that wasteful 9th prince, how could the princess fall to this point? Mute, the princess can't tolerate others speaking ill of her brother, or she will inevitably be reprimanded. I don't know what the 9th prince is good for, and let the princess protect him to such a degree. On weekdays, the princess treats people well, and only when it comes to the 9th prince, it will seem like a different person. After all, the princess and the 9th prince are brothers and sisters of the same mother, and they should have a good relationship. It's just, unfortunately, the princess is going to marry that dude. That's right, the princess married that Wang Zhaoan. It's really, But, what can be done? Who let the family have a good father? The dynasty military is second only to the real power general of General Mo. Even the eldest prince must marry him and win over him. Pity Princess Qingcheng. The full moon rises. The soft moonlight shone down on the earth. The dark night and the bright moon are the best time to place one's worries, and it is also the best time to provoke the thoughts in people's hearts. In front of the Zhu window, a young girl leaned against the window, her beautiful eyes staring at the moonlight. Brother, did you have a good time in Yuanzhong City? If you were in the capital, you would definitely call me stupid girl again. However, I don't regret it. Who let them insult you, brother? The girl's murmur seemed to be firm, and to be confused. Thousands of soft silks are like flowers, blooming only for you, one person. Brother, are you saying Yuji is useless? In the past, someone sheltered me and my mother from the wind and rain, and everything was because of you. Now, when it's my turn to shelter my mother from the wind and rain, but, the girl choked up, her eyes were slightly red, and the crystal tears seemed to be absent. But, brother, don't worry. Even in death, I won't let that bastard succeed. Rowcatcher lifted her lightly and wiped away her tears, the girl said firmly. This is the most stubborn side of a girl, and it is also the last resort to preserve her innocence. Ding Qing Yujia, these 4 words, for a girl, the meaning is so important. It's so heavy that it can't be compared to even life, and only life can be used to prove innocence. Brother, Yuji has been waiting for you. When you return to the capital to see Yuji again, Yuji will have no regrets in her life. Yuji always remembers the last words you told me when you left the capital. Brother, I will wait for you, until the wedding eve, wait for you to come back, and take me and my mother-in-law out of the sea of misery. The girl leaned against the window, looked into the distance, and whispered softly. The wisps of hope and sadness in Xing's eyes couldn't help but make people want to wipe them away. Brother, I'm waiting for you. I don't know if this ray of sadness has been received by him in the distance. C75 The future is bright for teenagers Yuanzhong City. Qini is working hard and dealing with political affairs. Except for some government affairs related to the people, which he would personally handle, he ignored all other government affairs. He is now wholeheartedly focused on strengthening his own power. The army is now Qini's most important support. Xubing, how is the recruiting of the new army? Qini raised his head and moved his neck that was a little stiff from sitting for a long time. Reporting to the young master, the notice has been posted for 3 days. In these 3 days, a total of 2,000 soldiers were recruited. Hua Xubing, who was standing aside, bowed slightly and replied, 2,000 soldiers? Qini was slightly surprised, and couldn't help but wonder. Young master, please forgive me, my subordinates only recruited 2,000 soldiers. These 2,000 soldiers were carefully selected by their subordinates. As for the other men who were called in, they were persuaded by their subordinates to leave. Hua Xubing looked at Qini reverently, and the recruitment of troops fully reflected Qini's prestige among the people of Yuanzhong City. On that day, as soon as the recruiting notice was posted, countless men from Yuanzhong City swarmed. Some even brought their families and came to check. Once caused, Yuanzhong City was full of empty alleys. It can be seen how high Qin Yi's prestige is among the people of Yuanjiang City now. These 2,000 soldiers were all chosen by Hua Tsubing from thousands of men in Yuanjiang City. No, these 2,000 soldiers are just right. I just found 2,000 sets of black steel armor from the city guard mansion, and the number is just right. Qin Yi shook his head. He was surprised that it was not Hua Tsubing who was recruited less. Instead, he was surprised that Hua Tsubing had actually recruited 2,000 soldiers. He knew how high Hua Tsubing's selection criteria were, and a height of 7 feet was the minimum standard. In other words, these 2,000 soldiers, each of them tall and strong, will become elite soldiers after a little training. Also, Yuanjiang City's water and soil are still good, so many strong men can still be found. In that case, go to the sick, you arrange the manpower to distribute the 3,000 black steel armor. And scattered the 2,000 soldiers into the original 3,000 iron armored army. Led new recruits with veterans to train them faster. Qin Yi thought for a while, then turned to Hua Tsubing and ordered. And then buy a good horse with 1,000 gold, and use it as a mount for these 5,000 soldiers. This army, I named the Black Armored Cavalry. In your control. Qin Yi looked directly at Hua Tsubing, and said aloud with a serious expression. This is Qin Yi entrusting Hua Tsubing with a heavy responsibility. Hand over the only army under his command to Hua Tsubing for training. My subordinates will definitely live up to the expectations of the young master, and will create an elite army for the young master. Within 3 months, the Black Armored Cavalry will be able to take shape. Hua Tsubing got down on one knee with a "hu" sound, and the sound was like a stone, piercing the ground. Ha, go get sick, then I will wait for you to build an invincible cavalry for me as soon as possible. Qin Yi laughed. Qin Yi never doubted Hua Tsubing's words. Hua Tsubing's ability, coupled with the Black Armored Cavalry training pattern entrusted to him, is enough to make the Black Armored Cavalry take shape in March. With these 5,000 Black Armored Cavalry, Qin Yi's background is complete. 5,000 Black Armored Cavalry capable of fighting, no matter what Qin Yi wants to do, he has the confidence. 5,000 Black Armored Cavalry was enough to equal 50,000 ordinary troops, and even more than that. Soldiers are precious, not much. The Black Armored Cavalry is also a cavalry, plus Hua Tsubing, who is good at rushing in cavalry warfare, it is even more powerful. Qin Yi believes that with 10% of this army, even if it faces an army of 50,000 people, it can still win. At that time, it will be the day Qin Yi returns to the capital. Yuji, mother concubine, wait for me. Soon, I will come to your rescue. Qin Yi sat on the armchair, his eyes were faint, and he thought silently in his heart. *C76 Congrats, boy, you found a treasure trove of experience Evergreen Mountains. This is a branch of the Tianbei Mountains. It is said to be a branch, but the Evergreen Mountains are actually extremely huge. Adjoining the Tianbei Mountains, there are countless monsters living in the Evergreen Mountains, attracting countless human warriors to hunt and kill the monsters. The so-called monsters are the beasts that absorb the spiritual energy of the world, cultivate according to their instincts, and evolve to be more ferocious. In essence, monsters are still beasts. After possessing powerful power, monsters are more unscrupulous, and they are the one side of the disaster. Human warriors naturally have to remove these scourges. In addition, the monster is a treasure, and the monster core nurtured in the body can speed up the cultivation of the warrior. The fur, claws, and bones of monsters can be used to refine weapons. This made countless warriors more sought after for the corpses of monsters, which greatly stimulated warriors' interest in hunting monsters. This is the Evergreen Mountains? Qin Yi looked up and saw the lush mountain forest in front of him was quite green. Here, it can be regarded as a beautiful scenery, and the crisis contained in it cannot be seen at all. Yes, sir. Bai Zai, who followed Qin Yi, affirmed. Okay, then let's go meet this so-called monster for a while. Having said that, Qin Yi has already strode towards the depths of the Changqing Mountains, followed by Bai Zai. A group of 2 people, dressed in brocade, looked extremely dazzling among the crowd of martial artists. Not like a warrior who came to fight monsters, but like a noble who came to play. Every time they passed, there were warriors pointing at the 2 of them. Qin Yi didn't care much about this. How could these warriors who were not in the acquired realm affect him? His trip to the Evergreen Mountains has several purposes. First, gain killing experience and improve cultivation. The system once said that by killing elite lives, you can gain killing experience. Qin Yi guessed that not only congenital warriors are considered elite lives, but also congenital monsters are elite lives. This means that Qin Yi can also gain killing experience by killing innate monsters. This is one of Qin Yi's goals. Second, Qin Yi came to hone himself. Qin Yi has already broken through the innate realm, and his combat power has risen sharply. This requires more battles to allow Qin Yi to control the surge in power. This is Qin Yi's second purpose. Near Yuanzhang City, there are not so many innate monsters that Qin Yi can kill. In the Evergreen Mountains, there are countless monster beast groups, all kinds of monsters, everything. In the Evergreen Mountains, the chances of finding the innate monsters are undoubtedly much higher. Here, Qin Yi's cultivation can be rapidly improved. You can also harvest killing points, why not do it? Likewise, there are countless treasures in the Evergreen Mountains. These treasures of heaven and earth, although Qin Yi used them, were not as good as the system improvement. However, Qin Yi can use these treasures in exchange for money. Now, Qin Yi has a full 5,000 black armored cavalry. The cavalry is a kind of military with extremely high maintenance costs. The number of 5,000 is huge, and more financial support is needed to maintain normal military supplies. Just relying on the money looted from the city guard mansion is simply not enough. Moreover, there is not much left of the money that was looted. Therefore, Qin Yi needs to find a channel for financial resources. Selling treasures from heaven and earth is a good choice. In Yuanzhang City, the black armored cavalry were trained by Hua Zubing, Beilian and others, and they did not need Qin Yi to intervene. In all aspects of Yuanzhang City, Qin Yi does not need to worry. Therefore, Qin Yi came to the Evergreen Mountains. C78 The monster is just an idiot. Evergreen Mountains. The boundless towering trees stretched across the entire mountain range, and even the sky was obscured. Little bits of sunlight filtered through the gap and fell on the ground. Walking in this lush mountain forest, you can hear the sound of insects. There are also the roars of various monsters resounding through the sky. This is the most common scene in the Evergreen Mountains. Qin Yi walks leisurely on this deep path. Take it easy, just like playing. The spiritual energy is abundant, nearly half of that in the outside world. No wonder it has bred so many monsters. While walking, Qin Yi commented, "The aura of heaven and earth in the Evergreen Mountains, in terms of concentration, can be regarded as a blessed place. Here, influenced by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, there are not only many monsters, but also many ancient plant communities. Countless vines are crisscrossed, setting off the entire mountain range like a green ocean. However, no one dared to treat this mountain range as a paradise. Because, this is an area full of killing and being killed. The strong eat the weak not only applies to monsters here, but also applies to the humans who come here. Powerful monsters are not uncommon here, and the huge beasts can smash mountains and rocks with a single blow. And here, poisonous mosquitoes, snakes and insects are densely populated, and there are taboo and terrifying beasts entrenched in the depths of the jungle. This can be said to be a forbidden area for life. However, for Qin Yi, none of this is a problem. He has already stepped into the innate realm, and Bai Zai is standing by him. As long as they are not surrounded by a large group of monsters, or the big monsters in the late Xiantian period, Qin Yi and the two will not be in any danger. After entering the Changqing Mountains, all the way is calm. With the continuous deepening, the first wave of monster invasions also arrived as scheduled. In the hidden bushes, there are pairs of green eyes hidden. The cold eyes flashing with bloodthirsty light fell on the two Qin Yi who seemed to be unaware. The deep forest, with the cold wind blowing, hides boundless murderous intentions. Maybe someone will lose their life and be buried here in the next second. Danger is approaching step by step. Qin Yi and the two always looked relaxed and free, and seemed to have no sense of the impending danger. Shoot! The sound of slight limbs rubbing against the leaves of the bushes sounded after Zhao Yuan was quilted. Four blue-black wolves, all covered in black with shiny hair, quietly appeared behind Qin Yi and the two. Strong and powerful limbs, sharp fangs all show the fear of this hunter. Ow! A roar, like a signal. The lurking blue-ink wolf suddenly stepped out, like a blue-black lightning, rushing towards him, the stench in his mouth overflowing. The largest gregarious predator in the Evergreen Mountains has already revealed its terrifyingness in a moment. The blue-ink wolf, the general strength is the acquired 4th layer, and the elite strength is the acquired 5th layer and above. The green ink wolf clan is still good at sieging and killing creatures that are stronger than their own strength, and they are the most ferocious gregarious monsters in the Evergreen Mountains. There are also thousands of blue ink wolves who have killed the innate monsters. It can be said that they are fierce and powerful. The green eyes flashed with bloodthirsty light, and it seemed that he had seen the wailing of the prey before it died. A bloodbath is coming. 4 acquired 3-level blue ink wolves attacked Qin Yi and the two from 4 directions. The 4 blue ink wolves are skilled in hunting, and they have blocked all their escape routes. The slaughter is about to start. It's just, who is the hunter and who is the prey, not necessarily. C78 slaughter the blue ink wolf cold and lonely. In the mountains and forests, a group of blue ink wolves are hunting their prey. 4 blue ink wolves surrounded and killed Sheenie and the two. Just when the two sides were about to make contact, Sheenie seemed to have a feeling and raised his eyes to look forward. The green eyes of the green-black wolf reflected a slightly smiling face. Immediately, there was no response from the blue ink wolf. A huge fist, wrapped in infuriating energy, gradually enlarged in Ching Molong's eyes. Bang! With a crisp sound of bones shattering, Ching Molong's head was smashed to pieces by Ching Yi's fist. Copper head and iron bone tofu waist. The hardest skull of the blue ink wolf is like a piece of paper in front of Ching Yi's fist. The strong bloody smell dissipated, but instead aroused the fierceness of the blue ink wolf. The death of his companion did not make Ching Molong retreat, but made it even more fierce and not afraid of death. One of the blue ink wolves raised his head and let out a long howl, and brought the remaining 2 blue ink wolves to besiege them again. Oomph, beasts are beasts, they don't know how to judge the situation. Cheng Molong advanced instead of retreating, making Ching Yi snort coldly. Although monsters, compared to human warriors, their bodies are stronger, and their aura is far superior to human warriors. Bloodthirsty eyes can often frighten a warrior with a weak mind. Because of this, it often happens that warriors are captured by the aura of monsters and beheaded by monsters in their absence. However, the gap between Cheng Molong and Ching Yi is too great. In addition, the baptism of the dream of the classics, Ching Yi's resistance to momentum is far beyond ordinary people. Even the imposing manner of the innate monster cannot affect Ching Yi. Buzz! With a sound of sword cries, the sword from his waist was unsheathed. The long sword was in the air, and a leisurely sword energy disappeared in a flash. Immediately, the long whistling stopped abruptly, and blood spilled into the sky. Immediately afterwards, Ching Yi moved his left foot a little again. The left foot was the axis. He exerted force on his waist, and his right foot swung like a steel whip, slamming the wind wolf on the right side of the waist fiercely. Bang! A burst of great strength came out from Ching Yi's feet. The next moment, a green-black wolf flew into the air and hit the green-black wolf next to him. The strong force did not stop, pushing the 2 blue ink wolves directly onto the tree. A terrifying force passed through his body, taking away the last life of Ching Molong. The 2 blue ink wolves instantly shattered into a pool of meat foam. Ching Yi's strength is so great that it can be seen in general. After breaking through the innate realm, he built a bridge between heaven and earth, and his body was constantly nourished by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In addition, the nourishment of innate chi makes Ching Yi's power grow slowly and invisibly. At this moment, Ching Yi already possesses 5,000 genes of power. Therefore, Ching Yi can have such amazing power under one leg. This is not the limit. If it takes a few months, Ching Yi's energy can at least climb to more than 7,000 pounds. Generally speaking, apart from physical cultivation, the energy of a congenital warrior is at least around 7 or 8,000 gene. In a few tricks, Ching Yi smiled leisurely after solving the 4 blue ink wolves. With his strength, dealing with the 4 blue-black wolves is completely out of the question, and there is no need for Bai Zai to shoot. After beheading the 4 blue ink wolves, Ching Yi ignored the corpses of the blue ink wolves on the ground and prepared to leave. The 4 corpses of blue-black wolves at the 4th level of the acquired day were not in Ching Yi's eyes at all. Ha! Is there a fight? At this moment, Ching Yi's ears moved slightly and looked into the distance. 10 miles away, there was the sound of warriors fighting. These voices clearly fell into Ching Yi's ears. Hearing and seeing. Congenital warriors who have been baptized by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth have sharper hearing and eyesight. Therefore, Ching Yi was able to detect the movement in the distance and clearly judge the number of people in the distance. C-79-1 chase scene is going on, miss. Let's go. The old slave is here. An old voice sounded in the empty mountain forest. The voice seemed extraordinarily urgent, urging anxiously. I saw that on the path between the trees, there were 2 figures, an old man and a young man, who were escaping quickly. One is a pure and beautiful young girl, and the other is a 60-year-old green-robe old man wearing a blue robe. The words just now were exactly what the old man in green robe said. The old man in green robe was looking anxiously at the beautiful girl. However, before the beautiful girl could react, the chasing troops had arrived. I still want to run. Yingyi and Kakuo, several figures followed. The uniform light blue robes, the slightly raised forehead, the sharp eyes, and the long breath. These all show that these people are not good characters. As the figures swayed, the path of the old man in green robe and his servants was completely blocked. In an instant, the old man in green robe showed despair, and in a blink of an eye, he was replaced by a look of absolute despair. Even if he dies, he has to protect the young lady. What of my army? What of my county governor? Not to mention the slaughter of my master and family, and even my young lady is not going to let it go. The old man in green robe took a step forward, stood in front of the beautiful girl, and shouted coldly. If you cut the grass without eradicating the roots, there will be endless troubles. Your Majesty, you wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. The Maya army general opposite said with a sneer. Ha, the dignified Maya army was actually instructed to do such a dirty little thing. The old man in green robe gave a miserable smile, and the anger in his words was undisguised. Old man, don't take advantage of your tongue. I advise you, just be obedient and capture it. A soldier of the Maya army sneered again and again, not paying much attention to the questioning of the old man in Qingpao. Don't talk nonsense with him, kill. At this time, another Maya army general said impatiently. All right, old guy, let me take you on your way. The Maya army soldier in front gave a wicked smile, grabbed it out, and took the Qingpao old man's life. A pair of sharp eagle claws roared towards the neck of the old man in green robe. Before the claws arrived, the chi came first, and the fierce claw wind was like a cold astral wind, cutting the old man's face in pain. Looking at this power, the eagle claw skill of this soldier has reached its peak. Between grasping and photographing, it is like an eagle's claws, fierce and unusual. In the face of this move, the green-robed old man looked solemn, but he was not afraid. Humph! Eagle claw technique, but that's it. The blue-robed old man snorted coldly, and his blood suddenly boiled, and the blue-robed robe was blown by the energy, making a rustling sound. A powerful aura emanated from it. At this time, the old man in green robe no longer looked like an old man in his 60s, but like a predator who just came down from the battlefield. Breaking the army fist. The old man in green robe shouted violently and threw a punch. This punch is straight, without any fancy, but it hits the momentum of thousands of troops. Kill. It seems that countless soldiers are roaring, fighting for it. Not good. This old guy is desperate, let's do it quickly. The face of the Mijung army soldier suddenly changed, and he shouted to the other two. Humph, old guy, Hugh is arrogant, we will meet you. Hearing this, the two Mijung army soldiers snorted coldly, either holding a long knife or slapping them with the palm of their hand. Die. With the help of the two of them, the morale of the leading Mijung army general rose and roared. Claw wind like a gang. The palm of the hand is like a cover. The sword is like lightning. 3 powerful attacks smashed straight at the weak blue-robed old man. C80 counter-kill failed bang. The fist wind, the palm wind, the claw wind and the sword light collided together and made a huge sound. The boundless wind and waves set off the dust of the sky. Cough cough. The strong anti-shock force made the Qingpao old man's chi and blood float, and he couldn't help spurting out a mouthful of blood. The old man in green robe is powerful, and he is the 9th level cultivation base of the day after tomorrow. But they couldn't stand it. The other party had a large number of people, and they were 3 experts in the 9th level of the acquired day. Under the reckless fight, the Qingpao old man was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. Miss, while I take them off, go away. The old man in green robe was not afraid, fighting like a javelin, and instructed the beautiful girl behind him. Enough, stop, Grandpa Song, the beautiful girl said anxiously. Among the people present, only she knew the secret technique inspired by the old man in green robe, and how terrifying the sequelae was. This is a secret technique that overdraws life. The warrior's own vitality is exchanged for powerful combat power. Miss, the road in the future can only rely on you. The old man in green robe didn't answer, he straightened his waist, his true chi surged out like a giant dragon. Buzz! The spiritual energy of heaven and earth trembled, and suddenly gathered towards the old man in green robe. Control the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This is the ability of a congenital warrior. After inspiring the secret method, the old man in green robe has the combat power of a congenital warrior in a short period of time. Grandpa Song, stop! The beautiful girl panicked and shouted with tears in her eyes. This is the old man in green robe, working hard. In exchange for the combat power of the innate warriors, after the end of the secret technique, it will be the time when the old man in green robe dies. She only had a relative of the old man in green robe, and she didn't want the old man to have any trouble. However, the old man had already died, and he just wanted to make a way out for the girl. The dust dissipated. The figure of the old man in green robe once again appeared in front of the Maya army soldiers. No, interrupt this old guy. Seeing this, the Maya army generals on the opposite side shrank their pupils. If so, let the old man in green robe truly complete the secret technique, all 3 of them will die. As soon as they moved, the 3 of them attacked the old man in green robes in a 3-talented manner. The sword light, the claw wind, the palm wind, howled. Miss, take care. The old man in green robe smiled miserably and said in a deep voice. After finishing speaking, the old man in green robe took a step forward, standing like a green pine, like a mountain that is inextinguishable by wind and frost, firmly blocking in front of the beautiful girl. The next moment, the old man in green robe bowed slightly, clenched his right fist tightly, and the imposing manner of iron and blood spread throughout the audience. Breaking the army fist. Now, punch out. Thousands of troops, shouting to kill Jintian. With the same punch, the green-robed old man at this time hit several times, or even 10 times the power of before. Jin Gu Iron Horse. Rong Horse Life. This is the old man, the last battle of his life. For Miss Qi, the last battle. The fist is like a dragon, and the terrifying energy crushes the air, screaming like a long dragon in the sky. What sword light, what palm wind, what claw wind, are not worth mentioning, it will collapse at a touch. This punch, like a majestic force, is slowly pressing. The 3 My Army soldiers tried their best to struggle. However, the terrifying fist strength machine firmly locked them, making them unavoidable. Only, watching helplessly, the fist of the old man in green robe slowly enlarges. Humph, 3 trash. At this time, a cold hum came from a distance. The air vibrated, the aura gathered, and a pair of large hands with aura suddenly appeared. Aura slapped down with a big hand, and the punch was suddenly destroyed. Immediately afterwards, a figure flew in from a distance. He had a tiger back and a strong waist, and he was wearing a pair of cold iron armor. The polished goggles were shining brightly, and a large knife was tied around his waist. Between the steps of Longxiang and tigers, his bearing was extraordinary, and he quickly landed in front of everyone. The person here is a congenital warrior. The old man in green robe quickly made a judgment. Asterisk. C81 Murder again. Lord Commander Wang, why are you here? Seeing the person coming, Zhu Might army soldiers knelt down on the ground in a panic. Humph, if I don't come, you 3 wastes will already be dead. To deal with an acquired 9th level martial artist who has passed the peak, he will miss. Commander Wang glanced at the 3 My army officers and said angrily, my subordinates are incompetent, and I have embarrassed the Commander-in-Chief Wang. The heads of the 3 My army soldiers dropped lower, their faces full of shame. Just as Commander Wang said, it was a shame for the 3 of them to join forces to deal with an old man in his 60s. Even, almost being beheaded by the opponent, this is even more insulting to the reputation of the My army. Hey, wait until you go back to clean up you. Commander Wang let out a cold snort, then ignored the kneeling My soldiers, and turned to look at the 2 old men in green robes. As expected, a sergeant who never retired from the Imperial Army. So many years have passed, Sergeant Song, your style has not diminished for many years. The corner of Wang Tongling's mouth was smiling, and his tone was as if he was reminiscing with the old man in green robe. It's you! After Commander Wang appeared, the blue-robed old man's face sank, and he looked at Commander Wang somewhat ugly. I didn't expect that the Zhuangjuanshu even sent you out. The green-robed old man gritted his teeth and said, the person in front of him, the green-robed old man knew, or was very familiar with. Junior Zhuang, but I know that you and I are acquaintances. Therefore, I was specially sent here to send my old corporal on the road. Commander Wang said unhurriedly. You wolf-hearted thing. Back then, I was blind, so I thought of you as a brother. The old man in green robe was furious and cursed with hatred. Ha, it was thanks to you, Sergeant Song, that I was able to be today. Hearing this, Commander Wang couldn't help laughing at the sky, and his words were full of ridicule. However, don't say I didn't give you a chance. As long as you ask your lady to hand over the Hao family's heirloom honestly, I promise, I will let you live. Otherwise, don't blame me for disregarding the feelings of the year. The laughter gradually subsided, and Commander Wang said with sharp eyes and a faint threat. Commander Wang is full of confidence. In his opinion, his words are already extrajudicial, and he is not afraid that the old man in green robe will not agree. Don't even think about it. However, the old man in green robe didn't even think about it, and directly rejected him. Secretary Song, don't make a toast, don't eat and drink fine. Commander Wang's face suddenly turned cold, and he looked at the old man in green robe coldly. Bah, I won't let Miss give things to you. The old man in green robe spit and refused without thinking. Old man, you are courting death. If that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. Commander Wang said with a frosty expression on his face. After speaking, Commander Wang moved, and his muscles and bones suddenly cracked. It was not seen that he used the long knife around his waist, just such a straight punch, slamming the old man in green robe. The strength of the Qi is solid, and the strength of this king is obviously extraordinary. This punch is controlled to the smallest degree, and every trace of strength in the body is wasted. This punch, like a huge mountain, pressed towards the old man in green robe, and the old man couldn't breathe. Open. The blue-robed old man couldn't help roaring, his face flushed red, and he also punched. Iron-blooded army. With the same breaking army fist, under the strong pressure of Commander Wang, the old man in the green robe made this punch that was even better than the previous one. Madness. Commander Wang's expression remained unchanged, he sneered, and said disdainfully. Wang Tongling's boxing stance remained unchanged, and his whole body was full of infuriating energy, as if the mountain peaks were coming down. C82 The gap between innate and pseudo-innate bump. A muffled sound spread from the collision of the two fists, like muffled thunder. Crack. The crisp sound of bone breaking came out clearly from the right arm of the old man in green robe. What? With a scream, the old man in green robe was blasted high, and then he fell heavily on the ground. The strength of a congenital warrior is not comparable to a pseudo-innate like you who relies on a secret technique to forcibly improve it. Commander Wang stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the old man in green robe with contempt. Cough, cough. The old man in green robe struggled to stand up, but the injury on his body made him unable to do so. The injury was affected, causing it to cough up blood continuously. Grandpa Song, how are you? Seeing this, the beautiful girl ran to the old man in green robe in a panic, and supported the old man. Miss, it's useless to be old and unable to open up a way for you to survive. The pale face of the old man in green robe was full of regret, remorse, and self-blame. No, Grandpa Song, you've done a good job. It was Leonor that was useless and kept dragging Grandpa Song's back. Bean's eyes tears dripped from the eyes of the beautiful girl. Ever since Hao Mansion was destroyed, all the old men in green robes have been protecting her. And she can't do anything, she without strength is just a burden. Miss, please be strong. The master and the wife are gone, you can only rely on yourself in the future. Looking at the girl with pear flowers and rain, the old man in green robe couldn't bear it. At this age, the girl should have enjoyed thousands of pets, but the girl has experienced too many misfortunes. However, his life is not long. In the future, he can only rely on the girl to go alone, and he has to be ruthless and scold the girl. After speaking, the old man in green robe struggled and broke free from the arm of the girl who was supporting him. The old man is fighting for this wreckage, and he will kill the dawn for you, miss. The old man in green robe looked at the beautiful girl with kindness on his face, and then said resolutely. Saying that, the old man in green robe straightened his back, the blood in his body was swirling, and there was an abnormal blush on his face. A faint smoke rose from the acupoint on the top of the head of the old man in green robe, and the clouds and smoke circled around. This is the performance of the secret method that is about to be stimulated to the extreme. In this state, with the current situation of the old man in green robe, the old man in green robe can only maintain it for a few seconds. When the time passes, the old man in green robe has only one end, and that is to die on the spot. With cold eyes, he looked at Commander Wang and the others, and the old man in green robe was resting and adjusting his state. He only has time for one move, and within one move, he must kill the 4 people in front of him for the young lady. Hateful. If not, the commander of the king stopped him, and the 3 Mai army soldiers had already died at this time. Now, all 4 of them are alive, at most he kills one of Wang Tongling, and the remaining 3 are still alive. This is how to do. Time is running out, just take the plunge. The blue-robed old man's mind turned sharply, thinking about the opportunity to make a move. Enough, Grandpa Song, you've done enough? At this time, the beautiful young girl stopped the old man in green robe and walked in front of the old man in green robe with determination. Miss. The old man in green robe was stunned and shouted anxiously. Grandpa Song, you have always protected me. This time, it's my turn to protect you. The beautiful girl did not turn her head, and stubbornly stood in front of the old man in green robe. If so, I will give you my family's heirlooms, can you really let us go? The beautiful girl looked directly at Commander Wang without any fear. C83 Stubborn girl miss, don't, that's the treasure that the Hao family has passed down for dozens of generations. How can an old man be a servant like this? The blue-robed old man burst into tears, clenched his fists tightly, and struggled with pain on his face. How can you not be, Grandpa Song, you are my only relative. I'm not going to let you down, absolutely not. The beautiful girl's words were firm and powerful. At this moment, the girl seemed to be no longer weak. Commander Wang, you said that if I give you my family's heirloom, you will let me and Grandpa Song go away, do you still count? The beautiful girl looked directly at Commander Wang and said so. Ah, Miss Hao, if it was before, this commander must have agreed. However, now this commander has changed his mind. Don't bother you to give it to me, let the commander take it himself. Commander Wang sneered and rejected the beautiful girl's proposal without hesitation. Commander Wang, I'm afraid you are going to miscalculate. My family's heirloom is hidden in a very hidden place, and no one can find it except for the direct descendants of the Hao family. Even Grandpa Son didn't know where to hide. The beautiful girl's expression remained unchanged, and she said calmly, "The Hao family, it's a good plan." Hearing this, Commander Wang frowned, and took a deep look at the beautiful girl and the old man in green robe, and then he said. The girl's expression was calm, and Commander Wang couldn't grasp the truth of the girl's words for a while. However, Commander Wang did not dare to act at this time. If it was true as the beautiful girl said, this treasure was hidden in a secret place, and only the girl could find it. He rashly acted and beheaded the girl, then the clues would be cut off, and it would do him no harm. If the task assigned by the county governor cannot be completed, even he will be punished. He dare not gamble. Thank you for the compliment from Commander Wang. What is Commander Wang's opinion? The beautiful girl let out a sigh of relief and smiled lightly. It's all said and done, can I not agree? Well, in this case, as long as Miss Hao handed over her family heirloom to the commander. This commander will let you both die. Commander Wang changed his mind and said helplessly. This commander uses the dignity of this commander as a guarantee. After thinking about it, Commander Wang added another sentence. It is good. Hearing this, the beautiful girl looked overjoyed. Commander Wang used the dignity of a warrior as a guarantee, so that the beautiful girl felt relieved. Martial artists take faith seriously, and they will not violate any oath they make with dignity as a guarantee. Once violated, the reputation of this martial artist will be lost. Hearing the words of the Commander Wang, even the old man in green robe relaxed. With this oath ahead, this commander-in-chief should not go back on his word. The look of an old man in a green robe and a beautiful girl fell into the eyes of Commander Wang, and a sneer flashed in his eyes. The reaction of the two beautiful girls did not surprise him. Taking the warrior's dignity as an oath and reducing the opponent's vigilance, this trick is not satisfactory. Now, just waiting for the treasure, the two of them will live or die, or they will not go to his heart. Miss Hao, can you tell me where the treasure is hidden now? As long as you hand over the treasure, you will be free in the future, and you will no longer have to worry about being hunted down. Commander Wang smiled, seducing the beautiful girl. This treasure has always been hidden in the Evergreen Mountains by our ancestors. As for the treasure map, it was placed on me by my father when the Hao mansion was destroyed. In the eyes of the beautiful girl, a flash of reminiscence flashed, as if recalling the past. That's good, as long as Miss Hao gives the treasure map to this commander, then you will be free in the future. Commander Wang asked eagerly. C84 girl, you are so naive, this treasure map is here. Saying that, the beautiful girl wiped the ring on her hand, and a simple and unpretentious map appeared in the beautiful girl's hand. Okay. Miss Hao, give me the treasure map. Commander Wang's eyes lit up, and he immediately stepped forward, wanting to get the treasure map. Commander Wang, don't be impatient. The beautiful girl took a few steps back vigilantly, moved her hand, and the treasure map was firmly guarded behind her. Miss Hao, what do you mean? Commander Wang's face sank as he questioned the beautiful girl. Commander Wang, I will give you this treasure map, but not now. I also asked Commander Wang to wait for a while. When I leave with Grandpa Son, I will put down this treasure map. If Commander Wang insists on robbing the treasure map, although I am weak, I can destroy the treasure map before you. The beautiful girl was not afraid, and held the treasure map firmly. If something went wrong, it would destroy the treasure map in her hand. Miss Hao, don't be impulsive, say something if you have something to say. Commander Wang quickly said with a smile. He also did not expect that this beautiful girl would be so difficult to deal with. Even if he swears by the dignity of a warrior, the beautiful girl has not completely given up her vigilance. However, the girl's nervousness made him confirm one thing. That is the map in the girl's hand. I am afraid it is a real treasure map. In this way, things will be much easier, Commander Wang sneered in his heart. Do everything according to what Miss Hao said, as long as Miss Hao honestly hand over the treasure map. Commander Wang stopped, stood with his hands behind his back, and said lightly. The beautiful girl looked overjoyed and slightly relieved. She was really worried that Commander Wang would not agree. However, the girl did not notice that Commander Wang's hand behind him silently gestured. The three Mai army soldiers behind Commander Wang nodded indistinctly. Immediately, the girl looked at Commander Wang cautiously and slowly stepped back. The girl held the treasure map in one hand and supported the old man in green robe with the other. Miss, how can you make this old slave feel at ease? The old man in green robe turned his head to look at the girl's face and sighed softly. Grandpa Son, needless to say, as long as it can make you safe. This so-called family heirloom is not worth mentioning at all. The beautiful girl smiled at him. From the young girl's point of view, this so-called family heirloom is not as important as the life of the old man in green robe. What's more, if this family heirloom really has what her father said, it has the power to avenge the Hao family and restore the Hao family. That's why the ancestors of the Hao family chose to hide it. Moreover, he placed it in the Evergreen Mountain range, and told the younger generation not to use it easily. Therefore, the beautiful girl did not value this family heirloom. Now, she only asks for the life of the old man in green robe. Ugh! The old man in green robe sighed again, with a complicated look on his face. Grandpa Song, let's go. The beautiful girl said, and was about to help the old man in green robe to leave. Miss Hao, please stay. At this moment, Commander Wang shouted again and stopped the two of them. Commander Wang, are you trying to go back on your word? The beautiful girl stopped and looked nervously on the guard against Commander Wang. Break out? No, I just don't want to be so troublesome. Commander Wang smiled coldly, looking directly at the two old men in green robes with indifferent eyes. What? As soon as the words fell, the beautiful girl suddenly became alarmed. However, the beautiful girl reacted quickly enough, but there was a weak old man in green robe beside her, which greatly restricted her mobility. Shoo! A figure appeared behind the two beautiful girls at the same time. C-85 heroes always come last. Bang. With a muffled sound, the beautiful girl only felt a pain in her wrist, and her hand could not help loosening, and the treasure map suddenly fell to the ground. Immediately, a figure appeared next to the treasure map, which was one of the 3 My Army soldiers. Commander Wang. This My Army soldier picked up the treasure map, walked quickly to Commander Wang's side, and handed the treasure map to Commander Wang. Ha, Miss Hao, I said you don't need to be so troublesome. Commander Wang took the treasure map and laughed loudly. Commander Wang got this treasure map, glanced at it, and made up his mind. The material is extraordinary and the age is old, it must be a real treasure map. With this treasure map, he can also complete the task of the county governor, and the reward will not be less. You, despicable and shameless. The beautiful girl clenched her silver teeth and watched this scene unwillingly. Losing the last support in her hand, she and the old man in green robes had no guarantee for their lives, and they completely followed the king's wishes. Thank you, Miss Hao, for your compliment. Ha ha. Commander Wang laughed and said, not ashamed, but proud. The treasure map is in hand, kill these two people. Suddenly, Commander Wang's face sank, his tone was cold, and he said indifferently, don't think about it. The old man in green robes struggled and wanted to stand up again and fight for the girl again. However, the sequelae of the end of the secret method have already appeared. Although, because of the interruption of the secret method, he did not directly take the life of the Qingpao old man. However, the condition of the old man in green robe was terribly weak, and he couldn't use a single bit of his strength. Secretary Son, in your current state, do you still want to resist? Go ahead and kill them. Commander Wang gave a cold drink and stopped looking at the two old men in green robes. The 3 My Army soldiers understood and surrounded the two old men in green robes with a grin. Just now, the 3 of them were almost beheaded by the green-robed old man, and they had already accumulated a lot of depression. In the current state of the old man in green robes, it is not for them to be needed. Miss, it's useless to be an old slave, I can't protect you well. With a pale face, the green-robed old man said to the beautiful girl with guilt. He hates. I hate that my strength is not enough, and I can't even protect the last child of the master. If he had the cultivation of the innate realm, how could he and the young lady fall to this level? Grandpa Song, you don't have to feel guilty, I don't blame you. At this point, the beautiful girl can see it very openly. Parents are gone, all relatives are dead. If she and the Qingpao old man set foot on Huangquan Road together, at least she will not be left alone in this world. Her only regret is that she can't keep the family heirloom, let alone avenge her relatives. This revenge can only be avenged in the next life. The beautiful girl closed her eyes in despair, quietly waiting for death to come. Yo, don't you feel ashamed that 4 My soldiers are dealing with an old man and a young girl? At this moment, a faint voice floated from a distance and clearly fell in the ears of everyone present. Who is it? The Commander Wang was startled, quickly put away the treasure map in his hand, and looked around vigilantly. The 3 My Army soldiers also looked around on alert. It's just 2 passers-by who can't look down, that's all. That delicate voice, with a chuckle, became clearer and clearer from far to near. The next moment, where Commander Wang was looking, 2 figures came from a distance. One is a white shirt, the other is a black robe. C-86 This matter is under control. 2 people came, a noble young man in a white shirt, with an indifferent temperament, as if everything was under his control. Followed by a black-robed warrior with a long knife around his waist and his eyes like a knife. It was Qin Yi and the two who came. Seeing the two of them, the beautiful girl who supported the old man in green robe, a hope flashed in front of her eyes. Immediately, the light in the girl's eyes dimmed again. These two are too young, how could they be the opponents of Wang Tongling? Who are you? The Mai army is doing business, and the idle people are not retreating quickly. Commander Wang frowned slightly and shouted sharply. The two people who come here have extraordinary bearing, and at first glance, they are not easy characters to get along with. Commander Wang didn't want to cause more trouble, so he raised the name of the Mai army and wanted to scare away the people who came. Mai army, did they achieve their prestige by bullying old people and women? Qin Yi chuckled lightly, turning a deaf ear to the threat from Commander Wang. Qin Yi's eyes flashed, and he saw the situation on the field. This girl and the old man in green robe were chased and killed by these Mai army men. The purpose of these Mai army soldiers should be the treasure map in the hands of the commander of the king. This thing is interesting. Think about that treasure map, not a simple thing. Not only the people from the Mai army had taken a fancy to it, but even the system had taken a fancy to this treasure map. Mission: kill the Mai army soldiers and seize the treasure map. Simple level task. Description: as a soldier of the Mai army, he does not kill the enemy to defend the country, and acts recklessly. As the ninth prince of the Unfallen dynasty, the host should behead these soldiers, seize the treasure map in their hands, and save those who are being hunted down. Reward: 10 kill points. From the mission description released by the system, Qin Yi could see at a glance that the purpose of the system was for him to capture the treasure map. As for the 10 kill points in the quest reward, it's just a bonus. Since even the system values this treasure map, this also aroused Qin Yi's interest. Boy, no matter who you are, those who dare to insult the Mai army will have to die. Qin Yi's words instantly made the 3 Mai army officers rage. Those who are sergeants and those who humiliate their military might have to fight to the death. You three, back off. The 3 Mai army soldiers were about to make a move, but Commander Wang said, Lord Commander Wang, this person insulted the reputation of the Mai army, and he should be killed to face up to hearing. The 3 Mai army officers were in a hurry and said to Commander Wang, I tell you to leave. Commander Wang's face sank, and he shouted loudly, scolding the 3. Yes, Lord Commander Wang. Seeing that the Commander Wang was angry, the 3 Mai army soldiers had no choice but to retreat. However, the 3 still looked at Qin Yi with hatred. Anyone who dares to insult the Mai army is their enemy. If it hadn't been stopped by Commander Wang, the 3 would have already rushed to fight Qin Yi desperately. 2 young masters, Mai army, are doing business, and I also ask you two to make it easier. After the Commander Wang stopped the 3 of them, he said to Qin Yi and the 2 with a warm face. Regarding Qin Yi and the 2, Commander Wang admitted that his ability to see people was not bad. These 2 are not ordinary people. It is best not to offend them. In particular, Qin Yi, who was headed by him, had an extravagant temperament, which made him feel frightened. Therefore, Commander Wang did not want to offend the 2 of them too much. It's just that he didn't want to offend the other party, but the other party didn't want to settle down. It's convenient? What if this young master has to take care of it? Qin Yi raised his brows and chuckled. This son, I advise you, it's better not to meddle in your own business. Anger flashed across Commander Wang's face, and he repeatedly forbeared, but it didn't mean he was afraid of the other party. Mind your own business, I don't think so. There is nothing that this young master can't manage, this matter is managed by this young master. Qin Yi snorted coldly. C87 in my county, we are Wang Fa. What a big tone, dare to take care of my army. You are impatient. Qin Yi's words instantly made Commander Wang furious and said in a cold tone. My army controls all military affairs in my county. No one dares to care about us. Boy, I've been forgiving to you again and again, but you don't know what's good or bad, so don't blame me for being ruthless. Commander Wang looked at Qin Yi coldly, the killing intent in his eyes was already condensed. Commander Wang was afraid of Qin Yi and the 2 of them. They had a deep background and were afraid of causing more troubles. But Qin Yi's repeated persecution made him angry, and he didn't want to worry about anything else. Moreover, the Mai army, who works for the governor of Zhuang County, is not an exaggeration to say that they are covering the sky with one hand in Mai County. This Mai County is their territory, the territory of the Mai army. In front of their Mai army, if it is a dragon, it will be coiled for me, and if it is a tiger, it will be squatted by me. What kind of dragon crossing the river is not worth mentioning in front of the Mai army? Moreover, Commander Wang really does not believe that 2 half-eldest sons who are less than double 10 will be his opponents. With his cultivation of the innate realm, it is more than enough to deal with these 2 ignorant boys. Boy, since you are courting death, then I will fulfill you. Having said that, Commander Wang took a step forward, and a majestic momentum came out, overwhelming the sky. The power of the world, this is the innate martial artist. With an aura, only when you face it in person will you find that it is like facing the whole world. This sun, let's go. The beautiful girl suddenly exclaimed. The power of Commander Wang was most vividly reflected in defeating the old man in green robe who inspired the secret technique. Qin Yi and the two, facing Commander Wang, are tantamount to chasing a man's arm. The beautiful girl with a good heart couldn't help but remind the two of them. Who would have thought that Qin Yi and the two were unmoved and stayed where they were? Even Qin Yi turned his head and smiled at the beautiful girl. Little my army, how dare you be so domineering? So arrogant, do you still have the king's law in your eyes? Qin Yi looked back and looked at Commander Wang and others coldly, his heart surging with anger. Qin Yi didn't like these Mai soldiers. It has long been heard that the Mai army is the private army of the Zhuang County Guard in Mai County, handling all kinds of shameful affairs for the Zhuang County Guard, and acting as a swindle for the tiger. In Mai County, the Mai army is rampant and overbearing, and no one dares to control it. Seeing it today, it really lives up to its reputation. The most important thing is that this county governor is a member of the eldest prince's faction. That is to say, the Mai army and the Zhuang County governor, he will face them sooner or later. Today's matter, no matter what the consideration is, he has managed it. Wang Fa? Ah, I tell you, boy. In my county, our Mai army is Wang Fa. Hearing this, Commander Wang burst out laughing and laughing wildly. The three Mai army soldiers also laughed wildly, as if they were laughing at Qin Yi's ignorance. In front of the Mai army, they dare to mention the king's law. Don't you know that in my county, the word of the Mai army is the king's law? The beautiful girl on the side was silent, and everyone in my county knew one thing. In my county, the governor of Zhuang is the king in name. Splitting the soil and dividing the territory is nothing more than a title. This also led to that no one dared to fight against the Mai army. It was because of the disobedience of the Mai army that the Hao mansion was annihilated by the Zhuang County Guardian. She and the old man in green robes were also reduced to the point of being hunted and killed. The beautiful girl is worried. These two sons are in danger. See 88 teenager, someone pretends to be in front of you. The beautiful girl is full of worries. These two sons may have extraordinary identities, but they should not be from my county, and they don't understand the overbearing power of the Mai army. In this barren mountain, no matter how noble the son's identity is, it will not help. As long as Commander Wang kills them all, no one will know what happened here. After all, these two young masters fell into such a predicament only to save her and the Qingpao old man, which made the beautiful girl feel guilty. Today, I will use the blood of the two of you to reshape the prestige of my Mai army. The corner of Wang Tongling's mouth showed a ferocious smile, his fists kneaded, and his true energy surged. Humph! I want to see how you kill me. Qin Yi stroked his sleeve, took a step forward, and snorted coldly. Boom! An aura that was even more terrifying than that of the king's commander radiated out. The turbulent Jinqi fluctuations spread out, and a domineering momentum rushed up and down all over his body. The icy killing intent was intertwined with it, condensed into an invisible sword, and shot straight into the sky. The tyrannical atmosphere ravaged the audience. Tread, tread, tread. This momentum fell on Commander Wang, forcing him to take a few steps back before he stopped. The three Mai army soldiers were even more unbearable. They were shocked and flew out, and when they opened their mouths, a mouthful of blood spurted out. Bang! After a few muffled noises, the three Mai soldiers who flew upside down slammed into the trees behind them. This collision caused the three Mai army soldiers to break their muscles and lose their combat power in an instant. Good, it's amazing. The beautiful girl widened her eyes and looked at Qin Yi in shock. She never thought that Qin Yi, who was about the same age as her, would be so terrifying. Just exuding aura, let the three Mai army officers pass out in a coma. This is a powerful innate martial artist. Grandpa Song, we are saved. After the shock, it was a surprise, the beautiful girl said happily to the old man in green robe beside her. The old man in green robe nodded weakly, but his eyes flickered, not knowing what he was thinking. No, it's impossible. How could you be a congenital warrior? If the two girls were surprised, then Commander Wang was horrified. Qin Yi's overwhelming aura made Commander Wang pale in shock. Just relying on his aura, he could force him back, and at the same time, he could stun three Mai army soldiers of the 9 hours. Based on this alone, Commander Wang understood that Qin Yi's strength was stronger than him. Why can't I be a congenital warrior? Qin Yi looked at Commander Wang mockingly, and said lightly. After all, Commander Wang is an innate martial artist, so he quickly calmed down. Good boy, I'm wrong. However, with this cultivation base alone, how can it be? My cultivation base came from fighting on the battlefield. I joined the army at the age of 12, and I spent 8 years in the army, beheading thousands of opponents, and going through hundreds of life and death battles before I got this body of cultivation. Acquired martial artist to innate martial artist, I take one step at a time, without any tricks. I once killed several warriors of the same rank on the battlefield and made great achievements in battle. Only then was I valued by the Zhuang County Guardian and served as the commander of my army. In my entire life, I have fought countless masters. Fighting experience, how can you compare to a rich boy like you? I've never taken any high-level medicinal pills, everything is a penance. How is it that you rely on countless medicinal pills, and the waste piled up can be compared? Anyway, Qin Yi was too young, so young that Commander Wang couldn't believe that he could have such a cultivation. In the view of Commander Wang, Qin Yi was nothing but a genius accumulated by medicinal pills, and he collapsed at the touch of a button. C-89 One Sword Crack Open Forest, I'm going to kill you, the so-called genius, to prove my truth. Commander Wang looked at Qin Yi grimly, and the boiling killing intent couldn't stop. At the thought of killing the genius Qin Yi immediately, Commander Wang trembled with excitement. He cultivated for more than 10 years before stepping over the threshold of the innate martial artist. A yellow-mouthed child who is less than double 10 is actually a congenital warrior. This is how Commander Wang is not jealous. Commander Wang is very interested in killing geniuses. Death to me. Commander Wang let out a long roar and jumped up, his body like a rock and his fist like a mountain. The fist is as strong as a mountain, and this punch from Commander Wang is like a huge mountain, and the air is crushed. It can be said that the Commander Wang is all cultivated in this fist, pressing towards Qin Yi. The terrifying Qi machine also enveloped Qin Yi. In front of this powerful momentum, Qin Yi is like a small boat in the sea, which may capsize at any time. Commander Wang licked his lips and seemed to have seen Qin Yi die under his fist. Noisy! Qin Yi raised his eyes slightly and looked at Commander Wang's indifferent eyes, as if looking at a dead man. Zheng. The sword is clanging loudly, the sword is unsheathed, and the movement is smooth and smooth. A dazzling sword energy, containing endless killing intent, ripped apart the sky. The terrifying sword chi pierced the void, and the so-called momentum of Wang Commander was all shattered in front of this sword chi. The sword hadn't stopped yet. After breaking the momentum, it slashed towards Commander Wang. No! Impossible! You can't be this strong! Commander Wang turned pale and shouted in horror. At this moment, he finally understood the gap between him and Qin Yi. Not only the gap in cultivation, Qin Yi's combat power is also far superior to him. It's a pity that he realized it too late, and the price of enlightenment is his life. Put! The sword chi was approaching in a flash, and Wang Tongling was wearing a body-protecting chi cast by the thick true chi. In front of the sword chi, it collapsed at a touch. The next moment, the sword energy penetrated straight through the chest. Even in the end, this sword chi has not dissipated, and it continues to slash to the rear. The ancient trees towered to the sky, the mountain wind was faint, and the terrifying sword energy slashed through. The mountain forest seemed to be torn apart, and countless mountain trees were twisted into powder. A flying star slash killed a same-rank powerhouse. The aftermath of the sword chi splits the earth and opens the forest. Qin Yi's sword is terrifying. Good, so strong. The beautiful girl was stunned, opened her mouth, and was speechless for a while, and finally spit out such a sentence. She has already overestimated Qin Yi's combat power as much as possible, but unexpectedly, she still underestimated Qin Yi. A domineering innate martial artist was killed by Qin Yi in front of her like this. A sword to open the forest, a peerless arrogance. The old man in green robe stared blankly at the scene in front of him, and this thought flashed through his mind. Less than double 10, there is such a cultivation base, the name of the peerless genius is well deserved. If you give this person 10 years, there will be a place for thousands of warriors who do not fall into the dynasty. Even with this talent, it is not impossible to become a master. What's even better is that this person is the same age as the young lady. The young lady is beautiful, and the two are a good match. Moreover, this person has an excellent personality, sees injustice, and has the courage to help. I think he is also a warrior with a knight-errant heart. Inspiration, strength, and talent are all excellent. If, after he leaves, the young lady can match this person, then he can leave with peace of mind. Thinking about it, a slight smile appeared on the pale face of the old man in green robe. Looking at Qin Yi's eyes, he became more and more genial. C-90 descendants of Hao Mansion. The cool wind swayed the forest, and the leaves fell rustling. This mountain forest fell into silence again after Qin Yi beheaded Commander Wang. Thank you for this son's rescue. Still, the blue-robed old man was the first to break the silence, only to see him stand up and clasp his fists with both hands. Old man, no need to thank you, it's just a little effort. Genie smiled lightly and waved his hand indifferently. For the son, it's just a little effort, but for the old man and the young lady, it's a life-saving grace. The old man in green robe said very solemnly. I don't know why the two of you were chased by this my army? Genie smiled and changed the subject without an interface. For this, Genie has some guesses. It should be related to the treasure map he got from the Commander Wang. However, Genie didn't know anything about the life experience of the two. The old man in green robe hesitated for a moment, as if he had something to hide. Grandpa Son, let me explain it to my benefactor. At this time, the beautiful girl showed a smile, like 100 flowers in full bloom. Master, I am Hao Elian, a descendant of House. The beautiful girl bowed to Qin Ying and said so. Hao Mansion. Genie raised his brows and finally understood why the old man in green robe was hesitant just now. Everything is because of these two people, who are descendants of Hao Mansion. Hao Mansion, also known as the Hao family, is a first-class family in my county, and there are also congenital warriors in charge, and they enjoy a great reputation in this my county area. However, the most prominent period of the Hao family can be traced back to the first generation of the ancestors of the Hao family. The ancestor of the Hao family was the founder of the Buluo dynasty, and he was a general of the first grade. More importantly, the ancestor of the Hao family was a warrior who entered the realm of a master. With the power of one person, Hao Mansion's illustrious name was created. However, because there were no outstanding descendants among the descendants, this made the Hao Mansion slowly decline and become a well-known family only in my county. Previously, it was destroyed because of offending the county magistrate of my county. Only Miss Hao's housekeeper took the housekeeper and survived by luck. Later, there were rumors that the two of them had treasures left by the ancestors of the Hao family back then. This made countless warriors join the queue to hunt down the two. The treasure left by the ancestors of the Hao family is the treasure left by the master warrior. Such treasures are undoubtedly moving, attracting countless warriors to hear the wind. Therefore, the old man in green robe hesitated just now, not wanting to reveal his identity. Yes, it is exactly the Hao family that the young master thinks. The beautiful girl, Hao Elian, nodded slightly. I see. Genie's thoughts turned sharply, and all his doubts were immediately understood. No wonder, the system will issue a task to let him capture that treasure map. The treasure map pointed to must be the treasure left by the ancestors of the Hao family. The treasures of the master warriors are naturally of extraordinary value to the current Qin. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Kill my soldiers and seize the treasure map. Quest rewards have been issued. Ding! New mission has been sent. Mission: capture the treasure left by the ancestors of the Hao family. Simple task. Explanation: as the host of the system, Baoshan is in front of you, and there is no reason to return empty-handed. The host should take the treasures left by the ancestors of the Hao family for his own use. Reward: 10 kill points. In due course, the system also sends task rewards and releases new tasks. Commander Wang has been beheaded, Hao Elian's crisis has been lifted, and the treasure map is already in his hands. This system task is naturally completed. C91 Walk with America. So, the treasure map in my hand was left by the ancestors of the Hao family? Qin Yang raised the treasure map in his hand and said with a smile that was not a smile. What the son said is very true, this is what the ancestors left. Hao Elian nodded and smiled, admitting generously. However, since it was acquired by the son now, this thing belongs to the son. Then, Hao Elian said indifferently. Hearing this, Qin was startled. Hao Elian's words surprised him. Such a treasure was easily handed over to him by Hao Elian. Miss Hao, what does this mean? Could it be that someone from Qin would take this treasure map as his own? Qin frowned, his tone slightly cold. No, the son has misunderstood. The concubine didn't mean it. Both the lives of the concubine and Grandpa Song were saved by the son, and this treasure map can be given to the son as a gift. Hao Elian couldn't help but panic when she saw Qin Yi's change of color, and explained quickly, "Thank you?" A light flashed in Qin Yi's eyes, and he understood Hao Elian's thoughts. The girl did more than just thank him for saving his life. There is still the idea of getting rid of this treasure map as soon as possible. The young girl was weak, and although the old man in green robe survived by chance, his cultivation has been destroyed. This treasure map is undoubtedly a hot potato for the two of them. Hao Elian handed this treasure map to Qin Yi at this moment. On the one hand, it can repay Qin Yi's life-saving grace, and on the other hand, it can get rid of this hot potato, which can be said to kill two birds with one stone. If that's the case, then I'll be disrespectful. To understand this, Qin Yi was not hypocritical, and immediately responded. Qin Yi is not a pretentious person. Since others have given him the treasure map and he needs the treasure map, he will naturally not refuse it. Thank you, sir. Seeing Chini respond, Houlian breathed a sigh of relief. Just as Chini thought, Houlian handed over the treasure map to Chini in order to get rid of this hot potato. This time, the Might army attacked, and it was only with Chini's help that he escaped the catastrophe. Next time, if they are in danger, the two of them don't know if they will have such luck. Therefore, handing over the treasure map to Chini is the wisest choice for her now. However, the concubine has a ruthless request, and I hope the son will agree. Immediately, Houlian changed her words and continued. But it doesn't matter. Chini said with a light smile. Please also ask the son, allow the concubine to follow the son, go to the place where the ancestors hide the treasure, and take a look. Houlian looked solemn and looked at Chini Dao seriously. You don't need to think too much about your son, the concubine just wants to see the things left by the ancestors back then, and he doesn't think so. Then, Houlian waved her hand and explained. This attention is good, drop by the way, just in time to get to know each other. Love for a long time. With such a pretty lady by her side, this young man can't help but be moved. Houlian's words brightened the eyes of the old man in green robe beside him, and he touched his mandibular beard with a smile. It's not impossible, but if you follow us, I'm afraid there will be a lot of danger. Chini just wanted to refuse, but when he saw the girl's stubborn and serious eyes, he couldn't help but soften. He had seen this look many times before, and in his memory Yuji always looked at him stubbornly. And he can't resist this kind of eyes, and he quickly retreats under this kind of eyes. Thank you for your accomplishment. On this journey, we will take good care of ourselves and not cause trouble for your son. Seeing Chini agree, Houlian suddenly smiled again. C92 boy, you broke through again. The Evergreen Mountains are full of dangers. A little carelessness can lead to a life-threatening situation. Every warrior who comes here is cautious, afraid of provoking powerful monsters and overturning at once. However, this does not include Chini and others. A group of 4, in this Evergreen Mountain range, is like a leisurely stroll, leisurely. Even with 2 fuel bottles, it didn't have any effect on the speed of Chini and the two of them. Along the way, Houlian and the old man in Qingpao also saw Chini's terrifying strength. In front of Chini, any Hotian monsters are not enemies of unity. Even ordinary innate monsters are not Chini's opponents. There have been several times when several people have encountered innate monsters, and Chini has shot and killed them. The superb swordsmanship and formidable strength made Houlian's beautiful eyes glow with brilliance. The old man in green robe also nodded his head from time to time. Such strength is rare in my county, not even in the entire Buluo dynasty. The only thing that surprised the two of them was that when they came to the Evergreen Mountains, they avoided monsters as much as possible. However, Xin-Yi and Qin-Yi are different. Instead, Xin-Yi and the two seem to be deliberately looking for traces of monsters. In particular, the two have a strong interest in the innate monsters. Every time he encounters the innate monster, Xin-Yi is not surprised but happy, and rushes up to fight. After doing this several times, Houlian finally understood that Xin-Yi was honing his martial skills. Because, when Xin-Yi beheaded the 5th congenital monster, Xin-Yi's cultivation base made a breakthrough. After slaying the leopard-shaped monster with a sword, Xin-Yi's aura surged wildly. The next moment, Xin-Yi has already broken through to the 2nd level of innate. White shirt fluttering, standing proudly with a sword. Against the backdrop of a domineering, imposing manner, he is like a god. Fengshen's handsome face made the girl's heart skip a beat. As the old saying goes, beauties love heroes. Such a young Tianjiao, young and powerful, with a mysterious identity. There are also life-saving graces ahead, which attract Houlian all the time. Houlian didn't notice the change in her eyes, but the old man in green robe noticed it. But he didn't stop it, instead he looked at everything with a smile. This is exactly what he expected. The only regret is that Qin-Yi's attitude has not changed much from before. When night falls, the galaxy appears. The Evergreen Mountains fell into silence once again. The people, who were already rare, disappeared without a trace in the dark night. The night is already the world of monsters, and it is several times more dangerous than the day. Even Qin-Yi and others stopped. Although Qin-Yi and others are not afraid of monsters, they are inevitably tired after rushing for a day. Qin-Yi needs to stabilize his cultivation. With the recent breakthrough, Qin-Yi will practice every time to stabilize his cultivation. In any case, most of Qin-Yi's breakthroughs were made by instilling essence in the system. During the flow of true air, it is inevitable that there will be a sense of stagnation. Daily practice can reduce this sense of lingering, and over time, it can be completely eliminated. Therefore, Qin-Yi must set aside a certain time every day to meditate and practice. And this move, in the eyes of Hao Lian and the old man in Qingpao, made them sigh. It is not unreasonable that Qin Yi has such a cultivation base when he is less than double 10. Seeing Qin Yi practicing cross-legged, Hao Lian and others didn't bother and sat around the bonfire to rest. For a while, the forest fell silent again. See 93 difficulties of the alchemist's small said net, the flames flicker, the smoke rises. The floating flames seem to shake out various figures. Father and mother, how are you living in heaven? Crystal teardrops swirled in her eyes, and Hao Lian resisted letting them fall. The mountain wind is biting, and the coldness is awe-inspiring. Hao Lian couldn't help curling up into a ball, like a little girl who was just abandoned. The weak figure, people cannot help but pity. Miss, if they are still here, I don't want you to be so sad. At this time, a pair of old hands, with warmth, patted Hao Lian on the shoulder. In the eyes of the old man in green robe, there are heartache, sighing, love, and expressions of all kinds. Miss, I have endured too much recently. The Hao mansion was shattered, and the entire mansion was tragically killed by the sword. Only he and the young lady were left, hiding in the east and west, and could not help but avoid the pursuit and killing, and also avoid the martial artists who peeped at them. Exhausted, this is their recent living state. During this time, no matter who you are, you must be wary. If it continues like this, the lady will collapse sooner or later. After all, Miss Chong has never endured hardship, and has been regarded as the jewel in the palm of her hand by the master since she was a child. For so long, she was able to persevere because of her strong character. Now, perhaps handing over the treasure map, there is no burden, and the pressure is suddenly much less, which makes the young lady show such a gesture. It's fine, Grandpa Song, I'm fine. Hao Lian quickly wiped away the tears on her face and forced a smile. Ugh! Seeing Hao Lian's appearance, the old man in green robe opened his mouth, not knowing what to say, and in the end he sighed. Grandpa Song, is your injury better? Hao Lian didn't seem to see the expression of the old man in Qingpao, and turned to be concerned about the injury of the old man in Qingpao. Thanks to the medicinal pills refined by Miss, the medicinal effects are much better than the medicinal pills circulating on the market. The old injury has long since recovered. The old man in green robe touched his beard and said to Hao Lian with a light smile, "It couldn't be better." Hearing this, Hao Lian finally showed a happy smile. However, the old man's cultivation base is about to die, and I'm afraid there is no hope of recovery in the future. The blue-robed old man's eyes were full of loneliness and unwillingness. For the warriors, it was more uncomfortable than killing them. If not, the old man in Qingpao is still thinking about taking care of Hao Lian, saying that he is not necessarily, he has already committed suicide by hanging. Grandpa Song, don't worry, there will always be a way. You wait, and when Lianer becomes the master of alchemy, there will always be a way to restore your strength. Hao Lian looked anxious, and quickly spoke to comfort the old man in Qingpao. Ha, then I'll wait. The old man in green robe laughed and said so. With your talent, miss, it shouldn't be a problem if you want to become an alchemy master. The old man in green robe had a smile on his face, but the sigh in his eyes did not let Hao Lian notice it. The master of alchemy, the master of alchemy. Just like a master of martial arts, it is extremely difficult to become a master of alchemy. Among a million alchemists, one may not be born. Not Falling Dynasty, known as a million alchemists, also has only one alchemy master. That is the Medicine King of Medicine King Valley, Bai Xuanji. The status is respected, and the position is even higher than that of the martial arts master. Because, even the master of martial arts will ask the master of alchemy. Although the young lady is very talented in alchemy, there are countless resources needed for alchemy. Alchemist, which one did not rely on countless treasures of heaven and earth to accumulate. Only after experiencing numerous failures can one become a qualified alchemist. Even if the talent is good, it still needs to consume huge resources of medicinal materials. C95 The system is now mature. Small said net, whether an alchemist or a martial artist, the most important resource is. Martial arts practitioners need medicinal pills, and alchemists need countless treasures of heaven and earth to support their alchemy. The Medicine King of Medicine King Valley was able to become a master of alchemy. The reason for this is not without the support of the huge resources of Yaowang Valley. The appearance of an alchemist must be accompanied by the loss of countless resources. If Hao Mansion has not been destroyed, with Hao Mansion's resources to support Hao Lian, there is only the slightest hope that Hao Lian will become a master of alchemy. Not to mention, now that the Hao Mansion was shattered, only the two of them were left to be displaced. Hao Lian seemed to have thought of this too, and the look in her eyes dimmed again. Without the support of the forces, the possibility of her being able to grow into an alchemy master is very slim. He couldn't become a master of alchemy, let alone revenge. He couldn't even restore Grandpa Song's cultivation. Is there really no hope? So unwilling to that. Her beautiful eyes drooped. Houlian clenched her hands tightly, her fingers turning white. You know how to make alchemy? A clear voice, as if floating from the sky, fell into Houlian's ears. I can make alchemy. Houlian raised her head, looked directly at Qin, nodded slightly, and affirmed. Do you want revenge? Qin's eyes were dim, looking straight into Houlian's heart, and immediately asked again. Think. Houlian replied without thinking. If you don't want revenge, that's impossible. The hatred for killing the father and the hatred for killing the mother are inseparable. This revenge is not avenged, it is a son of man. If you hate being a man, you should hold the sword in your hand, kill the county guard, and kill the enemy for your relatives. Well, I promise you thousands of resources, and promise you the chance to kill the enemy. How about you return me an alchemy master someday? Qin thought for a moment and said in a deep voice. Okay, I promise you. Hearing this, Houlian agreed without hesitation. This, ma'am. The old man in green robe beside him was in a hurry and wanted to dissuade Houlian. Qin said, but took Houlian for his own use. According to Qin's meaning, if Houlian becomes a master of alchemy in the future, she will make alchemy for her all her life. This kind of relationship is more like slavery, and the relationship between husband and wife expected by the old man in Qingpao is not a half-money relationship at all. Grandpa Song, you don't have to persuade me, I have made up my mind. Houlian shook her head at the Qingpao old man and said stubbornly. Miss, this, alas. The old man in Qingpao wanted to say something, but seeing Houlian's stubborn eyes, he knew that Houlian had made up his mind, so he could only sigh helplessly. What's the matter? Qin, who was beside him, curled his lips slightly, revealing a wry smile. What is this, with a picture of Grace? This broken system, what tasks are released? Ding! The host doesn't want to be cheap and still be good, a beautiful beauty, and an alchemy genius. This kind of good thing, others are holding lanterns, and they may not be able to find it. I also asked the host not to make an expression of being pitted by this system. Qin's expression was stagnant, and he was speechless to look at the sky. Now, the system's supplementary knife is getting more and more proficient. In fact, the scene that happened just now stems from the system task in the final analysis. Mission, take Houlian as her own, simple level quest, explanation, as a future monarch, it is natural for the host to have no shortage of alchemy talents. The woman in front of her has an excellent talent for alchemy and can be an alchemist for the host. Reward, 9-car shattering pill formula. Well, Qin admits that all this is something he is willing to do. No matter, Houlian, who was very talented in the system's mouth, or the pill recipe of Jiucha Tian Dan, made Qin unable to give up. C95 Zuanshuaman. After such a long period of time, Qin has already figured out the system's criteria for judging various things. Houlian's talent for alchemy can be called excellent in the systematic evaluation. Then, Houlian's alchemy talent, if evaluated by cultivation talent, is at least AA. Pick one out of thousands. Only this talent, with a little training, is a master of alchemy, and even a great master of alchemy can look forward to it. At this moment, Qin took it for his own use, which was a huge advantage. Not to mention, there is also the pill recipe for the 9-car heaven-shattering pill rewarded by the system. 9 cars breaking heaven pill, Earth-grade low-level pill recipe. Containing the essence of the universe, the essence of the world, this pill can increase the probability of a warrior breaking through the real Yuan realm. True Yuan martial artist, also known as Grand Master martial artist. The 9-car heaven-shattering pill can increase the chances of a warrior breaking through the true origin realm, and this kind of elixir is invaluable. If those warriors who were trapped in the peak of the innate were told, they would definitely exchange them for countless treasures, even killing people to win treasures. This pill, with a little planning, can help. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Qin's mouth. Using this as a bait, he could take over the world's warriors for the king. Young master, now that the young lady is under the command of the sun, and the old man has nowhere to go, I hope the sun will take him in. The old man in green robe knelt on the ground and said so. It's okay. Qin didn't care much about this. The old man in green robe let him follow him if he wanted to. He only cared about Houlian. Thank you, sir. Hearing this, the old man in green robe was very grateful, and Houlian also had a smile on her face. Qin lightly glanced at the happy two, closed his head slightly, and continued to practice with closed eyes. This move has no effect on him, but it can increase Houlian's attachment, so why not do it? Hey, in the wilderness, there are still people sleeping outside? Qin and the others were resting, and a soft whistle sounded under the night. Then, I saw several figures leaping over from the mountains and forests. Qin Yi and the others looked up and saw that the 5 visitors were all warriors in their 20s, wearing uniform pale green-black robes with a blue water drop embroidered on their sleeves. Zuanshuimen. Qin Yi's eyes narrowed, and the name of a well-known sect in my county came into his mind. Zuanshuimen, with strong strength, is the #1 sect in my county. Its master, Li Haomiao, was born with 4-level cultivation, and was even known as the #1 expert in my county. Later, he founded Xianshui Gate. After years of development, there are thousands of people under the door, which can be regarded as a powerful force. Judging from the clothes, these people are the inner disciples of Zuanshuimen. The leading disciple of the Xianshui sect was dressed in purple robes, dressed for the core disciples of the Xianshui sect. When Qin Yi and others were looking at the disciples of Zuanshuimen, these disciples of Zuanshuimen were also looking at Qin Yi and others. Especially when several Zuanshuimen disciples noticed Hao Ilian, their eyes suddenly brightened. It's really hard to find a place to break through the iron shoes, and it takes no effort to get it. The purple-robed warrior laughed, his eyes fixed on Hao Ilian. Greedy. The look in the eyes of the purple-robed warrior was greed. Not only greedy for the treasures on Hao Ilian's body, but also greedy for Hao Ilian's beauty. Senior brotherly, it seems that our luck is good, and we can meet our target here too. The disciples of Xianshui sect on the side were even more excited. Ah, that's right, I'm really lucky. The purple-robed warrior laughed. C96 The person who insults the young master dies. I've heard for a long time that this Miss Hao family is as beautiful as a flower, and when I saw her today, she really lived up to her reputation. It seems that today, I can not only complete the task ordered by my father, but also have a good time. The purple-robed warrior looked at Hao Ilian jokingly with a sinister smile on his face. Presumptuous. The old man in green robe can't bear it. When others insulted their young lady, they couldn't help scolding. Oh, old man, don't meddle in your business. The purple-robed warrior sneered, his eyes flashing coldly, and the cold eyes suddenly made the blue-robed old man fall into an ice cellar. The old man in green robe immediately took a few steps back as if being stared at by poisonous snakes and beasts. Miss Hao, let me have a good time tonight. Saying that I may not be in a good mood, I will let you go with this old guy. While speaking, the purple-robed warrior has walked slowly towards Hao Ilian. Bold thief. Hao Ilian's face was full of frost. How could she endure such humiliation? Oh, the beauty is still angry? Seeing Hao Ilian's anger, the purple-robed warrior was not angry but happy, and laughed. The Zuanshuimen disciple behind him also burst out laughing. You! The weak Hao Ilian was like a lamb to be slaughtered in front of a group of Zuanshuimen disciples. The overwhelmed expression made the purple-robed warrior's heart itch even more. So beautiful, how can you not enjoy it? The purple-robed warrior immediately stepped up and walked towards Hao Ilian. Who is the one who allowed you to touch me? At this moment, an extremely cold voice sounded beside the bonfire. Boy, do you still want to meddle in your business? The purple-robed warrior's footsteps were stagnant, a trace of impatience flashed on his face, and he turned his head to look at Qin Yi viciously. At the beginning, the purple-robed warrior ignored Qin Yi and the two. From the perspective of the purple-robed warriors, Qin Yi and Hao Ilian just met by chance and happened to be together. Moreover, even if a few people knew each other, Qin Yi would not dare to care about his Zuanshuimen. But who would have thought that Qin Yi would dare to take care of his good deeds? This woman is mine, how can I be nosy? Qin Yi's eyes were half open, and the dark pupils reflected the slightest killing intent. Yours? Interesting, then, you are also from the Hao family. Unexpectedly, you can also encounter a fish that slipped through the net here. The purple-robed warrior was stunned for a moment, and then he reacted. It's interesting, then I'll kill you and have fun with the beauty again. With that said, the purple-robed warrior's face sank, and bloodthirsty killing intent flashed in his eyes. Pause. Qin Yi's eyes were faint, and he lightly highlighted such a sentence. Shoo! A dark shadow flashed past, as fast as a frightening feather, and the speed was so fast that the people present had no time to capture the trace of the silhouette. The next moment, if the purple-robed warrior was hit hard, the whole person flew out. Boom! A muffled sound was accompanied by the bloody vomit of the purple-robed warrior. When everyone looked again, they saw that the purple-robed warrior was slumped under an ancient tree, his body limply slumped down, his hair was disheveled, and his right face bulged high. If not, the purple-robed warrior is already a congenital warrior, and such a serious injury has already taken his life. Looking at the place where the purple-robed warrior stood, a black-robed Byakuya stood leisurely. Those who dared to insult the young master should be damned. The Qilin Bai Zai's words made people stand upright. Senior brotherly, are you defeated? Many Zuanshuaman disciples widened their eyes, completely unable to believe what was happening in front of them. Brother Li, who was invincible in their eyes, was bombarded to death in one move. This is the pride of Xianshui sect, the son of the sect master. It was so utterly defeated. C97 No shadow good, so strong. Bai Zai shocked the audience as soon as he made his move, leaving Hao Ilian and the old man in green robe stunned. They did not expect that Bai Zai, who had been silently following Qin Yi all along, like a servant, would be so strong. Shockingly strong. They could even feel that Bai Zai's strength was several times stronger than Qin Yi's. Such a strong man was Qin Yi's subordinate, which shocked the two of them. After the shock, there was joy again. The deeper Qin Yi's background, the greater the chance of them being able to take revenge. In particular, Hao Ilian's beautiful eyes flashed, and she was even more convinced of Qin Yi's promise. Cough, daring thief, how dare you hurt me? Hurry up, take it down. After a long while, the purple-robed warrior woke up from the coma and roared sternly. The pain in his body made him almost crazy and lost his mind. He is the son of Zuanshuaman's sect master. When did he suffer such tragic injuries? He wants Qin Yi to die. He wants Qin Yi's life to pay for it. This, however, no matter how the purple-robed martial artist shouted, the other Zuanshuaman disciples all looked at each other in dismay, daring not to make any move. The strongest purple-robed warrior among them is not the enemy of the other party. How dare these Zuanshuaman disciples dare to do anything? Don't forget who I am. The words of the purple-robed warrior made many Zuanshuaman disciples tremble. They suddenly woke up. The purple-robed warrior is the son of the master of Zuanshuaman. If the purple-robed warriors return to Xianshui sect in this appearance, they are safe and sound. With the temperament of the sect master, they will definitely be furious. At that time, their disasters will be indispensable. Your Excellency, what you have done is too much. As disciples of the Xianshui sect, although there is a huge gap in strength, we are not afraid of a battle, so we are here to ask for advice. Even if I lose, there will be countless mysterious water sect disciples coming one after another. In the end, the disciples of the Xianshui sect were disciples of the great sect. If it is an ordinary martial artist, it is impossible to be afraid of it. But who is Bai Zai? A few ant-like people dare to despise the young master, then they only have one fate left, and that is to pay with their lives. Buzz! The light of the knife was shadowless, as fast as thunder, and passed by in a blink of an eye. Put! The next second, bright red blood spurted out from the necks of several Zuanshuaman disciples, like an endless stream of blood-colored fountains. Then, several people have been helplessly dumped to the ground. Dead, all dead. The purple-robed warrior widened his eyes and muttered in his mouth. With one blow, the 4 Hotian Zhouzhong Zuanshuaman disciples all died. Not one left. These 4 Zuanshuaman disciples didn't even have time to react. This black-robed warrior is no weaker than his father. The purple-robed martial artist had only one thought in his mind, and the strength of his father, Zuanshuaman sect master, was nothing more than that. Unexpectedly, in such a wild country ridge, you will meet such masters. What's even more terrifying is that this master is still the servant of the white-shirted boy. With this level of status, apart from the core disciples of the top faction of the Buluo dynasty, even the eldest prince of the Buluo dynasty can't compare. Could it be that this person is the core disciple of those major factions? At this moment, the purple-robed martial artist was full of annoyance. Why did he come to provoke these two people and make his own life difficult? With the black robe in front of him, he wanted to kill him without any psychological burden. C98 but kill one scumped. The purple-robed warrior was thrown to the ground arrogantly by Bai Zai and fell in front of Qin Yi. The strong impact affected the injury, causing the purple-robed warrior to vomit blood in pain. However, the purple-robed warrior did not dare to have any dissatisfaction, endured the pain, and pulled out an ugly smile from the corner of his mouth. There are some things I want to ask you. Qin Yi glanced at the man lightly and said, Master, if you ask, I will know everything and say everything. Qin Yi's indifferent eyes made the purple-robed warrior's heart tremble, and he quickly apologized. Zuanshuaman, but have you cooperated with this Mike County Zhuang County governor? Qin Yi flicked his fingers and asked indifferently. Yes, I, Xianshuaman, have always cooperated with the Zhuang County administrator. A few days ago, Zhuang Jun came to Zuanshuaman and had a secret talk with my father. Hearing this, the purple-robed warrior hesitated, but when he met Qin Yi's eyes, he trembled all over again, and quickly said everything in one go. Commune? Qin Yi's eyes flashed and he whispered. Yes, this is true, but what they talked about, I really don't know. The purple-robed warrior said quickly. Qin Yi whispered softly, non-committal. How many innate masters are there in Zuanshuaman? Then, Qini continued to ask.
There are 20 innate masters in total, and my father is a 4th level innate warrior. The 2 deputy sect masters are congenital 3-level warriors, 8 congenital elders, and 9 core disciples, all of whom are innate cultivation bases. The purple-robed martial artist has all the details, and all of them are explained to Qini. In fact, he also had a lot of thought, and wanted to use this to intimidate Qini and let Qini let him go. However, he was destined to be disappointed. Qini heard the words, his expression did not change in any way, he just fell silent. Qini was silent, and the purple-robed warrior was uneasy, but he didn't dare to say a word. After a while, Qini raised his eyes and looked at the purple-robed warrior again. As for you, Qini's words suddenly raised the heart of the purple-robed warrior. Do not let the calamity stay. Qini spit out this sentence lightly, like a death sentence. No, you can't kill me, you can't kill me. I am the son of the sect master of Xianshui sect, and my father is in the Evergreen Mountains. If you kill me, my father will definitely take you to kill you. Even if you have this person to protect you, you can't resist the siege of dozens of innate warriors. The purple-robed warrior showed fear and shouted helplessly, trying to frighten Qini away. I know that you are the son of the master of Zuanshuaman, so I will kill you. Qini smiled brightly, but his killing intent did not diminish in the slightest. Qini had long heard that Zuanshuaman and Zhuang County were in the same stream, and they were in unison. The governor of Zhuang is the eldest prince's man, which means that Xianshuiman is also the eldest prince's man. This Zuanshuaman is also Qini's enemy. Previously, he used the words of a purple-robed warrior to understand the truth of Zuanshuaman. Now that he has fully understood the strength of Zuanshuaman, this purple-robed warrior naturally has no use value. No, no, you dare not. The purple-robed warrior kept curling back and screaming in fear. Why don't you dare, but kill a scum? Qini shook his head and laughed, and then his eyes narrowed, his wrist turned over, and the sword jumped out of his hand. Shoo! The saber swiped lightly, the sword body trembled slightly, and it was not stained with blood. The head of the purple-robed warrior had already been thrown high, and a large amount of blood spurted out. The purple-robed warrior, the son of the master of Zuanshuaman, die. Kill him with a single sword, without any hesitation. C99 Qini's plan. The people of Zuanshuaman are all in the Evergreen Mountains? After beheading the purple-robed warrior, Qini's expression didn't change at all, he just pondered quietly. Qini thought about the last sentence left by the purple-robed warrior. Even if Zuanshuaman sent people to hunt down Houlian and the others, they wouldn't be so all out. Houlian and the strongest old man in green robe is just an acquired 9th-level martial artist, and it is enough to send 1 or 2 innate martial artists to hunt them down. In addition, the Maya army also sent people to hunt down. Zuanshuaman's all-out action is obviously unreasonable. In this way, Xianshuiman must have other plans. Qini frowned in distress, unable to make up his mind. Suddenly, Qini glanced at Houlian, who was still in shock, and a light flashed in his mind. These Zuanshuiman disciples are also searching for Houlian, and the 2 of them, aiming at the treasures of the ancestors of the Hou family. The Maya army is also searching. The 2 sides seem to be cooperating, but in fact they are very different. Judging from the known situation, not to mention the soldiers of the Maya army, even the disciples of the Xianshui sect do not know that their sect master is already in the Evergreen Mountains. The sect master of Xianshui sect did this, and tried his best to hide his traces. Well, there is only one purpose. Murder and steal treasure. Qini's eyes narrowed slightly and gradually came to his senses. Zuanshuiman wants to swallow the treasures of the ancestors of the Hou family. The master of the Zuanshuiman sits in the Evergreen Mountains, and the strength of the Zuanshuiman is far superior to the Maya army, and the Zuanshuiman can be said to have the advantage. Even if Maya army soldiers captured the treasure map, Zuanshuiman could stop it. With Zuanshuiman's sect master, the #1 expert in Maya County, the Maya army is not a match for Zuanshuiman at all. Well calculated. Wanting to understand all this, Qini sneered in his heart. However, this is not bad, and it is a good way to let Xianshuiman and Maya's military dog bite the dog. After Qini beheaded the city guard of Yuanzhang City, he knew that the eldest prince would not let him go. Even if the old man of the Lu family was caught in the eyes of the eldest prince, with the character of the eldest prince, he would not let it go. And because the 3 kings confronted each other because they did not fall into the capital, the eldest prince did not dare to easily mobilize the power in the capital. Then, the eldest prince has only one option left, and that is to use the power in Maya County. In other words, he instructed the governor of Zhuang, and let the governor of Zhuang deal with him. Therefore, Qini has been on guard against the county guard Zhuang.
Now, there is a chance to weaken the power of Zhuang County. How could Qini give up? Soon, there will be a good show. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Qini's mouth. Evergreen Mountains. In a hidden cave, several figures flickered. A warrior dressed as a soldier of the Maya army knelt down on one knee and reported to the person in front of him. You mean, you saw with your own eyes the treasure map of the Hao family, which was given to the commander of the Maya army by a Maya army soldier? A middle-aged man, exuding the breath of a superior, looked down at the Maya army soldiers in front of him. Yes, sect master, this disciple saw this with his own eyes. That Maya army general said in a deep voice. Okay, after this is done, you can also return to the sect. In the same way, the sect master will not be missing you. Go down and receive the reward. The master of Xianshui sect nodded slightly and waved his hand to the soldiers of Maya army. Thank you, sect master. Hearing this, the Maya army soldier was overjoyed and quickly thanked him. After that, the Maya army general left the cave. I didn't expect that in the end, the Maya army would take the lead. But it doesn't matter, that's all. Old man Zhuang, the treasure of the ancestors of the Hao family, the owner of this sect does not want to lie to others. There was a slight sneer at the corner of the mouth of Xian Shuimen master, and he said in a cold voice. C-100 Mi River Army Evergreen Mountains. In an unnamed valley. This was originally an ordinary valley in the Changqing Mountains, but at this moment, countless warriors gathered. Who leaked the news? Not far in front of the valley stood a burly man, dressed in battle armor and carrying a broad-backed sword. The muscles on his arms were as strong as that of a horned dragon. He stood there, exuding an unstoppable aura. At this time, the burly man stared at the silhouettes moving in the valley. His face was gloomy, and he scolded the people beside him. Great commander, subordinates don't know. The Maya army generals beside him were so frightened that they turned pale when the big man drank it. Humph! The commander of the Maya army looked coldly at the soldier and snorted. Don't let this commander know who leaked the news. Otherwise, I must make him look good. The commander of the Maya army said angrily, killing intent surging in his eyes. Go, gather the troops. Even if someone wants to fish in troubled waters, this commander will let him know that without strength, how to calculate is useless. The commander of the Maya army also knew that it was useless to be angry now, took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and instructed the soldiers of the Maya army beside him. A group of loose cultivators still want to disrupt this commander's plan, they just don't know what to do. Since it is exposed, the commander will press people with force. In my county, no one dared to oppose his Maya army. Yes, commander. The Maya army officer responded, turned around and took out a small cylinder-shaped item from his arms. With a single click, a sharp bang sounded. Then, the sky exploded with a dazzling dark blue fireworks. The Maya army summons order. Seeing this order, all the Maya army officers and men must assemble here. After doing this, the generals of the Maya army walked behind the commander of the Maya army and waited quietly. Soon, countless Maya army soldiers came from all over the Changqing Mountains and gathered beside the Maya army commander. The number ranges from a few to hundreds to the last thousand. It is good. Only then did a grim smile appear on the face of the Maya army commander, and he nodded with satisfaction. With thousands of Maya army soldiers, this commander wants to see who else dares to make trouble here. Who else dares to play tricks with this commander? Out! The commander of the Maya army coldly spit out such a word. Yes, commander. Many Maya army soldiers responded with a bang, and immediately, the 1,000 people marched towards the valley in a neat pace. Tread, tread, tread. Many Maya army soldiers first strode forward, and finally turned into running. It was also during the run that the lineup of the Maya army remained unchanged. It has to be said that the Maya army was a good soldier. Step by step, Mi Hajuan and others were getting closer and closer to the valley, and the scattered cultivators in the valley were still standing scattered around. A group of rabble dared to peep at the treasure. If that's the case, then leave your life behind. The commander of the Maya army sneered again and again. It was not until the Maya army officers rushed to the front of the valley, less than half a mile away, that the scattered cultivators in the valley responded. No, enemy attack. Everyone, join hands to meet the enemy. In the valley, there was a sudden burst of chickens and dogs, and in a panic, the scattered cultivators only had time to pick up the weapons beside them. Kill, leave none. The commander of the Maya army showed a slight sneer. Since he is here, then leave his life behind. The next moment, the Maya army has turned into a torrent, slamming into the scattered cultivators. For a time, the screams of killing in the valley shook the sky. The soldiers of the Maya army and the loose cultivators fought together.
From time to time, there are scattered cultivators who die under the hands of the my army, and there are also my army soldiers who die under the hands of the scattered cultivators. In the valley, blood flows into rivers.
Asterisk.